Seeing what she had to go through to feed us, man, it's crazy. It's crazy, man. I don't even know, man. My mind everywhere right now, man.
We are gearing up for Wimbledon to get underway next week, and it's not just the players honing their craft. This chair umpire is practicing his checks notes. Bird shoeing.
Thank you.
Nope. There we go.
Gotta stay sharp. I'm Patrick Stack. This is ABC Sport Daily, produced by Poppy Penny. Thanks to Channel 10, NBA TV and Tennis TV for the extra audio used in this episode. This has been ABC Sport Daily, and for more, you can find us on the ABC Listen app.
Australia's Test Tour of the West Indies is on now.
What about that? Unbelievable.
Catch every ball on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the cricket button.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
It's all on the line. Here we go.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
What a matchup this is. What a game.
The umpire holds the footy up.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Oh, there's a bit to get inside of the mouth.
The intensity and the pressure in the ball is unbelievable.
Take your moment. This is that moment of the game of footy.
This is just football at its best.
And that'll be it. From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop, the Brisbane Lions never stopped believing. And they are the champions.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. Don't get better than this.
He pulled the through for a magnificent goal.
Comes out, gathers, snaps, goal.
An extra bit of class.
He smashed that through. What a kick.
Goes bang with everything he's got.
They are leaving nothing out there.
Listen to the roar.
The drop punt. He's gone. And the building is jumping. We know he's a big shot taker. He's a big shot maker. Leans back on the kick. Game on.
That camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
From the right, forward, off it. Oh, he's a sharpshooter, all right.
Step up in the big moment.
Close to the man on the mark. Drop punt. He's there. Gathers, snaps. He'll bring the house down.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. Don't get better than this.
He'll put it on the boot. Kick up towards the logo.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than
He
this.
defies the laws of gravity. He runs onto it 50 from goal. He's in Dusty's pocket. He shoots. Oh, he's as bloody good as Dusty. Oh, yeah.
Rose snaps goal. The drop punt. It's good. And you can hear that body roar.
Walks one way and the next and the snap. There's the finish.
60 out. Oh my goodness. That's a massive kick. Big time spot. Big time goal kicker.
That's why we love football. 3-1.
From the centre wicket. Whacks it for six. Scores level. Running past. Throws it on the left. Could that be the sealer?
Seconds ticking down. We're not done yet. What a finish.
Welcome to the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than this.
The stars always shine brighter on a clear night in Sydney, and there's no question the Sydney Swans shine brighter when their own stars are back in the action. Dean Cox's first year in charge has been plagued by inconsistency and injury, and at least they are now building back to what is the best version of themselves. Tonight, they host the Western Bulldogs, a team that recently regained its place in the top 8 and celebrating a milestone of their captain and one of the greatest ever Bulldogs here tonight. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. My name is Brett Sprigg, and I'll call the action here alongside Daniel Garb. Hey, Garby.
Good evening, Spriggy. Set up for a belter of a game. I mean, we've said this so many times this season, but it's the fact. I mean, the Swans campaign is pretty much on the line every time they take to the field now. I mean, the feeling is they can't afford to drop any more than 2 games in the run-in, so home games are so precious. They're up against a side that is so dangerous, is scoring more than any other in the competition, as Richards, Darcy and Bont, 3 of arguably the best 10 in the competition right now. So considering the milestones as well. So many fantastic subplots under the Friday night lights here at the SCG. Can't wait for it.
You can text us, as always, 0437 774 774. We do have team news and a late change here. So Tom McCartan, the Swans defender, is out through illness. That means that Jack Buller will come in. He was their mid-season pickup in 2023. Played one game in the back end of that year, the lad from Claremont out west, and plays just his second career game tonight. Jack Buller, the late in for the Sydney Swans, who also are recalling Jake Lloyd and Ollie Florent, who in fact is the sub, Florent. They come in at the expense of Joel Amati and Riley Bice. And as I said, the Swan sub is Oliver Florent. The Bulldogs, they're out to headline by Adam Treloar, who is out with a calf. Josh Dolan has been omitted. They welcome back a Norm Smith medalist in Jason Johannesson. It's his 8th game this season. Riley Sanders, who was a late withdrawal last week, he comes back in. And the sub is the same as last week, Buku Karmas. So that's the team news there for the Western Bulldogs. Here on ABC Sport, we've got a Norm Smith medalist here, Ryan O'Keefe. Hey, Pebs.
Hey, good to be here on Friday Night Footy. It's fantastic and perfect conditions out there for both teams. I'm looking forward to this battle because it's critical for both teams, really. Like, both teams' form, probably you'd say this year, is they've won the games against the lower-ranked teams but struggled against better-ranked teams, and so it's going to be probably a real test.
A man who played for the Giants and the Lions, won a couple of BNFs at Brisbane. Joel Patfull is here. Happy Friday, Joel Patfull.
Thanks, boys. Good to be here. Great night for footy, and completely agree, Ryan. Great test for both teams. Haven't had a huge scalp lately, so perfect test, especially for the Swans, whether they can take their next step and have a push for the finals this year. The
headliner here for the visitors is Marcus Bontempelli, their skipper, and they're celebrating his career, of course, 6-time best and fairest, 6-time All-Australian, 3-time Players MVP, but he's also in great current form, or at least certainly last week. Bounced back from a quieter game a couple of weeks ago, but last week against the Tigers, 36 disposals and 3 goals against Richmond. I mean, where does he sit overall, Ryan O'Keefe, in terms of modern greats and probably all-time greats at the Bulldogs?
Well, I would say Bontempelli is, in my opinion, the best player in the comp. So if we had a draft now and I got the first player I'd pick would be Bont.
You're not in a club of one there.
But I just reckon he's just fantastic. And he's been fantastic for a long, long time. Like, he's just, he's right up there in my opinion.
What does he represent to the club?
Well, he's huge. I mean, he was a part of the 2016 Premiership team, and probably the one thing that he hasn't done is win a Brownlow, and he's come close a few times. So there's a few whispers that he could have a late run this year if he can string a couple of games together. But, I mean, he's one of the all-time Bulldogs, and he's been such a great player for such a long time.
As to what he represents as far as the modern footballer, you say, Ryan, and because he is tall, but he plays inside mid, he can kick goals, he can clunk them up forward, do all the things. And that's in some ways typical of what we expect from a modern footballer. But he has, over the course of he's not yet 30. So, sure, he's sort of past the halfway mark of his career, but there's a lot of his career still to come.
Oh, definitely. And you can see, like, probably Pendlebury's probably a prime example. These great players that are in clubs that sort of respect and treasure these experienced players will help them get through, and I'd say he'll play as long as he wants to. But you only think he's still not that old, but we feel like he's been around forever for such a long time because he's played at that high level for such a long time, and that's the way I sort of judge players. You can have players that have 1 or 2 breakout years, but players that are consistent right through the whole career, they just judge. That's a great player, and that's what he is. And he probably was the first of that tall, big midfielder. That one the 190 plus midfielder that can move and do everything. And I think he was sort of the prototype of what we sort of see now as these midfielders. You see Cripps come after him and the like.
6-time All-Australian, 6-time club champion. I was chatting to Matt Spanger before, a teammate of yours from many years ago, Ryan O'Keefe, now a forwards coach at the Bulldogs. And I was just chatting to him about the Bont and asked him what makes him so special. And he said, Matt Spanger played at Hawthorn, West Coast, Sydney, all during great eras. So he came across many a champion. And he said even then, his preparation exceeds anyone he's ever come across in his footy career. But he said what makes him really special is he's never seen a champion player drag young players along with them like the Bont does and put so much time and effort and care into making them better players. And he said his impact on the club and the young generation is out of this world.
And that's what makes a great leader. A great leader makes people around them better. And that's probably why he's probably the best leader, that the Bulldogs has ever have. And they've had guys like Charlie Sutton, Ted Whitten, all these guys that have, legends of the game. But you can just see why. He's just such a great leader. He's well respected throughout the league. You don't hear a bad word about him or anything.
In a couple of weeks' time, he'll go past Scott Wine as the club's longest-serving captain by games, and will only have the great Ted Whitten ahead of him. One more best and fairest gets him level with Scott West, who was a 7-time winner. So the milestone shadows Chad Warner's 100th game in some ways, but there is a milestone for the home side here as well. So Chad Warner making his 100th appearance here tonight. Special guest will be joining us in a few moments' time here on Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. You can keep your texts coming, 0437 774 774. Joel, were you surprised at the Swans' level of pressure they applied to Port Adelaide last week?
Well, it was definitely an increase from the week before, wasn't it? They went away from the bye and had a bit of a think about what they were doing, and definitely upped the ante defensively, which was a big step forward for the Swans. So I think it was something that been lacking probably the last month or so, at least going into that game, and it was a real attribute and something that they clearly focus on going into that game. So that's the kind of pressure that we expect from them tonight. And if they want to take that next level as they continue on this season, that's definitely going to be forefront for them.
We'll get to a few things from last night as well. Of course, Port Adelaide bouncing back to defeat Carlton by 50 points at Adelaide Oval. Dante Vicentini on Adam Sard. That's all good. He has no case to answer there as far as, or won't miss any games as far as that contact out of last night's game. Plus the team news coming through from Friday for Sunday's games as well on this Friday evening. A special guest has joined us here in the ABC Sport commentary box. It's Swans chairman Andrew Pridham. Nice to see you, Andrew.
Thanks, guys. Great being here.
No great surprise that the form line has turned around now that you have some semblance of your strongest team.
It's amazing if you have your best players on the field, you seem to play better. So we can analyse it forever, but last week was a welcome return to form after a few forgettable weeks.
There's a few things going on around this club at the moment. For one thing, you're searching for a new CEO, and you as the chairman of the board are looking after that subcommittee as well. What does that search entail? Tom is still working here until October, is that right?
Tom is with us until certainly the end of the season, and hopefully we can find somebody before that, but he's obviously agreed to stay until we do find somebody. So we're not in any mad rush, but we have commenced a process, and we've had lots of inbound inquiries and lots of CVs in my inbox. So anyone else that wants to send them in, please send them to somebody other than me.
Has it surprised you that John Longmire's name came up in that role, potentially?
No, that certainly doesn't surprise me. I mean, John's a very qualified football person, obviously, legend at our club. So he's now in a really important role, which I know he's really enjoying. And so I'm dealing with him very closely in that, in terms of he's looking at strategy and other things within the club, opportunities on the commercial side, and he's really enjoying that. So it doesn't surprise me at all.
Would there be a preference to hiring from within rather than outside, or how do you balance that up?
That's usually been our way, but no, we're just looking for the best person to lead the club going forward, and there are a range of attributes that we're looking for, and I think our overall leaning is just to get the best person. I think if someone has played the game and knows our club well, that's clearly an advantage. But certainly having a profile is really important.
It's a time of great change, Andrew. I mean, you had a long-term coach who was departed heading into this season, a long-term CEO who's now made way. What have you made of the way in which Dean Cox has stepped into the enormous shoes of John Longmire early on?
Look, Dean's been with us for a number of years, and we've seen him for a number of years to be the obvious successor to John. His sort of evolution into senior coaching, in terms of what we've seen, is exactly what we've expected. There's been no surprises. I think it's been pretty seamless in Dean taking over, and obviously he was groomed by John. We saw a lot in him. He's learned a lot from John. He's got his own style, and I think we're going to see him become a better and better coach as time goes on. And I think we're really optimistic of what he brings to the club.
We always hear, though, that no matter how long you've been an assistant, there's no preparing for stepping into the hot seat yourself. And when you lose several key players, it makes life much harder, as you said. at the beginning. So results didn't necessarily go the way you would have liked in the first half of the season. And there was a terrible result here, of course, against Adelaide not too long ago. Did you have to offer any sort of support or reassurance for Dean as the critics came and question marks were raised early on about things? Did you have to perhaps have a chat with him and just offer him that sort of support? What was it like around those moments?
It's pretty simple. Dean's about 7'8" and I'm about 3'2", so no, whatever he wants really is where I go. No, he doesn't need reassurance. He knows exactly what he's doing. We're very aligned as a club, and there was never any need for that. It's just a matter of just keeping going with the process, and the results will come.
So you've got a first-year coach, you're looking for a CEO. The other search that's going on outside this football club is the search for a new AFL Commission chairman. Now, you've been fairly steadfast that wouldn't be you. Do you still feel as though that's really your stance, is that you wouldn't take on that role unless, I don't know, what would make you take on that role?
No, I'm steadfast. I won't be taking on that role. No, my focus is on the Sydney Swans, and I've got a big job to do in finding our next CEO, so that's what I'll be doing.
And is that because the club is going through a time of great transition with, of course, a new coach and a new CEO coming in as well, that you feel like you couldn't step away and have a new chairperson coming in?
Into the Swans?
Yes.
Look, I think we've got a very strong board with some long-standing directors, so I think we have a clear succession plan, and I'm comfortable that if I was hit by a proverbial bus, there'd be someone else that could do the role. But at the moment, it's steady as she goes.
If you had to nominate one of your counterparts at club level to take on that commission chairman role, who would you put forward? Who can you endorse for us?
Look, I'm thinking it's his 100th game. Chad Warner would probably be, I think he could play and be chair.
And be commission chairman. We've had a West Australian, Richard Goyder, so we've got another one in Chad Warner.
It'd be entertaining anyway.
But around the clubs I'm talking about, your contemporaries, your counterparts at other clubs, is there anyone that's named?
Yeah, sorry, I'm teasing you. I'm on the nominations committee, so it's probably not appropriate for me to say, but I think but in general terms, I think there's a very strong view within the clubs that the next chair of the commission should be somebody with deep understanding of the game and particular understanding of the clubs.
And as part of that, sorry, Andrew Pritton, my guest, the Swans chairman on ABC Sport on this Friday evening, when we hear other club chair people talk about Northern Academies and that sort of stuff and how it obviously benefits clubs up here, but having an understanding of that landscape overall. There's a few ways to take this, I suppose. Tom now goes into a role at the AFL, and you hope that he can, keep a good look out on what happens in these northern territories. But would ideally the new commission chairman have a better understanding of why academies, for example, are important?
I think it's important that the commission, full stop, has a great deep understanding of the importance of the academy, and I believe they do. I don't think the academies are under any threat from some might see as deflection from some people, but the academies play an incredibly important role in the northern markets, and the reality is, without the academies, I mean, tonight we've had, I can only talk about Sydney Swans really, in the 15 years that the academy has been in place, we've had something like 6,000 kids go through the academy. 24 have found their way onto AFL lists. We'll have 6 playing tonight. And I can tell you, those that enjoy watching Isaac Heaney, he'd be playing rugby league. Errol Gordon would be playing soccer, and Callum Mills would be playing rugby union, which is a game they play here occasionally. So it plays a very important role in not just identifying talent, but actually turning them into AFL players and deepening the pool. And what we need to focus on in a game, as a game, is not trying to shut down things such as the Northern Academies, is actually deepening the pool in all markets.
So deflectors or detractors might then counter and say, well, by all means have the academies, do they have to be club-based? And you speak about the advantages they give clubs up here, but why is it important that they are tied to clubs?
I think there's a number of reasons, but the major one is that the clubs have the expertise and have the brand, and when we convince kids to come and play in the academy, whether it's the Sydney Swans or the Brisbane Lions, the Gold Coast or GWS, they're excited about getting their kit, and being part of the Sydney Swans Academy, not an AFL academy. It didn't work before the academies were introduced. It didn't work. We weren't producing any players out of the northern markets. Now we're starting to produce a few players. We've got 200 kids, for example, in our Next Generation Academy. We're taking the under-15s up to Uluru next month. It's playing an important role, not just in developing talent, but actually building the game, building support for the game, the families of the kids that are in the academies, the girls and the boys. It's really important that we keep doing it. It's not this. There aren't rivers of gold of players coming through the academies. That's the reality. But we need to keep developing them, and the access rules in terms of the point system. We haven't even had an opportunity to see how they work. They've just changed it. So I think let's just see how things settle down and continue on.
A good segue for a question from me. Heaney, Goulden, Mills, who you've mentioned, they are your poster boys now of this football club. They are the players that the youngsters aspire to be like. You're still being linked, though, to the odd key forward. Have those days gone? Is there part of you that thinks, well, maybe it still works for us to have the Buddy, Warwick-Kappa, plugger type player in terms of what we need on the field, or are you trying to shift away from that? Where do you sit on that as you continue to get linked to players who may try and increase the threat of your forward line?
If there's another Lance Franklin, Barry Hall or Tony Lockett out there where they fit into our plans, I can assure you. No, I don't think we need the inverted commas marquee player that has to be a full forward. I think we, as you said, the Isaac Heaneys, Chad Warners of the world are very high profile in Sydney. They really create great excitement. We're really just after the best players that we can get to represent us and play in the key positions. And clearly, we look to be active in the trade period. As opportunities present, or if we can, as we did with Brodie Grundy, specific need to go after people. We're a great place, great club, great place to play, great place to live, and my job and the job of our match committee is really to find the best. The list committee is to find the best talent.
Swans Chairman Andrew Pridham with us on ABC Sport as we get the opening bounce is still 35 minutes away here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. You're with Brett Sprigg, Daniel Garb, Joel Patfull, Ryan O'Keefe here as well. The opportunity for Tom Harley to go back to the heartland in Melbourne, and are you hoping he brings some sort of representation, I suppose, from his time here as far as what the northern clubs need in footy HQ?
I think Tom will bring a lot of things to the AFL. I mean, obviously he's a unique beast in that brought up in South Australia, played one game for Port Adelaide, kicked a goal. I don't think he had a possession though from memory. Premiership captain at Geelong, and then having lived in Sydney, worked for the AFL in Sydney, and then worked as our head of football and then CEO. So he brings a unique national perspective, and I think that's what's really important, and I don't think there needs to be an over-indexing on understanding the Sydney market or the Queensland market. It's really, what we need in the AFL is people who can have a broad view of the national game and represent everyone's interest, because the reality is every club has the unique circumstances, every state has the unique circumstances, and Tom will bring a great, well-rounded knowledge.
You just built in the last couple of years and finished a fantastic club facility here just down the road. I think you would agree that the fan experience, the game day experience here at the Sydney Cricket Ground has been lacking for quite some time. How do you begin to open a dialogue or a timeline around possible improvements to this facility?
Oh, come on. I wouldn't agree that. I think the game day experience is magnificent. I think the SCG is one of the great.
With what you have, you do a great job. But these grandstands now are 40-odd years old.
They are nostalgic. Look, I think what I can tell you is that the crowds at the SCG have been building year after year after year, and last year I think we averaged just under 40,000 people per game. Multiple sellouts. This year is no different. We've had and ordinarily we'd get somewhere between 38 and 43,000. So the fan experience is great. Ultimately, what would be important at the SCG would be that it is upgraded. Clearly, some of the stands need to be upgraded in terms of particularly corporate facilities. That will happen, and I would think the capacity could be increased to 60,000.
Quick one just lastly. For a guy we never heard from during his playing days, is it a surprise you that Buddy Franklin's doing a Hot Takes podcast at the moment?
Nothing surprises me, Buddy. I correspond with him regularly, and he's a very knowledgeable person about the game. after his comments about the Carlton coach, I am calling him Buddy Corns, which he seemed to like, actually, which is scary. No, he's going really well, and the podcasts are really good. People should listen to it.
Appreciate your time, Andrew.
Pleasure.
Andrew Pridham there, the Swans chairman, with us Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Our pre-game guest, and it was great to have a chat about a few topics here with the chairman of the Swans board. Your texts are welcome, 0437 774 774. Lockie in Borough, SA. Until father-son is available to the newer teams, there needs to be some offset in the draft like academies. Looking forward to a great call. Well, yeah, we're going to start to see that, I suppose. It took West Coast and Adelaide a while to have father-sons as well. So you're talking about teams that are now 30-odd years old, and the academies do look at... I'm doing the Gold Coast-Melbourne game tomorrow. A lot of academy products there on the Gold Coast list, as there are here in Sydney and at the... Not as many at the Giants, but...
People love the father-son, and we're going to see one tonight who is, along with Nick Dacos, the best in the competition in Sam Darcy. And the academies, I think even people in the footy heartland states would accept that they are good for the overall game. I think the main argument is you have to give up more for the special talents, and that you get a Nick Dacos or a Sam Darcy for just far too cheap, and that sometimes the Queensland clubs and the New South Wales clubs have access to the academies and there's a superstar player and they don't necessarily give up enough. I think if they correct that, the argument is diluted a lot. That seems to be a sticking point amongst a lot of supporters at the moment. In terms of the draft compensation, you get the points. So the picks that you give up for like a Sam Darcy or Nick Dacos are just not representative of a top one or top two pick.
Yeah, I think if you take the father-son or the father-daughter out of, I think it should be a club should do that, because there's that give back to the club, and that person's given a lot to the club and give the opportunity and keeping. I think that's really good. And then the academy stuff, like, I think a lot of people don't realise how hard the academies work and the hours they are putting into developing talent in these non-traditional states and cities. The amount of man and female hours that the academy coaches and the administrators do to get players playing our game, upskilling them, trying to fast-track them. When you got kids that go to school here in Sydney and they have to play rugby, or they're not allowed to play AFL at school. They have to. And then they got to fit in. They play rugby on Saturday, then they got to fit a club footy in on the Sunday, and then they might be doing surf lifesaving and stuff like that. So these academies are working so hard. And it's helped supported by the clubs. The clubs should have first crack at them.
I'm with you, 100% first crack. But you've got a situation right now, and I'm supportive of the academies. I mean, Isaac Heaney wouldn't be an AFL footballer, as Andrew Pridham just told us, if it wasn't for the academies. But you've had Gold Coast having 3 top 10 picks last year, 2 or 3 coming up this year, and the argument is they have got access to just a far bigger landscape of player than the other clubs do. If they get them, that's great for the game, but they've just got to give up a bit more, or else it's too much of a free kick. That's the argument that I'm presenting from others, and I think if they correct that, the argument changes a little bit.
So this is the who's complaining about it? The ones that aren't doing good jobs or aren't winning. You think, how many premierships has Gold Coast won? If you look at them in the Giants, you'd say the Gold Coast haven't achieved anywhere near what the Giants have, and they're getting all this talent. It's exciting. It means kids up there go, I want to play. And if the Gold Coast win a premiership, isn't that the ideal situation?
I'm not saying they shouldn't have those players. It's about how much they give up. That's all. That's the only sticking point. I'm with you on that side.
The broad conversation around all that stuff, which, of course, we can always weave through as we go. Of course, we have the opening bounce here 25 minutes away at the Sydney Cricket Ground. The Sydney Swans and the Western Bulldogs coming your way very shortly. Just on those Sunday team selections. So St Kilda and Fremantle have both made 3 changes all up for the last game of the round at Perth Stadium on Sunday. Bradley Hill out for the Saints with illness. Sean Darcy comes back in for the Dockers. And the other game news, Richmond has named McKelty Lafau for his first game since round 12 last year, coming back from the ACL. So he'll return against the Crows at the MCG alongside defender Jacob Blight, while Caleb Smith and Thomas Sims have been dropped for the Tigers. Adelaide's made just the one change for that game We had James Peatling replacing Luke Pedler. So for that St Kilda Freo game, this team news coming through this afternoon, Bradley Hill, he'll miss through illness, as I mentioned. Jimmy Webster is being managed and Ryan Burns has been dropped. Hugo Garcia and Liam Henry are among the ins with Jack Carroll. For Fremantle, the Dockers add Sean Darcy to support Luke Jackson in the ruck, while they also bring back in Oscar McDonald and small forward Isaiah Dudley. He comes in. Josh Draper, James Aish and Jeremy Sharp have all been omitted. So the team news there to come out of the games coming up on Sunday. And, of course, as we speak, most of the rounds still to come. Tomorrow, Gold Coast, Melbourne, Hawthorn versus North Melbourne, and Collingwood and the West Coast Eagles. All things should sort of sort themselves out there, you would think, by way of results. Maybe the early game's a hard one to call there, but we'll get into all that later on tonight here as well. Your texts are welcome, 0437 774 774. You're with Brett Sprigg, Daniel Garb, Joel Patfull, Ryan O'Keefe, and the Swans and the Bulldogs will make their way back out onto the SCG very, very shortly. We had a bit of rain earlier on. It's mostly clear skies now. Very dark night skies here at the SCG.
Australia's Test Tour of the West Indies is on now.
What about that? Unbelievable!
Catch every ball on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the cricket button. On ABC Sport, you're listening to the 2025 AFL Premiership season.
Don't get better than this.
On your radio,
Sport Digital,
and on the ABC Listen app.
Friday night, Sydney Cricket Ground is where you find us. If you have just done so throughout South Australia, welcome to you. It's the Swans and the Bulldogs, and it all gets underway in about 25 minutes from now. It's great to have you join us here through ABC Sport. My name is Brett Sprigg. I'll be calling the action tonight alongside Daniel Garb, who spoke. We'll get to Garby in a second, because Garby did speak in the Bulldogs camp to one of their assistant coaches. And you touched on it earlier, Garby, about, I guess, the tribute to Marcus Bontempelli in this milestone game tonight, his 250th AFL appearance. Our experts are dual premiership winner Ryan O'Keefe and former Lion and Giant Joel Patfull. And you can text us as well, as always, 0437 774 774. The team news is there is some late news for the Sydney Swans. Tom McCartan out with illness. Jack Buller comes in for just his second career game. He debuted in his first year, in which he was a mid-season pick in 2023. A lad from WA. So he joins Jake Lloyd and Ollie Florent as ins. Florent is the sub. It's his first game for a month. Out goes Joel Amati and Riley Bice for the Sydney Swans, while Buku Kamas is the Bulldogs sub, as he was last week. In comes Johannesson and Sanders. Out goes Adam Treloar with a calf. And Josh Dolan, who has been omitted. We speak about the players that have returned for Sydney and the fact that most of that injury drama is behind them. What does it do for the guys who have been playing, Joel? So how does it unburden the likes of sort of Warner, who's playing 100th game tonight, Chad Warner, or Blakey, even McInerney and Sheldrick and those guys, when they've got such strong support like Goulden, Papley, et al. Back in that side?
Well, I mean, you heard it from Andrew Pridham. It's a lot easier playing your best footy when you get a bit of talent back in your team. So it does lessen that load, but it takes a bit of stress off those guys having to get 20 and manufacture that play when it's probably not their natural game sometimes to be involved offensively, which those guys are. And one of the big ones as well is Callum Mills over the last few weeks coming back. Obviously got suspended, but had a great game last week as well. So some of that core leadership at the Swans to be able to come back in, and they set the tone defensively as well, guys like Mills, and really gets them going. So huge ins and takes the load off, especially your bottom five. That's where you notice it. It's like your bottom five drops off a little bit. Those guys probably aren't quite up to it. You step up the level and get things going from there.
Spoke about the Swans' pressure against Port Adelaide last week, Ryan. They'll have to bring it tonight, won't they? Because the Dogs are a fantastic ball movement team. If they start to look slick and maintain that across the game, the Swans will be up against it.
Yeah, you can see the Bulldogs play a high possession game, plenty of handball run. So if you don't pressure them, you don't shut those outlets off, they'll get off the chain. You know,
yeah, it is sheer weight of numbers. So the highest scoring team in the comp, they draw you into high scoring games, which means you can't miss your opportunities, which the Swans did last week, despite the fact they won. But they just win so much more of the footy, don't they? So many of those players that are averaging sort of mid-20s disposals every game, they are slick. And when they get going, they win games by big margins. But you must also consider, this is my other point, the teams they've beaten. Now, they haven't had wins against other top 8 sides. They beat the Giants in Canberra, that's it. So obviously the Swans aren't a top 8 side, but they'll be trying to play with the desperation, the intensity of one to keep their season alive.
Yeah, as we sort of spoken about already, it's a critical game for both teams in terms of their finals campaign. Really, now that the buys are all sort of getting over, this is the business part of the regular season where everything's starting to sort out. Everyone knows what's the form, who's carrying injuries, all that sort of stuff, and both teams really have to now can't afford to drop too many games, and this game is a critical or a pivotal point in the season. And both teams were probably hoping this game wouldn't be that. They've got enough wins up on the board to be able to go, look, we can play consistent footy. But what's happened is, and particularly for the Swans, they can't drop another game. I don't think. I think if they drop this game, that's it.
Yeah, you're right. And for the Bulldogs, this is the biggest test they've had over the last month. They like playing, like you said, that quick, aggressive footy, and they're great under the roof. Up in Sydney, smaller ground, it's going to be a tight, contested game of footy. So they're going to have to bring their best game to get over the line tonight.
They won here last year. A bloke by the name of Jamari Ugle-Hagan kicked 4. Adam Treloar had 40 possessions, both not playing tonight. They've replaced Jamari Ugle-Hagan pretty adequately with Sam Darcy. So I just can't wait to watch him tonight. Like, big stage and a big-name player ready to potentially win it for his team, especially with the absence of Tom McCartan. It's a massive blow for the Sydney Swans that Tom McCartan is out. Joel is a former AFL defender. What on earth can you do when a player that is 6'10" and so competitive, which is what the Dogs told us a moment ago when I was chatting to Matt Spanger. He says his competitiveness for a guy who seems so mild-mannered is off the charts. How on earth do you try and match him if the ball is kicked at that point where you just can't get to?
Well, there's not much you can do. I'd like to have the answer. I think everyone's looking for the answer right now. I think the last couple of weeks has shown there's not much guys can do. But, I mean, sadly, like you said, McCartan was almost a perfect matchup for him. He's got the height, he's got the agility to go with him. So, going to be a big, big task for Melican or whoever does go to him tonight. But I think all you can do is use your body. You've got to tangle him up. You can't let him run and jump at the footy. So, take some energy out of him. So, when he gets to the ball, he's not as explosive when he gets to go there. But then once again, if it's kicked on his head and he extends his arms, you need help from you need third in, you need guys like Dan Rampy coming over the top and help you out in the aerial contest. So huge task for whoever goes there. And it's going to be more of a team defence. It's not a one-on-one. It's not anything like that. And in saying that as well, Darcy, he works so hard, so he gets up the ground and then he loses the defender on the way back as well. So whoever has the task has to watch him coming through, doesn't let him get a mismatch deep and stuff like that. So there's so many elements that goes into a player like that, and that's what makes him so dangerous.
I suppose the other thing you mentioned as a defender, if he's going up the ground, you want to just keep pushing him and shoving him up the ground and if he's taking all his marks up here on the wing, that's actually all right. It's when he's taking them just out front of the goal square, which is going to be quite dangerous. But again, a player like that, like, you just got to put body. Don't let him run and jump. As soon as he runs and jump, you got no chance of doing it. So you got to just keep getting into him. You got to be a real pest and just body him the whole game.
And then it's ensuring that the supply into him is not clean.
Yeah.
It's, as we call it, dirty ball. So the midfield just has to be relentless, don't they, to ensure that the Dogs midfielders can't put it exactly where he wants.
Look, I think dirty. Just don't get it in there because dirty. If it's set up high, it's going to suit him anyway. But I think it's more the defender just has to just tangle him up, body, just annoy him, just make him not worry about the ball, make him worry about, and then get your third man in by Blakey and these guys coming across.
There was criticism for the fact that Sam Darcy was used in the ruck last week by Luke Beveridge. Talk about hot take merchants. There was one in particular who was pretty big on this. The fact that he was, he's the new Ferrari. He's your most precious commodity, but he's being used as a pinch hitting ruck because that's what happens to Talls. They play ruck occasionally, but
Springer, if you got out of the ruck, if you got a Ferrari, you don't leave it in the garage.
But you could argue there is more risk of injury if you're playing in the ruck. But there are other guys that can play ruck in this.
I don't think I'd be putting him in the ruck. Would you put Buddy Franklin in the ruck?
He couldn't get his arms above his head.
Yeah.
So yeah, there is that. But I Yeah, I did note that during the week. There was, or out of last weekend's game, in which they did.
It was more the fact that the game was done, wasn't it? And the game was finished, and they were 10 goals up, and you put him in the ruck. So there's that risk, but he's a young player, and he's probably got to learn the ropes at some stage, doesn't he?
The Bulldogs banners are always a big thing here. So it's Marcus Bonabli's 250th game, and it says he's such a top bloke, he would never gloat. So let's do it for Marcus because he is the GOAT. And
Very
I think
good.
that does adequately surmise the sentiment of Bulldogs fans who recognise him as their best player now, potentially their best player of all time.
Yeah, definitely. I think he's their best player of all time, to be honest. As I said, his record stands for it. He's won a premiership. There's not too many other Dogs players that have done that.
So the incentive for that team tonight is obvious, to win it for their skipper in his milestone game. But a win tonight would consolidate their place in the top 8, which they only reclaimed last week with back-to-back wins. And depending on percentage, they would be 4th tonight, albeit with most of the rounds still to play. So they can be as high as 4th, the Dogs, tonight with a win here at the Sydney Cricket Ground.
Well, they probably deserve to be around about that, don't they, after the month or 6 weeks that they've put together. So they've really come in, and probably one of the form teams in the comp over the last 3 weeks have really been able to put some good performances together. So big game, huge opportunity for the club as well. Like we said, both teams are really, there's a lot on the line.
Well, it's this back in after all the buys, that mid-season buy. This is when the whips get cracking to set yourself up for finals. And yeah, you saw what they did in 16. This is when they started playing. They strung a whole heap of form, and they went into finals with great momentum, didn't they? So look, they definitely have the capability to be a top 4 team when they're up and going. Definitely.
Off the SMS 0437 774 774. Will, who's putting his hand up for the Sydney Swans CEO job. What's your email, mate? Never been a CEO, but I'll have a crack. It looks like a tough year. Will in Pinaroo. Bevo Forever says Joel from Malmesbury. Graham in Canberra says, for goodness sake, stop talking in feet, inches. It just sounds better. I'm sorry, Graham. I know we're a bit old school, and we sort of interchange between metres and centimetres, but just saying 190, whatever it is, doesn't sound as good as 6'10". He'd be 200 and something, wouldn't he? But yes, we appreciate your correspondence throughout the evening. 0437 774 774. The teams will be out here very shortly.
They have the top 3 score involvement per game players in the competition, the Bulldogs. That's crazy. So Bontempelli, Darcy and Ed Richards, who is the one who has really bolted this season. The Swans had that for much of last season when they won the minor premiership with the big 3 in their midfield. So they've got those 3. And then there's Liberatore, who plays his 250th next week.
Yep.
And as we know, he's a model of consistency. And Tim English, who's gone to the next level in the last month or so, alongside Brodie Grundy. That'll be a great matchup tonight because Grundy's form over the last 4 or 6 weeks has been elite as well. So we've got these 2 fantastic midfields going head-to-head. Bont, Richards, Libba up against Heaney, Warner-Goulden, and the 2 rucks who are in fantastic form as well. It just seems on paper the Dogs have that jewel in the crown up forward, which maybe the Swans are lacking at the moment, but then there's a Papley or so who can chime in as well. I mean, it's such a fascinating game to break down, but those players, I mean, Richards is one we should touch on considering that stat. He's just blossomed this season, hasn't he?
Yeah, and then I think the Bulldogs, what they're doing, their bottom half of their list are starting to improve and play really, really good football. And the other one that's added to it is Kennedy.
Yeah,
he's been a great pick for them. But if you look across, if you look at both teams on paper, the Dog, you arguably say the Dogs list is much better. It's much more balanced.
Yeah, Matt Kennedy, he's one of your old Giants teammates.
He is,
Joel.
and he adds to that Dogs midfield, doesn't it? And I think for me, it's the battle of the mids tonight is going to be huge. Which midfield can get on top? Talk about Heaney and Warner getting it back together. Goulden you throw in there, and Ed Richards is the number 1 ranked player in the AFL. So he's, you don't really talk about him as much, but he runs and carries. He's so damaging when he gets the ball forward and delivers inside 50.
The Dogs make their way out, sorry, Joel, and just they actually have to almost force their skipper through the front of the banner here because it does have his face emblazoned across it, and of course does describe him as the Western Bulldogs GOAT, the greatest of all time. And the Bulldogs will warm up in the left-hand side of your radio dial, the Paddington of the SCG, Friday night footy here on ABC Sports. So the Dogs are out there first. The Swans will join them very, very shortly. What sort of a response do you look for from Jake Lloyd and Ollie Florent?
Well, huge, I would have thought. I mean, Jake Lloyd wouldn't have been dropped for probably 10 years almost, so he's been so consistent and so good for the Swans. So to go back to the VFL. Had 38 touches last week, so showed how good he was back there. And Ollie Florent, probably the same. Probably for 5 years he had cemented his spot up there. So they'll be huge in trying to turn that around and adding to that pressure that they brought last week and really adding to the team. So I'd expect a huge response from those guys.
Yeah, and they're both, Jake's been a great player for the club for a long time. You'd think he's a proud guy. You'd think that was just a bit of a kick in the guts. And
his first omission in 10 years.
Yeah, and they'd be like, all right, he did what he had to do. He went back, he played good footy. He's got that opportunity now, and I would say he'd have a good game tonight because you don't want to let that slip again.
Can you take us into the inner sanctum? When a player like Jake Lloyd gets dropped, what gets said around a playing group? How do players react to that? What does it do for morale? Does it put players on notice? Can you take us into that space?
Sort of depends on the circumstance, but if you're out of form, you're out of form, and it just goes to show that there's no favours for anyone. And that
you went through it late in your career.
Yeah, but that was a bit different. So we won't go. We haven't got an hour to talk about it.
Fair enough.
But in terms of that's just okay. But the point is that it's just like him and Ollie obviously have been consistent players. It goes, well, if you're not playing, Dean's made a statement saying, look, if you're not playing well, it doesn't matter who you are, how many games, or you haven't been dropped before, you've got to earn your spot.
Callum Mills leads out the Swans here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Fine conditions, cool and breezy so far today. We had a very light shower a couple of hours ago. Nothing since then. The Swans and the Dogs coming your way very, very shortly. 0437 774 774. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Ben Cameron and Corbin Middlemash from ABC Sport here.
Alongside Paul Roos, Brett Delidio and Poppy Penny, we bring you all the latest AFL news from both on and off the field on the ABC AFL Daily podcast.
You can hear it all on the ABC Listen app.
Up to steady and pull the trigger!
Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast. It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
ABC Sport. You're listening to the 2025 AFL Premiership season.
Don't get better than this.
Footy's biggest weekly stage, Friday Night Footy. Pulls the trigger on goal and goes bang! Lightning stuff!
Unbelievable!
Oh, he makes the impossible look easy! Snaps across the body and the party continues.
In front of Elliott! Jamie Elliott! He launched into the night sky!
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. Don't get better than this.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport, on radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than this.
With recent good form, but yet with it all to play for on this Friday evening at the Sydney Cricket Ground. The Swans cavalry has returned, and they have, in some part, turned around this sluggish start to Dean Cox's first year in charge. They host a Western Bulldogs outfit tonight, out to prove a point. They scraped back into the top 8 last week. They can solidify that place with the right result tonight as they chase win number 9 of the campaign in game number 250 for Captain Marcus Bontempelli. My name is Brett Sprigg. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Daniel Garb will call the action alongside me. The text line is 0437 774 774. The team news, just to recap one more time, there's a late out for the Swans. Tom McCartan through illness. Jack Buller comes in. So you'd imagine that means that Aaron Francis will swing back to replace McCartan, and Jack Buller, the forward, will come in for the Sydney Swans. Just his second career game, their mid-season rookie of 2013 from WA. And I'm all welcome to those out in WA joining us for the first time this evening on ABC Local Radio. The sub for the Swans is Ollie Florent. The sub for the Bulldogs is Buku Karmas. They are, of course, missing Adam Treloar, who's out with a calf. Josh Dolan omitted. Jason Johannesson and Riley Sanders are the inclusions. And there's one other big inclusion here as well, Garby. Rory Lobb is wearing a special blue glove on his left hand. So he's had some issues with that hand. He's copped some knocks to that hand in recent times. He's sought the necessary permission, and he has almost the colour matching his jumper, Rory Lobb. Not quite the blue hair we saw a few weeks ago. Of course, he's now growing that back out. But a special new glove for Rory Lobb here for the Western Bulldogs. And yes, it's all ahead of us here. The opening bout's just a few minutes away, so let's get the final word from our experts, Northwith medalist Ryan O'Keefe and former Lion and Giant Joel Patfull.
Yeah, we'll keep going about it, but it's probably going to go about it all tonight, is about how critical this game is for both teams. Look, the Swans have got into a bit of form. They're going for 3 in a row. Admittedly, yeah, they beat Richmond, and Port Adelaide's a team that's been up and down, but on the flip side, the Dogs too, they really haven't taken out a big scalp. So for both teams, this is probably going to be the biggest win for them for the season, and hopefully, and probably will, set them up for the run home in the finals. And but it's definitely going to be a battle between the midfield. Both teams are stacked in that midfield, but I just think the Dogs have just got a little bit more on the peripheral on both ends of the ground.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. But I think the Swans are set for the game tonight. I think they're coming off a bit of confidence from last week. I think, obviously, a few huge ins, and has really settled that team down a little bit. So I'm expecting a huge contest here from the Swans tonight. And really, their season's on the line, like we've talked about. So what better occasion to come here in front of your home ground and put your best performance forward and almost try and get your season back on track.
The Swans' efficiency up forward was lacking, even with the win against Port Adelaide last week. But the Dogs don't have those concerns. They have a lot of options, and they do just have, as you say, weight of possession. They have a big possession-based game. Opportunities inside 50, they create plenty of those.
Yeah, probably my criticism on the Swans this season has been their skills and turnover, and obviously adding Errol Gouldens helped that. But if the Swans turn the ball over against the Dogs, it's going to come back with interest. And they are efficient when they go forward, as you mentioned, with the amount of targets they got. So the Swans, the way they're going to have to be really careful on their forward entries and on how they're going to get it, how they're going to try and generate scores, how they're going to get marks inside 50. And I think that's going to be a critical stat, how many marks the Swans can take inside 50, because not only is giving them shots on goal, it's not allowing the Dogs to start generating some run and drive out of their back half.
Yeah, it comes down to that ball movement as well for the Swans, doesn't it? They need to change their angles and try and switch the ball and get it to the open side. The Dogs will try and keep it in tight. They'll come out here and they'll put the pressure on it in tight. So they need to be clean in tight, but then they need to get their runners on the outside. And like we've just said before, the efficiency inside forward 50 is going to be huge, especially after last week.
Who gets Sam Darcy?
Well, I think it has to be Melican. He's probably the most experienced one down there. I think Francis will probably sit in and almost be a third into the contest, but they'd have to put a huge amount of emphasis on where Darcy's going. And I think from what they've said during the week, there's been a lot of planning going in there. Obviously, that's probably gone out the window with McCartan not playing tonight. But, I mean, Francis goes in there. I wouldn't be surprised if he's the one that sort of sits in the hole and comes third in.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have to do the third man in, I think, the way they're going to have to sort of defend the game. They're going to have to also force the Dogs to kick it long in and not let get on the lead, because, as I said, but the thing is, though, the Dogs got other options as well. So if they put all their cards into let's stopping Darcy, other players will bob up and kick goals. Like, their smalls down there have been absolutely lethal as well.
We haven't talked about Norton. He's obviously a huge key forward as well. So I mean, yeah, you're right. There's that many options up there. So it's a battle, and as much pressure as the Swans midfield can go in and put on the Bulldogs midfield obviously helps those Swans defender as well. So it's a huge battle all around.
Garvey mentioned the last time these sides met, it was Jamal Ugle-Hagan who kicked 4 goals in round 20 last year at this venue. Dogs won by 39 points, and the Bulldogs have won 4 of their past 7 at the SCG. 3 of those games were 4 points or less, or involved a margin of 4 points or less. So there you go. They've had some good battles here as well. Of course, there'd be memories of the 2016 grand final for Marcus Bontempelli, but also plenty of players on both sides here. Still 9 years on from that GF, which I'm sure exists so nicely in the memories of Bontempelli, Liberatore, and those in red, white and blue.
Probably some Swans fans who are still struggling to come to terms with the umpiring on that day, let's be honest. But it's one that still burns, and it's, along with several others, a litany of grand final defeats for Sydney in recent times, but just a massive occasion for the Swans to try and keep their finals hopes alive. Do you subscribe to the theory, Ryan O'Keefe and Joel Patfull? And we're getting ahead of ourselves here because there's 4 quarters of footy to be played, but if the Swans can win a game like tonight with Goulden and Papley back, can they go on enough of a run to, if they do, say, sneak in the 8, actually beat some of the best teams in the competition on their day, considering they've made 2 grand finals in the last 3 seasons and they're still, in their core, relatively young?
My only doubt is their forward setup. head of the ball. Have they got? They haven't got a key forward, I think, at the moment that's been dangerous or making enough contest to be able to lock balls in there with the amount of forward entries that they're going to get. So when you get playing against good sides, you don't get too many opportunities, and I just don't think they've been able to capitalise or create enough opportunities to be competitive against the good sides.
Yeah, I think you're right. But the storylines there, though, we saw Brisbane last year in probably a similar position, really, where coming off a grand final loss, and the first half of the year was pretty ordinary. So there's definitely potential there. If they've obviously got the talent there in the midfield. Forward line is a big issue, but there's no reason why they can't.
Off the SMS 0437 774 774. Brett in Canberra. Great name. Hi, team. Just interested to know if there is a correlation between top teams and their fundamentals, e.g. handball, mark and kick skills, and their results. I'm a Blues supporter, by the way. Thanks for the disclosure there, Brett. But I guess you could say quite comfortably the good teams do the so-called easy things well.
Yeah, great teams do the basics really well all the time, and they make sort of less mistakes. But it's also the game is still very simple, and it's the team that's competitive, that works hard, gets the contest, wins the contest, does all that sort of stuff you don't need talent for really well all the time. Are generally the teams that win.
Well, you say the simple things give the players time too. You hit a target, gives them time. You hit a handball that's in the area, rather than having to pick up from the ground, gives the players time. You execute the next skill better. So it's a flow-on effect as well. You're not under pressure constantly. So the better teams definitely do it much better.
An early win for Marcus Bontempelli in his 250th game. He's won the toss of the Bulldogs. They'll kick to the Randwick end to start here. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. It's about 12 degrees at present. So as I say, it's been a bit of a cool, breezy day here in Sydney. Not much rain, but quite a chilly evening here as the crowd continues to file in at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Oh, it's a real scrap now. This is still a minute before the opening bounce. Tom Papley's been ragdolled. Sam Darcy's giving a nudge in there as well. In comes Haywood on Norton. There's already a jumper torn in there as well. Aaron Norton. This is unbelievable.
This is as big a fracas we've seen before a first bounce this season.
And it's a long time before the first bounce. Players are still moving across the ground, sort of just passing each other, or so it seemed, until there was contact. Now, they just spread now and go to their positions, but I didn't see what initiated that.
Papley into Darcy, I think.
Yeah, well, that wouldn't surprise me if it was Papley involved, but players trot to their positions here while the umpire looks to just disperse the players a little further and bounce the ball here. So, what a way to start this desperate game for both sides. Friday night footy on ABC Sport, and you're with Dan Garb.
The Swans are angry. Goulden and Bailey Dale going at it at the wing. James Jordan is standing next to Ed Richards. So he's not with Bont in his 250th. Richards is the target for the Swans tagger in Jordan. Ball bounce, Grundy and English, both in great form. Don't tap it cleanly. And there's a free kick going the way of the Dogs. Advantage is not paid. Liberatore not happy. He emerged with it. But it'll go back to English, who was caught in that wrestle with Grundy to start the game. An eventful beginning to this one as English puts it inside. 50 for Darcy on the lead straight away, marking out in front. Well, that might just be an omen for the Bulldogs tonight, and a big concern for Sydney without Tom McCartan. Darcy on that lead, a wonderful pass from English. He'll kick from 40 out directly in front.
Meanwhile, Aaron Norton's jumper is still ripped. It's like the Richie Beno style, buttons down to the belly button. He'll have to get a new jumper at some stage before the opening bounce.
You can see what the Swans are trying to do. They're trying to get into Darcy and try and rattle him.
Melican was 2 metres behind Darcy. The phenom with the first of the game, never looked like missing. What a start for the Dogs. Darcy on the board with the first major of the night inside 50 seconds.
Well, it's worst case scenario for the Swans defenders, isn't it? But how good's this kid? You could see it was actually the Bulldogs forwards working together, and they put on a bit of a block, and it just gave Darcy that 2 or 3 metres. And once the ball was in the air, you could see it was never missing him, was it? It gave him the space and give him an opportunity to jump at the footy, and he was always going there. So great start by the Dogs, and shows that the Swans are obviously looking to try and disrupt Darcy and go after him, but if he can do that, there's not much you can do.
But we spoke about you got to take his run and movement out of it, get body. You can see he's got there's so much space between him and Mullican. Like, you can't do that. As a defender, you should be not blocking his leading lane, putting body into him.
The voice of Ryan O'Keefe, Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Restart back in the middle, missed by Liberatore. Another block here going the way of the Bulldogs, just like the opening bounce of the game. So English waits for a moment, goes long in the line. He may find Darcy again. Running start from Norton, too deep in the pack. It's come off a fist there. Blakey off to Mills in defence. Shares it back to Cunningham. Little 1-2 now with Wicks, and Wicks can rebound the football here for the Swans.
Just backward of the wing. Mark taken by Papley overhead. First game at the SCG in over 3 months, Tom Papley. Made his comeback last week in the win against Port after 14 weeks out, the longest spell with an injury of his career. His kick is an ugly one. Grubber ball to the wing. Gathered by the 100 gamer though in Warner. Handball to Roberts. And now they move it forward to half forward. Bounces into the chest of Hayward. Wrapped up well by Bailey Williams. We'll have a ball up. 55 out from the Swans goals.
Dogs with the opening goal of the game through Sam Darcy. Ball up at half forward for Sydney. Comes down to Chad Warner. Milestone man for the Swans. Centering ball to find Lloyd at centre half forward. This will test his distance, 55 out, so he goes closer to the pocket. Blakey got back there, competes with Vandermeer. At ground level, Blakey tries again. In the back went Vandermeer, and the umpire says we will ball it up. And there's still a scrap here as well. Just like pre the opening bounce, players grabbing jumpers. Umpire comes in to separate them. Ball up inside. In fact, it's going to be a free kick. It is a free kick paid to Blakey. So it was the push from Vandermeer, and it will be a set shot here for Nick Blakey. 40 out, slight angle left of centre.
Well played by Blakey. Really drew that free kick in, but you can see the intent the Swans are. Blakey got up and got into Vandermeer there, so they're trying to show that they've got some physicality about them, and this is their home ground, and they're not standing for it. So I expect there's going to be a lot of push and shove tonight.
Averaged 28 disposals in his past couple of games, Nick Blakey. All-Australian last year. Defender. Here he is up forward. A set shot from 45. Tugs it left-hand side. The Swans' first score is a behind. The Bulldogs are 1 straight 6. Swans 1 behind. 4-goal opening term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Physical start. The SCG, and here's the 250 game up. Marcus Bontempelli with his first possession. It's a scrappy one though to Bailey Dale, and they turn it over. Jake Lloyd back in the side. 30 out on the snap. Misses to the right. Couple of missed opportunities from the Swans. You don't expect that from Marcus Bontempelli, a stray handball in his own defensive 50, but Sydney didn't make him pay.
But Jake Lloyd had so much more time than that. These are the situations you've got to take your opportunity.
Williams for the Dogs thumps it long beyond defensive 50. Davidson floats across the pack and marks. Hand pass off to Johannesen. Back in the action. His first game since round 11. It's come off hands here. Down again now to Hines. Hand pass inside 50. Liberatore. Tackle dispossessed now. English spins through trouble. Hand pass back to Darcy, who straightens up from 20 out and has his second. First 2 goals of the game for Sam Darcy. The Dogs are 2 straight 12. The Swans just the 2 behinds. 5 gone first term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Your experts Joel Patfull and Ryan O'Keefe.
Well, what do you say? It was actually a 3-on-1 on the half forward line with Darcy and 3 Swans players, but then no one took him at ground level. It's like they did their job in the air and just let him go inside 50, and that's how dangerous he is. He followed up the footy, stayed in contact with the play, and then got a quick kick away. So, I mean, 1 in the air, 1 on ground level. He's looking pretty dangerous up there, isn't he?
Well, that's why he's such a valuable player, because he's great in the air and great on the ground for such a big guy. But to your point, look how much space they're giving him. He's got 1 handball, jogging around. There's nobody. Look, he's all on his own, rolling around. And, if he was a target and I'm defending him, I would be in his shorts all night. He would not be moving without me in his grill.
The megastar, that is Sam Darcy, with the first 2 goals of the game. Dogs 2 straight 12, 2 behinds for the Swans. They scrap away in the middle of the SCG. Bontempelli just soccers it forward, only as far as Blakey though. Darts around Richards, works it forward to Grundy. Sweeping handball out wide to Papley, who started on a wing seemingly. Goes into the pocket, it's over the head of McLean, and it evades Hayward. Boundary throw in right forward pocket for the Swans. They've got a lot of thinking to do in terms of the Sam Darcy threat 6.5 minutes gone. Friday night footy at the SCG. Dogs 2 straight 12. Sydney 2 behinds. Here's Brett Sprigg.
A couple of key things for the Swans. Their starts, God knows they've been 14th, ranked 14th in opening terms this year. Slow starters. Grundy wins it down here. As it does come down here, towed away. Roberts deep with the pocket now. It's not quite there for Campbell. Johannesson goes up to bring the footy down. Wrapped up by Braden Campbell in the pocket. The umpire says, hold the ball. So a Swans free kick deep at left full forward. They must take every opportunity because the Dogs are a very efficient forward 50 side. The Swans are not, even when they're winning.
Well, they've both had the same amount of scoring shots. Just the difference is Doggies have kicked them straight.
Braden Campbell on his non-preferred right boot. It's right across the face. Doesn't go through for anything. No change to the score. Dogs rebound the football. Harms beaten through the air by Roberts. Goes back inside 50 here for the Swans. It's chopped off by Donald.
Stray kick from McLean, but they've turned it over, the Bulldogs once again. Excellent forward pressure from Sydney to start this game. And Lloyd, who missed a pretty easy shot not too long ago, has taken the mark. 25 out, tight angle on the left. He'll try run around for the Swans first of the game.
Kick a drop punt, please.
He'll go the snap. One of the big stories after he was omitted from the side 2 weeks ago. Jack Lloyd back with a vengeance. Kicks the first major for Sydney. They are 1-2-8. Bulldogs 2 straight 12. An exciting start to this one on a Friday night at the SCG, and the Swans forward pressure, Ryan O'Keefe and Joel Patfull, has been a feature so far.
Yeah, well, he showed me, didn't he? But look, they have to take the opportunities. Like Braden Campbell has a shot. You have to kick those ones. You're not going to get too many opportunities, and we know how dangerous the Dogs when they go forward. But their pressure, you can see they've got a lot of energy, the Swans, which is really, really good. But they just can't be kicking like at 1-6 or their scorecard at the end of the game can't be more behinds than goals.
Well, four inside 50 turnovers on the way back, so the Dogs are giving them looks. The Dogs are trying to get out, and the Swans are pressuring extremely hard forward, and it's a great sign that they're on and they're looking to turn the footy over higher and creating those opportunities.
The voice of Jill Best and Ferris winning line, Joel Patfull on ABC Sport. Sheldrick dumped the tackle there by Liberatore. Umpire says give it to me. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. The Bucks go at it. Grundy in English. It's fed down towards Kennedy. Dogs go forward of halfway again. Deep to full forward. Milliken beats Darcy this time. Intercepts at full back for the Sydney Swans. Dogs by 4 points. 9 go on first term. You're at the SCG.
That will give Milliken some confidence that he finds Grundy out in front of English at left half back. Short to Campbell. Marks overhead. Just outside defensive 50. He'll get on that raking left foot now. Not his best effort. Lobb has front position in front of McLean and takes the mark. Blue glove and all. And that's not Braden Campbell's best effort by foot. So Lobb just in front of the interchange gates. Of course, a former player in this city with GWS goes short. Barely the 15 to Riley West, who's having a sneaky good season. Flying under the radar perhaps, but he's run into trouble here in the form of Warner in his 100th. Breaks the tackle though after running into him on the mark. Goes the 1-2 with Davidson. Up to half forward. It's gathered by Harms, and then a strong tackle by Warner on Davidson. A set up for him, and he's joined by a couple of Swans teammates in Sheldrick and also Campbell, and they just swooped on Davidson there. Ball up half forward for the Bulldogs.
Bulldogs by 4 points here at the SCG. Spilled by Richards. Follows up with a kick out of the air. Out of bounds on the full. There's Sydney ball at left half back.
They've definitely set the intent early, the Swans, haven't they? With their tackle pressure, defensive pressure. Definitely up and about with their energy in the face of the Bulldogs players.
Dane Rampy, his 266th AFL game. Raking left boot and the members wing of the SCG. 2-on-2. Lobb competes with Grundy. Grundy follows up. Wobbly ball towards half forward. Hayward parts himself under it. Couldn't hang on. Yes, he's paid the free kick. Got a shove. Hayward wheels the Swans on now. Finds Patley running into space. He's 55 from goal. Options inside 50 as well here for the Swans. Patley holds the footy for a moment. Bulldogs lead by 4 points. 11 gone to the opening quarter here. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Patley on the entry. A little too deep for Hayward. It's picked off by Bailey Dale. Dogs can go again.
That's a bad turnover.
Dale goes short. Wasn't the 15. So they're under pressure again in their own defensive 50. Coming in to help is Harms. Back to Dale. He's got some space. His kick works out nicely. It'll set up for Johannisen. Looks for the lead of McNeil. Right there with him was Melican. And the Swans will take that as the Bulldogs had some space on the wing. Bulldogs 2 straight 12. Both goals to Sam Darcy. Swans 1-2-8. 12 and a half minutes gone. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Dean Cox coaching from the bench for the Swans. Luke Beveridge up in the box for the Bulldogs.
Dean Cox played with one of the great glovemen in footy, Quinton Lynch. Comes down here for the Bulldogs. Harms off to Davidson. Puts the Bulldogs inside 50. Francis up in front of Norton with a new jumper. Another contest travels at ground level. Vandermeer got the nudge as well. Nick Neal follows up here. Bouncing it towards the top of the square. Might take a little right turn here and just forced through by Harry Cunningham. Goodness me, that from McNeil almost got there on its own. Just forced through on that final action. It's a behind of the Bulldogs 2-1-13. The Sydney Swans are 1-2-8. 13 gone first term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Fantastic first quarter of footy so far. The Swans exit defensive 50 quickly because McInerney was standing all on his own for an age. But now they've turned it over on the wing. Richards to Harms. In the middle of the ground, Harms gets it back from Fraser. And then the pressure from the Swans comes once more in the form of Sheldrick. Harms caught holding the ball in the middle of the SCG. Short handball from Sheldrick to Wicks. Goes to centre half forward and finds Rowbottom. Will play on quickly. Puts it out in front of McInerney. Bailey Williams there with him. Williams does nicely. Punches it over the boundary line. Right forward pocket. They'll have a boundary throw in. Bulldogs lead by 5, 13 minutes into the first term.
Darcy into the ruck.
There he is. Well, there was criticism for Luke Beveridge last week, doing that when the game was done. Here he does compete against Hayden McLean. Both rucks missed it. Darcy follows up with a hand pass. West to Harms, and now Dale can clear the area here for the Bulldogs. Toward the eastern wing of the SCG. Francis got a nudge in there on Norton. Bontempelli ran by, received the hand pass. Sends it wide back to Vandermeer. 55 out there for the Dogs. Pushed off the kick by Rampy. It skids loose there for Blakey. It's going to come back here for a free kick for the push on Vandermeer. Swans fans aren't too pleased with that. Vandermeer will have it at left half forward here for the Bulldogs, who have kicked 2 early goals here. 2-1 plays 1-2 early on. 14 gone first term. Vandermeer pops it to the hot spot. Norton got a spoil from Francis. Roberts gives the bump in there as well as they pile in from all angles, and the umpire will ball up at the round weekend.
See, Jordan's gone to Richards. That's obviously he's doing a hard tag. So that's the player they're identified as the most dangerous.
Darcy in the ruck. Taps it a couple of times. Tries to work it to the advantage of Richards. But the man tasked with trying to quell his influence tonight, James Jordan, the man they call the padlock, for that very reason, at the Sydney Swans, locks him up. Ball up right next to the attacking goal square for the Dogs. Darcy gets hands to it again. Harms is wrapped up by Blakey, and we'll have another ball up half a metre away from the last one. Bulldogs leading by 5 points. 14 and a half gone in the first term.
One down here. Fraser, hand pass picked off by Sheldrick. Couldn't get there for the Swans in the end. Good route to ball. Rowbottom puts the tackle down there on Darcy. And again, the umpire will blow it up. Darcy competes with McLean. Harms over the tap. Hand pass was wide of Richards. So Jordan mops up now for the Swans. Kicks off half back. Reaching for it, Haywood. Got a nudge in there as well. And now it's play on from Williams. Back to Sanders. Back in the side this week. He was a late withdrawal. And now they go inside forward 50. Norton leads up and marks. That was a neat entry from Bailey Dale. And Aaron Norton marked 35 out deep in the left forward pocket.
They're playing that well, the inside 50 kick, the Dogs. They've been very good at kicking to space, not putting on top of their key forwards. Once again, just position it in front of Norton, letting him get at the footy.
Opens up the angle here, snaps from the pocket, misses near side, does Aaron Norton. So the Bulldogs are 2-2-14. Sydney 1-2-8, 16 gone first term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Swans work it out quickly to Lloyd, and now Mills. And Buller's got his hands on the footy. The late inclusion tonight, playing just his second game in the AFL, first of the season. The mid-season draft pick of last year from Claremont. Tom McCutton, the laid out. So Francis went back. Buller came into the side. His kick up to half forward has resulted in a strong tackle by Campbell on Lockie Bramble. Ball up. Sport of the wing for Sydney. Soccer off the ground came from Sheldrick. Straight into bodies though. And we'll have another ball up. So after that frantic start, it's just settled down a little bit here at the SCG. Bulldogs 2-2-14, Swans 1-2-8.
Dean Cox coaching from the bench, as Garvey mentioned, as we've got a free kick here going the Swans' way. It will go the way of Goulden from that ruck contest. Beg your pardon, Grundy, as Goulden goes inside 50. Grundy's kick goes wide across to find Lloyd, who marks inside the arc, 35 out directly in front.
Lloydie's been their most sort of dangerous forward. He's popping up into great spots and getting used. So, look, we spoke about, what sort of response he's going to do. He's come with energy. He's put a lot of forward pressure on. He's having a few shots on goal. So, look, he's going to have a good game tonight because he's hungry for his spot.
He had 1 goal 7 before tonight, and it has their only goal so far. He may well have 2. Off the runway here, Jake Lloyd. On its way, misses left-hand side. So it is 1-3-9 the Sydney Swans. They trail the Bulldogs to a 2-2-14. 17 gone in the first quarter. Friday night footy here on ABC Sport. Daniel Garb.
Dale goes short. Now they work it up to the wing. Norton in a contest with Melican. Off hands. But Bratore couldn't claim it. Sheldrick does. Slick handball from McInerney. Now to Warner. 51 out in his 100th game. Chad Warner dribbles it through for a major. It was only a matter of time that he would have a say on his big night. Chad Warner in a little bit of space often spells danger at the SCG. A wonderful finish from 51 out, and the Swans have the lead, 2-3-15. The Bulldogs 2-2-14.
He's just so powerful out of that stoppage, and he's had a couple of really critical and prominent clearances so far in this game. But I think Chad's always most dangerous at his stoppage in that forward half of the ground when he can burst out and just have a shot on goal, when he doesn't really have to overthink his ball use and he just goes bang. So that was a fantastic individual play.
Well, it's textbook Chad Warner, isn't it? Out of the stoppage, burst out of congestion. That's where he's so dangerous, when he can run and carry with the footy and finish well.
Averaging 22 disposals and 5 clearances this campaign so far, Chad Warner. From the restart, another wonky bounce recalled. That's in the wicket area is a little bit muddy, and
there has been a few players slipping over around the ground, I have noticed as well. So
not a drop in here at the SCG, like most grounds around Australia, most multi-purpose venues. Fraser strokes the tackle of Goulden. It was high by Goulden, so it will be a free kick Bulldogs. Fraser flares it wide to English on the point of the square, pops it inside 50, and Kennedy obliges. He led into space, takes a chest mark. 40 out, slight angle left of centre.
Oh, the midfield coach will not be happy with that. That was just Kennedy spread from that centre bounce and not picked up at all. That's just not really good defensive transition running. You can't allow the midfielders to spread like that and take an uncontested mark inside 50.
The New South Welshman from Riverina via GWS and Carlton, Matt Kennedy, having a fantastic year for the Bulldogs. Kicks from 45. High kick. It's across the post. No, it's through for a goal. Just sneaks it through, Matt Kennedy. And the Dogs get the lead back. 3-2-20. The Swans are 2-3-15. We've about hit time on here in the opening quarter. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Your experts are Joel Patfull and Ryan O'Keefe.
What a year he's having, Matt Kennedy. If you're a Carlton supporter, you'd be scratching your head, wouldn't you? It's like, how does someone go from Carlton to the Western Bulldogs and become a completely different player? It's just opportunity, time, and fitting into the structure. It's good timing. So good on him for having such a good year. But I want to talk about Darcy. He had probably the best 5 minutes you could have in the first 5. He went and spent 5 minutes in the ruck, and now he's been off for the last 5 or 6 minutes. So get him back deep. I don't know why they've taken him away from the forward 50. The Bulldogs have kicked a goal then, but they had 5 or 6 entries where they didn't look as dangerous without him there. So get him back inside 50.
So, Joel, have you just opened up a leading question about someone moving from a different club, from another club that's turned into a better player?
Here is Kennedy again.
I went the other way.
Voice of Joel Patfull and Ryan O'Keefe on ABC Sport. Well done, Melican, outmarking Norton. So Kennedy up to 18 goals for the season now. Right up there with the recruits of the year. And yeah, that would be salt in the wound of Carlton fans who were trying to get over last night, settling down to listen to Friday night footy, and Kennedy pops up with another big major. Goulden back in the Swan side, goes short to Papley, just behind the wing, drives it to half forward now. Dogs have the lead back, and that's a strong contested mark by Tim English at left half back.
146th game for him tonight, Tim English, so a milestone coming up for the All-Australian of 2 years ago. Now Williams for the Bulldogs. Drives it long inside 50. 2-on-2, but Milliken up in front again. Out points Norton. Intercepts, and he gets the hand pass back to Mills. Cunningham on the last line. Under some pressure from Hines. Finds Milliken by foot in the right back pocket. Bulldogs by 5 points here. 22 gone of the opening term. Friday night footy here at the Sydney Cricket Ground on ABC Sport. Wicks on the last line. I'll switch back to the members' side here. Cunningham for the Swans. Room to bounce. Now shifts it beyond defensive 50 here with McInerney in the contest with Johannesson. Free kick going the Swans' way for a high tackle.
So McInerney having a very good season. Looks into the corridor. Strong grab by Sheldrick. He's starting to blossom. Handball to Blakey. Puts it out in front of Buller on the lead. It was slightly misdirected. And then Warner's bumped off the ball by Davidson. Dogs looking to rebound off half-back. Norton's handball misses Bontempelli. But there's a free kick going the way of the Bonts for a hold. We'll take it at left half-back. Bulldogs 3-2-20. Swans 2-3-15. An engrossing first term at the SCG. Bond's kick is out in front of Davidson, who will run all day. Another shrewd acquisition for the Dogs. They tap it towards half-forward. Cunningham's there. Ball spills free. Umpire says play on. Row bottom, as tough as they come, is sieged upon by 3 Dogs, and we'll have a ball up at left half forward for the Western Bulldogs. And a beautiful night in Sydney under the Friday night lights.
Bulldogs by 5 points. Gould and the hand pass from that ruck tap, and now Cunningham. Warner's off in space on the outer wing. Dummies the hand pass, takes on Williams, just gets it away in time. Chopped off here by hand Caulfield. He was dumped in the tackle as well. Ball comes loose on the outer wing. Warner tries again on the boot this time, inside 50. Johannesson's in the contest with Campbell. Ball over the hand pass off to Patley, who can snap from 35. What about that from Tom Patley? Welcome back, Tom Patley. First game at the SCG in quite some time. And the Swans get the lead back again. 3-3-21. The Bulldogs are 3-2-20. 23 gone in the opening term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport with Joel Patfull and Ryan O'Keefe.
Well, what the Swans are doing, they're locking the ball when they are going inside 50. They are scoring. We have spoken about missing some opportunities, but they're not allowing the Dogs to get any run and drive out of their back half. And Papley's brought some energy and plenty of run. Chad Warner forward of the ball has been really good, being able to get inside 50s. But they've been able to make a contest, which is really good, and not allow it just to be rebounded out, which has been probably a bit of their Achilles heel this season.
It was a good contest up forward by Buller, wasn't it? He got the ball to ground, quick hands to Papley, and I think Papley had the finger in the air before the ball had hit his boot. So the Swan supporters are pretty happy with that. It's been too many weeks in between goals for Tom Papley at the SCG.
His first goal since the opening round. So the Energizer Bunny of the Swans been waiting a while for that one. Put Sydney in front, and as you say, that'll give Jack Buller a lot of confidence. The goal assist.
That's his third kick, free kick against.
For the block,
Grundy. Yeah. That's Grundy. So it goes the way of English, and the Dogs go inside 50. Well done here by Wicks, though, to win the contest and get the handball out to McInerney. He's bumped off it, though, by Liberatore. Bouncing ball then inside 50, deep in attack for the Dogs. Darcy overran it. Francis gathered it. Goulden's kick is wonderful under pressure. Picked up by Rampy on the half volley. The handball to Lloyd, and now back to Wicks. They clear the area. McLean has front position and wins the free kick off O'Donnell. Advantage paid. Campbell gathered it. Put it out in front of McInerney. He has support in the form of Hayward. Hayward has some time, so he'll go corridor and find big Brodie Grundy.
Grundy marks. Dummies the hand pass. Holds it for a moment. Now he's called to play on Brodie Grundy. Flares it across to half forward. Waiting for it was Jordan. Johannesson makes the spoil. Got some support there in Davidson for the Bulldogs. Back to the Norm Smith medalist Johannesson. Turns blind, goes down the line to find Norton, who takes a chest mark in front of the O'Reilly stand on the eastern side of the SCG. The home side by a point here. The Dogs surging forward in that last chain. 26 gone in the opening term as Norton comes inboard to find the Bont. Now off to Bramble. Sends it inside 50. Riley West got some separation down there on Wicks. Takes the chest mark. 25 out directly in front.
That was an easy chest mark in the end. And again, Wicks just lost West. And it was just an easy lead. No body on there. But that kick from Grundy, that was a very dangerous kick. If you turn it, as I said, if the Swans can lock it in their forward half, it's all right. But if you turn it over and allow the Bulldogs to get some running drive. They're just so dangerous.
His old man won 7 best and fairest. Riley West, here he is with a set shot, and again he sneaks it through. So the Dogs get the lead back again as we approach quarter time here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. It's 4-2-26 the Bulldogs. The Swans are 3-3-21. 27 gone to the opening term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Joel Patfull and Ryan O'Keefe.
Yeah, you're right. You open yourself up to the turnover and the quick play on the way back. Going for that aggressive. He got away with it the first one when he switched it inside to Jake Lloyd, but probably just bit off a bit too much that he could chew there. So the Bulldogs so dangerous on the way back through, and 4 marks inside 50 in the first quarter here, which the Swans defence wouldn't be happy about. So tighten up a little bit down there. Their ball use inside 50 has been great, kicking to space, giving the player an opportunity to run into it.
23 goals for the season for Riley West. Isaac Heaney yet to touch the football. We've gone 27 minutes in the first term. I can't fathom when the last time that would have happened for Isaac Heaney. So the Dogs doing a brilliant job to quell his influence early. Richards emerges from it, from the stoppage. The kick inside 50, bounce in front of Francis, got it to Mills. Now Heaney's got hands on the football. It's a slightly dangerous handball backwards to Blakey. And then further to Rampy. But his kick is precise. And he finds McInerney at left half back. He'll play on to Lloyd, who's been really busy. Possession number 7 for him after being dropped by coach Dean Cox. Now Papley. Back for his second game of the season. That's a fantastic effort to find McInerney. Inch perfect on the wing. He kicks to half forward. Lloyd has progressed further afield. And his 8th disposal goes inside 50. Grundy takes the mark, and there's a free kick going his way anyway. So Grundy had the best position there. Dogs' defence was uncertain. The free kick is against Caulfield. Grundy took the mark regardless. The big ruckman will kick from 40 out on a 45-degree angle exactly to the left.
And that's really good ball movement by the Swans. They're patient and they're precise, and they weren't biting off too much they could chew. And it plays into their tempo. The Dogs want this high possession, high tempo shootout. This is the way the Swans, they can just march the ball up and get scoring opportunities, the way they're going to beat the Dogs.
Brodie Grundy averaging 23 disposals a game over the last 6 weeks, but again, it's an inaccurate effort from Sydney, kicking a goal. They are 3-4-22 now. The Bulldogs 4-2-26. We've gone 29 minutes in the first term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Lead could have swung for a 5th time in this opening term as Bramble goes wide beyond defensive 50. McLean towering grab up above Aaron Norton on the outer side. Oh, the umpires, as they get it back to him. It's going to be a free kick now for the Dogs. Whether it was just the knee in the back of Norton, as deemed by the umpire. Norton flares it wide. Back here, O'Donnell is under some pressure. Chopping at the arms, he has paid the free kick. Now called to play on. Comes Members side for Caulfield. Now in some space on the logo with Bailey Dale. Back to the centre circles. Bramble there again. Dogs lead by 4 points. We approach the half-hour mark here. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Bramble back again to O'Donnell as he goes high inside forward 50. Marking targets are plenty. Up in front, Darcy. English waiting at the back. And Norton picks up the loose footy. Pushed off the kick. Rampy mops up in defence. And now Blakey can rebound the ball for the Swans.
Time against the Swans. 2-on-1 against Hayward. Had to take the mark or at least make a contest. He grabbed the footy superbly at left half back. Now they have got time to work this forward. It'll be 50. And it should be an extra 50 now because Johannesson kicked the ball after hearing the whistle.
I don't think any player knew what was going on there. I think it was just a bit of confusion.
Umpire isn't that harsh against Johannesson. So
a whistle early on, Pebs, do you reckon?
What was that?
A whistle early on.
Hayward goes deep inside 50 for Sydney. They need a mark. McLean flies off hands. Rowbottom gets rid of it now, but he just shanks it slightly. Through for a behind with just a second on the clock before quarter time. Sydney 3-5-23. The Bulldogs 4-2-26. A fantastic opening term here at the SCG. A game that's been built up as one to look forward to, has not disappointed in the opening stanza.
Sam Darcy kicked the first 2 goals of the game. Also on the board in the first term, but the Bulldogs Matt Kennedy and Riley West, while so far for the Sydney Swans, Jake Lloyd kicked there first. Warner and Papley also on the board in that first term. On ABC Radio, News Radio and the ABC Listen app, this is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Australia's Test Tour of the West Indies is on now.
What about that? Unbelievable.
Catch every ball on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the cricket button. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
No, it's a real scrap now. This is still a minute before the opening bounce. This is unbelievable. What a way to start this desperate game for both sides.
English puts it inside 50 for Darcy, on the lead straight away, marking out in front. Well, that might just be an omen. The Phenom with the first of the game never looked like missing. What a start for the Dogs.
Hand pass inside 50, Liberatore, tackle dispossessed now. English spins through trouble, hand pass back to Darcy, who straightens up from 20 out and has his second. First 2 goals of the game for Sam Darcy.
One in the air, one on ground level. He's looking pretty dangerous up there, isn't he?
Stray kick from McLean, but they've turned it over, the Bulldogs, once again. Excellent forward pressure from Sydney to start this game. And Lloyd taking the mark. One of the big stories after he was omitted from the side 2 weeks ago. Jake Lloyd back with a vengeance. Kicks the first major for Sydney. Slick handball from McInerney. Now to Warner. 51 out in his 100th game. Chad Warner dribbles it through for a major. It was only a matter of time that he would have a say on his big night. Chad Warner in a little bit of space often spells danger at the SCG.
On the boot this time, inside 50. Johannesson's in the contest with Campbell. Ball over the hand pass off to Papley, who can snap from 35. What about that from Tom Papley? Welcome back, Tom Papley. First game at the SCG in quite some time. Now off to Bramble. Sends it inside 50. Riley West got some separation down there on Wicks. Takes the chest mark, 25 out directly in front. His old man won 7 best and fairest. Riley West, here he is with a set shot, and again he sneaks it through.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Sam Darcy kicked the first 2 goals of the game here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. The lead has swung on most of those goals, or those late goals in that opening term here through the opening half hour. The Bulldogs 4-2-26. The Swans are 3-5-23. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. Off the SMS 0437 774 774. Richard from Geelong, great to be tuning into the ABC call, hoping for a good game. I think I speak for a lot of neutral fans in saying I would love to see the Bont raise a Premiership Cup again in the next few years. Yeah, we'll get to that later on, but I reckon he's one of the really popular, universally admired players in the comp tonight's milestone man, his 250th game. John from West Footscray, love your program. What's happened to Corbin Middlemass tonight? I'm glad you asked, John, because Corby, as of course you usually hear his voice on the Friday night games in Melbourne in particular, he's a part of our test match coverage tonight for day 3 of that first test with West Indies in Australia. Coverage starts just before midnight Eastern time. Australia, of course, will resume on day 3. 4 wickets down for 92, an overall lead of 82 with Travis Head and Beau Webster at the crease. So Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Dirk Nannis and Adam Crosswaite coming up later on ABC Sport Digital and indeed via the ABC Listen app. Just look for the cricket button. For now, let's talk footy. Dogs by 3 points here. Ryan O'Keefe and Joel Patfull.
Well, I think these teams are very evenly matched, and they both come up some energy. You can see the Swans really had a purpose. There's obviously a bit of that scuffle at the start, and they tried to get physical. But what 3-5? Their scoreboard ledger can't be that way inclined. It has to be the other way around tonight. You just cannot. They just can't have a bad kicking performance because the Dogs go back the other way. They're so efficient in front of goal. But I like the way they moved the ball late, where they were precise, a little bit more patient, and they were able to kick through the Dogs' defence. The Dogs want you to play a high-tempo ball, high shootout, because they're a high-scoring side, and that suits them. So to be able to be a little bit methodical, moving the ball, owning it, and taking your marks inside 50 and slowing it down, I think that's the way, the attacking way that Swans have to play. When they try to go too fast and bite off too much, they can chew like they turn over from Grundy. It goes back with interest. So that's where I think the Swans need to be able to defend the game in the attack by owning the ball a bit more.
Yeah, Sorry, I was just going to say the Swans will be pretty happy with that. The way they've come out, energy, intensity, tackle, pressure, to be able to turn the footy over in their forward half, which is something they haven't been able to do. They'd really be happy with that. Four times they're able to come back inside 50 and create another scoring opportunity. So really good with that. For the Dogs, they've been efficient going inside 50. I said it during the call, but they put Darcy, he was there for 5 minutes, they moved him out, and they just didn't look as dangerous without him deep forward. If I'm a Swans defender, I'm that happy to see Darcy up the ground, and then spending almost 10 minutes on the bench. So I think they've got to have a look at that. The mix of ruck, forward, bench, keep him up there, keep him deep.
Isaac Heaney, just one disposal in that opening term, Garby. In fact, he was the last player on the ground to register a disposal in that first quarter.
Keen to see who's matching up with him, because that's a startling start from the Swans' best player across the last season and a half. Rowbottom just a 2, Goulden just a 3. So they've got some midfielders who can get right into the action. Liberatore, just the one disposal, though, for the Bulldogs. Bailey Dale has 10, English 7, the Bont 6 in his 250th. Lloyd with 8 disposals and a goal in his return after being dropped. Blakey has 7 touches, and Tom Papley 7 touches as well in his second game back.
Into the second term we go. Grundy versus English. Near perfect bounce. Grundy palms it down. Plays up his own tap work as a socket fall by Liberatore, just to get the Bulldogs forward of halfway. Blakey in the contest with Hines. It's a race on foot. Sanders joins the party as well. Hines goes the fend on Roberts, gets the better of him. Hand pass back to English. And he goes back out wide here for Bramble. Busy on the outer wing. High towards the 50 here. Darcy gets some separation. Runs onto a loose football here in the pocket. Straightens up with a drop punt. On the run. Sam Darcy, what a finish. You are kidding me. He is every bit the phenom they love. A rising star of this competition and of this club. Sam Darcy with his third goal to start the second term. The Dogs by 9 points.
Why would you put him in the ruck? Why would you put him in the ruck? You got to leave him there, don't you? And that's, I mean, how good is he?
Yeah,
he actually wasn't in the contest. Turned, I don't know what Melican's doing at ground level, but he was nowhere to be seen once the ball hit the ground. And for a guy of that size to kick a drop punt from the boundary is almost unheard of.
Well, again, Melican, when he was doing really well as a defender, he puts body into him. Like, this kid can do anything, can't he? It's unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. But Melican's got to keep putting body into him. Don't let him run, because he's as athletic as any player out there.
Sam Darcy with 3 goals. A remarkable finish from the pocket on the run. As Heaney wins the clearance for the Swans. Bouncing ball in front of McLean. Well done by Fraser to come out and meet it. It was probably caught high. He was. He'll win a free kick. It was Papley who was rather too aggressive inside attacking 50 for the Swans. And Papley's hurt. He's actually motioning to the bench. It looks like a left wrist problem for Tom Papley. Maybe his fingers popped out. That's a concern for the Swans. As the Dogs go through the corridor, a couple of Sydney players collide. Cunningham and Sheldrick.
Cunningham's still down.
Cunningham is down. Now slowly getting to his feet. So back on his haunches. We'll watch that one with interest as Hayward marks on the wing and kicks inside 50. McLean on the lead has taken the grab just overhead. And the big key forward for Sydney will have a set shot from just outside 50. Slightly worse than a 45-degree angle. In fact, he decides to go short because Errol Goulden had some space. You know how damaging he can be on his left. Still a couple of kicks out from goal. We'll play on now and just try set it up. It went to Cooper Hines, though, rather than Chad Warner. And now it's Darcy and Bramble, and the Dogs can rebound.
Bramble goes by hand to find Bailey Dale. Lloyd chasing him. Dale turns him inside out. Comes back onto his right boot. Now Liberatore marks. In fact, it's Fraser on the outer wing who marks. As Harry Cunningham comes from the ground, he was holding his left knee briefly. Papley's getting his finger looked at on the bench as well. Getting it popped in by the dock on his left hand. Might have to borrow one of the Rory Lobb gloves as this kick from Fraser was out of bounds on the full. But no real pressure. And he's given the ball right back to the Sydney Swans, and Melican just behind the wing on the outer side. Bulldogs 5-2-32. The Swans are 3-5-23. 3.5 played second quarter of Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Still trying to get over that Sam Darcy goal from a moment ago. Just when he thought he had no options. The eyes lit up and he slotted it superbly from the pocket for his third of the game so far. Bulldogs lead by 9 points. Bailey Dale does well to evade a tackle on the wing. Hamble over the top to Liberatore. Sanders joins in on the chain, but now he's turned it over to Melican, who's been really good early on for Sydney, despite the Sam Darcy influence. Wicks back to Melican. He kicks smothered for a second time. Excellent pressure from the Dogs. Now they win it back. Bontempelli to Liberatore. Throws it on his right. Inside 50. West will fly. Blakey cut across. Got a fist in. And Rampy gets it out to Wicks.
Wicks rebounds the ball beyond defensive 50. Williams had McLean reaching over him. McLean wins it down to Buller. Wrapped up down there in the Bramble tackle. Haney back to Chad Warner. Goes the fend there on Sanders. Gets loose on the outer side. Room to bounce. Now goes with an off-balance kick to Chad Warner, and it's no surprise as it finds Bailey Dale on the turnover at right half back for the Bulldogs, who lead by 9 points here at the SCG. 4.5 played second term.
Here's Tom Liberatore, who'll bring up game 250 on Thursday night against North Melbourne. Following on from his captain Marcus Bontempelli's 250th this evening as Wicks slips over at left half back. That area of the ground is still patchy. I think it was the Andrea Bocelli concert potentially not too long ago that still left the turf in a rather ordinary state, and perhaps that had an influence with the slip a moment ago.
5-2 plays 3-5. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. The umpire heaves it back in. Grundy in front of English. Bounced away from Goulden. Roberts wrapped up by Kennedy. Ball comes loose here. There's a part there for Sheldrick. Towed forward though by Mills, the skipper. Little 1-2 hand pass with Hayward out in front of Chad Warner. Bramble goes with him. Overrun by Warner. Allows Bramble to come through now. Tries to pallet to advantage. Coming in though to support again Callum Mills. Breaks a tackle. Hand pass wide back to McInerney. The Swans can go inside forward 50. It's on a dime there for McLean in the pack, but couldn't quite finish off the grab. Fraser brought to ground. The umpire will ball it up. 40 out from the Swans attacking goal at the Randwick end of the SCG. 5-2-32 plays 3-5-23. 6 gone second term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Hayward just spoilt McLean a moment ago.
I reckon it was the other way around. McLean should have Hayward would take an uncontested mark. McLean need to have a bit more awareness than that.
The voice of Ryan O'Keefe, Norm Smith medalist, Friday night footy on ABC Sport as the Dogs work it up to Darcy, who marks on the wing. Goes quickly to Fraser, put Kennedy under pressure. Not sure he disposed of that cleanly. Swans fans want holding the ball. Umpire allows play to go on. And Sanders extracts the football, has a bounce. 51 out, smartly decides to centre it. And Norton, who had fallen over, just managed to gather his bearings and take a mark, sliding to his right, as if he was in the slips for Australia in Barbados at the moment. And Norton will kick from 45 on a 45-degree angle to the right.
This will hurt if they score, but yeah, as I said, that last entry, like Hayward could have taken an uncontested mark. McLean just needed to have a bit more awareness, just block for him. They would have had a shot on goal. Now it's gone back, and if Norton slots this, that's a 12-point play.
Aaron Norton for the biggest lead of the game and his first of the night. They've snuck another one through. They have made the goal umpire work a lot tonight, the Bulldogs, but they are accurate, and that is all that matters. Aaron Norton, who's had a stop-start season, is on the board. That will improve his confidence. And the Bulldogs lead by 15 points at the SCG, 7 minutes into the second term.
It was another well-thought-out entry inside forward 50. Sanders took his time. He looked deep. He looked for an option, and that ended up being a short option across the body to Norton inside 50. So they've just been smart with those entries. They're not bombing it to the contest. They're not kicking it to that outnumber. They're being smart and hitting that short target. But that Bulldogs 50, it is that turf's roughed up a fair bit, isn't there? There's plenty of blokes going down, sliding around and slipping, so they might have to have a look at their boot choice in the second half there as well.
It's been like that all season, that end of the ground. It's been really, really loose underfoot.
Because of Andrea Bocelli? Is that the blame we put on him? Grundy follows up, clears deep inside 50. It fell on the lap of Buller. Well, very quick entry. And Buller will line up for goal here, 20 out directly in front for his first career goal. As I mentioned, he was picked up in the draft, mid-season draft of 2023. Played one game towards the end of that season. This is just his second career game, and potentially his first career goal coming up here for the lad from Scotch College, Claremont.
Just shows the importance of centre bounce clearances here at the SCG. One kick and you're in the goal square.
It's a little away at this now game high 15-point lead. It's a long approach, Jack Buller. Speaking of cricketers, on the fast bowls run up here. He'll kick from 25 and he misses. That first career goal goes begging. Margin 14 points, 9 gone second term.
Did not look confident at all going into that.
Joel Lamarty kicked 6 straight behinds last week. And the Swans' issues in front of goal continue tonight. Well done by Grundy, though. Superb contest, one on the wing. Gets it to Blakey. They go inside 50 now, and it's Papley who has marked it on a lead. His finger's still hurting. He has started to shake his hand in pain after taking that mark. And this is one of the more reliable kicks on goal in the Sydney setup. The All-Australian forward, 3-time leading goal kicker in Tom Papley. He'll kick from just inside 50, 45-degree angle to the left.
Well, they really need to kick this. They cannot keep going along the point.
Tom Papley for his second of the game. The deliberate run-up. And he's missed it to the near side. So 3-7-25. The Bulldogs 6-2-38. And the Swans certainly matching the Dogs in terms of entries inside 50. It's the efficiency that is their issue.
It's a familiar pattern for Dean Cox's man. High kick to the members' side. Fraser goes up, can't complete the mark. Hines shuffles out the hand pass, chased toward the boundary line by Riley West. Just to give legendary stats man Sir Swamp Thing his flowers. The 6th quarter in a row, the Bulldogs have kicked a goal within the first 100 seconds of the quarter. And 4 of those have been Sam Darcy. So he's done it both times in the quarters here tonight. For a total of 3 goals so far. Dogs lead by 13 points. Umpire's seen a hold which will go the way of Brodie Grundy. Advantage paid here. It was a late call there. In fact, no, he didn't quite hear the whistle. So they'll send it back towards his tall teammate. Brett Sprague, Daniel Garb, Joel Patfull, Ryan O'Keefe with you Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport as Grundy kicks down the line to find Heaney.
Heaney marks that in front of Davidson, and a few Bronx cheers because he's been really quiet so far, Isaac Heaney. They need to get him into the game. Perhaps that is a silver lining for the Swans, who trail by 13 points. Their number one threat has been quiet so far. Heaney into attack, well done by English. This is a great ruck battle. Both Grundy and English are in excellent nick at the moment, doing their very best for their respective sides. English dropping back to take the intercept mark. He puts that in front of Richards, but Jordan is tagging him, and he's right with him. James Jordan ensures the ball goes over the boundary line for a throw-in, right half forward for Sydney.
6-2 plays 3-7. We spoke about the importance of inside 50 efficiency, forward efficiency for both sides. How good the Dogs are, how good the Swans need to be. Grundy's hand pass off to Papley. Tried to spoil it down here. It comes to McInerney, and now Rowbottom loads up, goes inside 50. Speaking of spoils, a big one down there from Caulfield. Haywood shares it back to Campbell. Hand pass away from Bramble. Still going is Campbell, and now Harms to Bontempelli. He balked around Rowbottom, sends the hand pass off to half-back, picked up by Francis, stolen away by him by Hines, and now wide it comes by hand to Sanders. The Dogs are away off half-back.
Sanders finds Vandermeer, backward of the wing. Now plays on, kicks to half forward. Bontempelli and Blakey. Free kick going the way of the Bont. It was Lloyd who was holding him. Bont plays on, quickly looking for Darcy. Melican did well to get in front and spoil. Gathered by Hines. He slipped, and then Roberts is caught. And is he caught holding the ball? He is, by Richards. He just dwelled for a moment, Matt Roberts. And in a game of this pace, that is trouble. Richards is right behind him, caught him holding the ball, and he'll have a shot from 35 out, tight angle to the right.
It just shows how the class of Bont, he was down in that back line. Like, the Swans had an opportunity and they coughed it up, but he was so clean and looked like he had plenty of time and space, worked it, then actually worked hard to be the option down of half forward again.
Ed Richards for the 50th goal of his burgeoning career. From right half forward. A rare display of inaccuracy for the Bulldogs tonight. It's across the face. They are 6-3-39. Sydney 3-7-25. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Dogs with a handy 14-point lead. Here's Brett Sprague.
Blakey has the kick out. Oh, a little bit too much height in that ball as it arrived to McInerney. Richards tackled him. Very nearly coughed the footy up back to the Bulldogs. And he's called to play on. Richards slips over as he was chasing him. So again, some issues with that turf in that part of the ground. Kicks turnover here to Williams. 55 from goal. Gets around McInerney. Back to Harms by hand. Now Fraser straightens up. Centering ball to find Sanders. Spills the grab. Pressure comes from Sheldrick. He spins through trouble. Kicks beyond defensive 50. Spoiled away from Hayward by O'Donnell. Now Chad Warner on the overlap now for the Swans. Goes straight to Bailey Dale. So it's back with the Bulldogs. He's called to play on. Down the line he goes. Norton steps over, but he recovers and clunks the grab. 35 out in the 45-degree angle. Well, not for the first time tonight. Aaron Norton looked to be gone out of the contest when he lost his footing, but recovered to complete the grab. And now a set shot is his reward inside 40 metres.
Well, they're dangerous. Darcy almost attracted the Swans defenders, didn't they? And then give Norton a free run and jump, and he'll make you pay as well.
Norton on the approach for his second goal. Pops it through. The Bulldogs kicking away. It's out to 20 points now. 7-3-45. The Sydney Swans are 3-7-25. 15 going second quarter. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Your experts are Ryan O'Keefe and Joel Patfull.
That score's come off another Chad Warner turnover. I love Chad, and he's a great player, and he's so explosive now. But sometimes his ball use that just lacks that polish and that ability to, get himself out of trouble and hit a teammate. When we speak about the bonds and how, and these guys like Pendlebury and these great players, they seem to have time and they're efficient. They don't cough the ball up like that. So it came off a turnover, and as we keep saying, you cannot turn the ball over on the Dogs and get them to get going back with speed, because they hurt you.
That turf down there as well, was it Pacelli you were saying, was it?
85 days ago.
Is that?
So they haven't played footy here for close to a month. So that sort of concerns me as well.
Scratchy.
Dogs lead by 20 points. Norton with 2 goals. Slowish start to the season by his standards. Maybe he'll get going in the second half of it for the Western Bulldogs. Well done by Harms to win the contest in the middle of the ground. Got it to Liberatore. And then Dale squeezes it out in front of Davidson, who gathers, does a 360. Gets it to Liberatore, throws it on the boot. It bounces away from McNeil. Norton gathers it on his right. He's got another one. Aaron Norton's in on the action. Darcy has 3. Norton has 3 as well. And all of a sudden, the Bulldogs' lead is 26 points, 16 minutes into the second term.
Wow. Well,
the Dogs' key forwards are so good on the ground as well. They're just these athletic. They're not that typical big, bulky key forward. As soon as the ball hits the deck, both him and Darcy are just as good as any player. It's unbelievable. The potency they can have once they get the ball in there quickly.
Well, that's what happens as well when you convert it. Puts the pressure on the Swans in the midfield and puts the pressure on their defenders when it keeps coming in consistently. The Swans had the run for 5 or 6 minutes and they couldn't kick that goal. They missed a couple of opportunities. Bulldogs go down, bang, bang. Before you know it, it's 3-7 to 8-3. So the power of converting.
2 goals in quick succession for Aaron Norton. And things getting ugly here for the Sydney Swans. Restart in the middle, McLean versus English. Out towards Liberatore. Tumbled away back to Fraser. Back to English, and now to the wing. Sanders off to Kennedy. Pressure comes from McLean too late though. Kennedy gets loose. Onto the bouncing ball now. Swings back onto his left. Peg inside 50. It's marked by McNeil. Another neat entry for the Bulldogs. They look clinical here at the Sydney Cricket Ground.
This scoreboard's not reflecting how the game's played, I don't think. I think it's a much more even than this, but we'll sound like a broken record, is the difference in efficiency going forward. And that's the only difference in this game so far. Both teams are evenly matched. The Swans aren't playing bad, but the fact is that the Dogs are just so efficient going forward.
2 goals, 1 against the Tigers last week. Lockie McNeil misses to the right-hand side for a minor score. Bulldogs 8-4-52. The Swans are 3-7-25. 18 minutes played, second quarter. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Brett Sprigg, Dan Garb, Joel Patfull, Ryan O'Keefe, and your text welcome 0437 774 774.
Bailey Dale up to 18 disposals. And you've still got 7 minutes until half-time. As Blakey's kick to a contest resulted in a free kick going the way of the Dogs at left half forward. And it's with O'Donnell. They put it to the top of the square. over the head of Norton. Well done by Harms. Tries to soccer it towards goal. It was wide. Cunningham ensured that it went over for a rush behind. Anyway, it was a mark to O'Donnell, in fact, at left half forward. So the Dogs are pegging the Swans inside their own half at the moment. Sydney desperately trying to get some momentum back. The Bulldogs lead by 28 points. And we've gone 18.5 in the second quarter.
Skipper Callum Mills buys some space in the right back pocket and drives it long beyond defensive 50 members side. Strong pack grab Grundy. And he beat Rory Lobb, who is wearing a blue glove on his left hand. And Grundy in front of the old grandstands. Up the members side. 3-on-2. Heaney unlocks all that. Wins it down here for Gordon. Hand pass off to Braden Campbell. Room to bounce. Draws the man closer. Has Papley running closer to goal here, but Fraser comes across and guides it out of bounds for a throw-in. The Swans fans want deliberate. They won't get it. It'll be a stoppage inside 50 here for the home side. Randwick end. It's the Dogs who lead by 28 points as we approach time on here in the second quarter. Friday night for you on ABC Sport.
Errol Goulden, 6 disposals. Struggling to have a real influence on this game in his second game back. Good tap by Grundy down to Heaney, and he bounces it through. Well, that was more efficient from Sydney, and Heaney, who's been quiet, has his first big moment of the game. Bulldogs lead cut back to 22 points, and it's Brodie Grundy who is having the biggest save for the Swans at the moment. Wonderful tap down to Heaney, who finished, but the ruckman is carrying a few of them at the moment inside that midfield.
Yeah, totally agree with you, Garbs. He's having a great game, Brodie. He's been all over, taking contested marks, great on his ruck craft. But Isaac's one player that he very rarely wastes opportunities, and he also makes opportunities that are not really there. That's the class of him. But he needs to get going. Errol's starting to obviously get a bit more back into the game, so we just need those two to just get going for the Swans for them to really be dangerous. But I suppose if they're struggling to take marks inside 50 and sort of get scores from that way, they are a super stoppage side out of their forward 50, so they might have to go along that avenue a bit more.
One of the subplots to this game so far has been the playing surface, which is copping a hammering on social media and our own text line. So we'll discuss all that at half time, but we'll stick with the footy itself for now. Heaney, wrapped up by Liberatore. Footy came loose. Heaney tries again. Drives it long inside forward 50. McLean from behind on Lobb. Not paid the mark. He has in fact paid the mark, but to Rory Lobb. So intercept grab at fullback here for the Bulldogs, who lead by 22 points, and Lobb does find Fraser. Still inside defensive 50 for the Bulldogs. Skids it wide here to Caulfield. Draws the player. Again, he goes by hand. Papley attempts to tackle Fraser. Back to Rory Lobb. And he'll swing it toward the outer side. It's a turnover straight to Hayden McLean. McLean in the right place at the right time. It was well read, though. And that is a potentially costly turnover from Rory Lobb. Hayden McLean has it in the left forward pocket, 35 out.
It's one aspect of the game where the Swans have been really good tonight in turning the ball over inside their own forward 50. So McLean it was there, just guarding space, not overcommitting and forcing Rory Lobb to make a decision, who's not a great kick at the best of times. So well played.
Big goals in every game this year so far, Hayden McLean. The games he's played at least. On the angle, it's across the face and knocked over the boundary line by Rory Lobb for a throw-in. Bulldogs 8-5-53. The Swans are 4-7-31. 22 gone to the second quarter. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
We can maybe go in a bit more depth at half-time, but this goal-kicking issue for the Swans, this has been going for a while, and what is getting done about it? Something is not getting done about it.
Grundy taps it down, but straight to Bontempelli. Well done by Fraser to punch that away from Lloyd, who had front positions. A boundary throw in, right half forward for Sydney, who have failed to take advantage of a good passage of play. There was the goal to Heaney, but that was a big moment for Hayden McLean, and he failed to score from. Dogs lead by 22 points, 22 and a half gone in the second term. Free kick going the way here of Warner for a hold on Liberatore on that boundary throw-in. So Warner, the Swans dynamo, in game 100, just spots it up to a dangerous area. Coming out to meet it, though, is Bailey Williams. No Swans forward put a contest on. That's disappointing. And Williams takes an uncontested mark, 30 out from his own defensive goal.
Call to play on now as he sends it long to the outer side. As Blakey comes across, Feels like there was a Bulldogs player in Peters. Blakey goes closer to home now. It's marked by Papley, 45 out. Is that all too easy for the Swans on that occasion? That play from the outer side.
Well, Papley just showed why he's a good forward, is because he actually led and created some options. That last passage of play just showed that Warner kicked in. Just shows that forward line, that connection's not quite there. Like, there should be someone coming out. He put it in the hot spot. No one got it.
Kicks from 52. Hot on his distance. It sails through. He knows how important that kick is. The Swans must take every opportunity. They get a much-needed goal here. Someone in the second quarter. 5-7-37. They try the Bulldogs who were 8-5-53. 24 goal in second term. Prior to that, put it on ABC Sport.
Well, the scoreboard, as I said before, not reflecting to how the game's played, and the Swans are playing really well. They're having as many opportunities as the Dogs, but they need to nail more goals like that. If it was 7-5, we're talking, there's a whole different ballgame.
That's his second goal, by the way.
It's Blakey to Papley. It's a pretty good combo, isn't it? Twice he's hit him lace out, leading out from the goal square, so I'm sure those two leaders will be looking for each other, but that's what they needed, isn't it? Their leaders to step up. Heaney kicked a goal, Papley kicked a goal. The next, that 5 minutes beforehand was crucial. Finish off this quarter within touching distance.
Because those 7 behinds too, they're not being rushed behinds or anything. They've all been very gettable goals.
Goal 297 of Tom Papley's illustrious career, so 300 for him is a chance tonight. He's brought the margin back to 16 points. Bontempelli's handball, found Liberatore. Excellent tackle, though, by Goulden. Just trying to get himself into the game, charging in off the wing. Wrapped his fellow number 21 up. Ball up. Liberatore at the base of it. No surprise there. It squeezes out to Goulden. And he just works it further forward and then gets it back. Excellent kick on his non-preferred right to find the clean. Marking in front of Lobb. 2 kicks out from goal. Goulden starting to get into the game now for Sydney. Dogs lead by 16 points. 25 and a half gone in the second quarter. McLean to the pocket. The leap from Hayward. Made a contest. Davidson's there. And Heaney takes the ball over the boundary line. Just inside attacking 50 right half forward for Sydney.
So I like that entry. It's long and shallow, so you take a forward stoppage, what the Swans are very good at, rather than putting it in the middle of the ground and it opens up for a turnover.
Swans trying to find a third straight goal here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Down it comes. Grundy. So Robertman now Papley searching through a pack. Jordan will snap here and that will bounce through. Well, there were a couple of options in there, but James Jordan got loose, saw the big sticks, he snapped and bounced through from 30 out on the angle, and they do indeed make it 3 straight majors. The Swans cut the margin back to 10 points. It's 8-5-53 the Bulldogs. Sydney is 6-7-43. We've played now 26 and a half minutes in this second term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Well, you couldn't have called it much better, could you? Create the opportunity, get a secondary stoppage, get the structure in place. Obviously well drilled inside 50 there, so it's two times set plays inside 50 where they've worked it well, that midfield group. First was Heaney, then was Jordan, so maybe you're onto something. Get it inside 50, get a stoppage and start again rather than trying to hit your leading forward lace out.
Yeah, unless you've got a fast ball and you can hit a mark inside there, drop it in and play to your strength, which is forward 50 stoppages. And then what it doesn't allow the Dogs to play in their strength, is their run and gun out of half back.
The Bulldogs 26-point margin, cut back to 10 points with 3 in a row for Sydney. And a little fracas broke out after that goal. Jordan let Richards know all about it. Richards didn't enjoy that. Brought Jordan to ground and about 6 other players got involved. They scrap away for it in the middle of the SCG. McInerney is well tackled by Bontempelli. And then Heaney drags him off the football. There is feeling in this game. Umpire shrewdly throws it up quickly to get play going again. English down to Harms. Goulden, as tough as ever, gets involved. Bontempelli with a strong tackle wraps him up. A couple of champions going at it. We'll have another ball up next to the centre circles in the SCG.
Dogs by 10 points as we approach half-time. Warner hacks it forward here only as far as McNeil, who was felled by Robot in the meantime as the ball rolls on toward the wing. Bramble turns away from Mills. Now on that right boot towards half forward. Darcy comes in late. Takes on Francis, leaves him for dead. Darcy goes inside forward 50, has options down there. Davidson got it off Riley West. Toes it toward the goals here. It's picked off by Wicks. The umpire will come back here for a free kick for the hold, which will go the way of the Swans and Sam Wicks at the Paddington end of the SCG. So the Swans have momentum late in this first half. Mills back to Goulden. He can go beyond defensive 50, and he does find the marking target at left half back in Melican.
Swans have fought their way back into this game impressively. Melican sends it up to the wing. Late stages of the first half. McLean makes a good contest. Winning it back though is Hines for the Dogs. And then a strong three-man tackle. Rowbottom, Warner and Sheldrick on Bramble. And we'll have a ball up on the outer wing on the logo. Grundy grabs it out of the ruck. Couldn't get Boots a ball, but he got one high from Liberatore. One of the smallest men on the ground and one of the biggest. Grundy out wide to Jordan. Handball over the top to McInerney. Left half forward. Now McLean has Sheldrick in space. Misses him. Hayward gathers it though. Looks for an option in Rowbottom and finds him. They went laterally across attacking 50. Good composure from Hayward. And Rowbottom will kick from 45 and a slight angle to the right.
It just shows how huge Grundy's been. He's been amazing for the Swans. He's been dragging along. But what's also been impressive is Goulden's starting to get a bit more of the ball, and you can see how good he is with the ball. He absolutely executes the ball, very rarely turns over, and it creates a lot of the drive for the Swans.
James Rowbottom, fourth in the competition for tackles. Bring the margin back to within a goal for his fourth of the season. It's another poor effort from Sydney in terms of kicking for goal. So they are 6-8-44 now. 6-7-43 in fact. No, they are 6-8-44. Scoreboard took a while to tick over. The Bulldogs are 8-5-53. It's a 9-point lead to the visitors.
I've had one more scoring shot the home side, as you say, Garvey. Harmsy. I'm sure they call him Harmsy. Goes wide to find Williams. Only Williams. And finds Richards off half back. Harms keeps running, shares it with Johannison from the outer logo. Good surge here for the Dogs. Melican goes up with a spoil on Darcy. Mopped up here off attack by the Bulldogs at half forward. Kennedy, it was untidy here as Richards gets involved as well, and that will be the siren for half time. And there's an improved performance from the Swans in that first half, and they know it too. They're high-fiving. Meantime, Errol Goulden's getting up off the deck. I don't know if that was just accidental or incidental, or Richards, and he's just trying to get back to where his teammates are. He's sort of just feigning that he's not seeing the Bulldogs players, Errol Goulden, and he's sort of walking deliberately into Liberatore and West and a few others there. So just some gamesmanship there from Errol Goulden on the half-time siren, but it was an improved showing. From at one stage, 28 points the Bulldogs lead midway through that second quarter, and the home side kicked the last three majors of that second term. 8-5-53 the Bulldogs. The Swans are 6-8-44. Goal kickers so far. Norton kicked his second and third in that second term. Sam Darcy also with his third goal at the very start of that second quarter. And also on the board, Matt Kennedy and Riley West. Meanwhile, for the Sydney Swans, Tom Papley has two singles to Warner, Heaney, James Jordan and Jake Lloyd on the board for the home sides. The Dogs by 9 points, at one stage leading by 28 points in this second term at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Your experts, Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport, and Norm Smith medalist Ryan O'Keefe and former Lion and Giant Joel Patfull.
Well, this has been a great game, and both teams have been very evenly matched, and the only difference is the efficiency the Dogs have got. I think both teams have, they contest well. It's going both ways. The defences are holding up, but it's just that efficiency that the Dogs have been able to connect, go forward and hit the scoreboard. And then the Swans, just I said, Grundy's been huge. When Goulden gets the ball, everything is dangerous, but it's the goal kicking. It's just, this has been a common problem for a long time. So my question would be, is what are they doing about it? Have they got something in? Are they really focusing in training? I remember many years ago that we had the same issue, and we got a skill acquisition guy and had nothing to do with football at all, and he just watched goal kicking and came out with some 3 principles, and we just hammered them down. And then the following year we were the number 1 set shot goal kicking team, just because we put so much time and effort into it, because we realised it was an issue and it was going to cost us games. In the end, our goal kicking and efficiency end up helping us win a premiership. So my question is, what are they doing about it? Because it's such a bad problem for so many players for such a long time.
Well, it's not only that you're not converting and you're not obviously kicking a score, it's the effect that it has on the rest of the team. When you're up and about, you want the result, you keep missing consistently. You miss 1, you miss 2, and you can hang in there in your effort and your intensity, but it does take a toll on you. If you start missing 5 or 6 shots in a row, it does start to go through the team. So that's why it was so important for their leaders to step up in that last few minutes. Heaney kicked a goal, Papley kicked a goal, and got them back on track. So, yeah, it's not just obviously the score building up, but then it's just the energy that puts through the team when you're consistently missing goals and easy shots at goal that go through the team. So, but overall, I mean, the Swans, there's probably a 5-minute patch there where their intensity went down a little bit and the Bulldogs capitalised. But apart from that, they would be very happy with how they're tracking there. And for me, it's off the back of their tackles. 38-16 tackles out there tonight in that first half. So they're really hunting the Bulldogs and turning the ball over in the forward half. We've talked about it a few times, but their effort and intensity in their defence is probably what stood out for me.
Yeah, like the forward half turnovers, that's always been a big stat on a lot of clubs about how many times you can turn it over in your front half and have a repeat shot. And they've been really, really good at it. And the Dogs will give you a chance. Like, they like to handball, they like to try and move the ball fast. It does give you an opportunity to turn the ball over, and the Swans have done it. If they were able to capitalise and they were 8 goals 6, you know what I mean, we're talking a much different game, because the scoreboard, out of all the stats we look at, the scoreboard and the score is the number 1 stat you've got to look at, and that creates pressure in the game, trying to chase something down or trying to hold off a lead. But I think what we spoke about with the Swans, don't give the Bulldogs that opportunity to turn it over by trying to bite off too much you can chew. If you can get a forward 50 stoppage, we've seen they've kicked 2 goals from it. That is a legitimate play for them to take. If it's no option there, no clear option, dump it wide into that pocket, drop it in for a stoppage and go at it again.
Yeah, there's still plenty of opportunities out there for the Swans. And then we talked about Heaney getting involved in the game. Gordon's getting more of the footy, so clean when he moves forward. So some of their key movers are starting to come to the party a little bit and helping out Grundy, who was probably the lone hand in that midfield for the majority of that first half.
The voice of Joel Patfull and Ryan O'Keefe here on ABC Sport as we head to the halftime news very shortly. The Bulldogs by 9 points at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Mark in Adelaide looking for a crowd figure. There'd be 30-odd thousand here. I'll give you the full figure when it comes through later on, but it wouldn't be... I wouldn't have thought in the 40s.
No way.
Not at the moment. It's hard to tell when everyone's left their seats at half time. Martin's saying hi from the UK, listening to you on the AFL out. Can't believe Michael Voss hasn't been fired yet. Bulldogs to win as Bontempelli is brilliant. Thank you, Martin. Yeah, I note that Brad Lloyd, the Carlton GM of footy, spoke a couple of hours before we came on air and well, he was asked point blank around Michael Voss's future for next year. Of course, he is contracted for next year as well, and he refused to guarantee that he would be the coach for next year. I think we all know where that's going off the back of last night. Port beating Carlton by 50 points, not just last night, but a few other things in recent history for the Blues. Rob in Greensboro, that's at least twice. Francis has gone at the ball one-handed, once for a mark and once for a loose ball. Something wrong with his arm. We've got a few guys with bung hands and bung fingers. We've got Rory Lobb wearing a blue glove on his left hand. Tom Papley's finger popped out in that first half as well. A few more of yours. Marcus in South Melbourne. Stop being polite, guys. The surface is substandard and players could get injured, I reckon. Just saying. Not being polite, Marcus. That will be certainly a discussion point out of this game. Until such time as a player does get injured because of the surface, I won't give it too much conversation, other than to say I'm surprised, given their last game here was a month ago in round 12. There's been nothing else happening here since. How is the surface still that bad? We blame the Andrea Bocelli concert from back in the late part of the summer, but it does defy belief, particularly that Paddington end of the ground, northern end of the ground, has all the relayed turf and looks terrible, as does the centre wicket area here at the SCG. Warren also said condition of the ground looks very subpar, hope it doesn't contribute to an injury. Not yet, Warren, and hopefully not, but...
this is not blame the concert. This is blame the groundskeepers.
That's what I'm saying.
And the staff.
Yeah. Well, it's been that long.
There's full time there, and it's been an absolute... the amount of times they don't let you train on there and protect the wicket for cricket and all this sort of stuff, for them not to be able to get there, and this has been an issue all season, for them not to get that ready, they need to be seriously looked at. Go, what's their processes going on?
Danae and Bassendean, neutral listener with a lazy eye on the ladder, keen for a good game. Thanks for the call. It's been a good game in its own way, hasn't it? End to end, and obviously the Bulldogs have capitalised more on the opportunities inside 50. So, Bulldogs by 9 points at half-time. More from myself, Brett Sprigg, Dan Garb, Joel Patfull, Ryan O'Keefe very shortly. Right now, time for ABC News.
ABC News, I'm Thanmaya Navada. WA's Chief Justice has sentenced 2 men to lengthy jail terms for murdering Aboriginal schoolboy Cassius Turvey. Jack Brearley received a life sentence with a non-parole period of 22 years. His accomplice, Brodie Palmer, didn't physically strike Cassius Turvey, but received a life sentence with an 18-year minimum. Mitchell Forth, who was convicted of manslaughter, will spend the next 12 years behind bars, while Brearley's ex-girlfriend, Alicia Gilmore, who was convicted of separate assault charges, was given a conditional suspended sentence. Speaking outside court, Cassius Turvey's mother, Michelle, said today's sentencing is another step in a lifelong process of grieving and healing.
I don't know how to go forward, but I'll go forward the same way I've been doing for the last 2.5 years. For the last 58 years, I will still remain a very strong black woman. They're not going to bring me down. No way in the world.
Australian superannuation funds have won a reprieve from a so-called revenge tax that threatened their investments in the United States. Holly Tregenza reports.
The bill would have imposed up to 15% taxes on countries that the US claimed had discriminatory tax regimes to American companies, particularly big tech companies. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese says the removal is good news.
This would adversely impact on Australian investment if it had have been implemented.
The tax was mostly aimed at Europe, but the government's social media tax has also put Australia in the firing line and could have been difficult for Australian superannuation funds with big investments in the US.
An extremism expert says the federal government's move to formally list far-right group Telegram as a terror organisation needs a wider approach. The group aids and encourages people to carry out white supremacist acts, but now anyone associated with the group in Australia will face up to 25 years in prison. The decision came before a link was revealed between the group and an alleged plot to kill a New South Wales MP. Dr. Josh Roos from Deakin University says a more comprehensive solution is needed.
These individuals are going to go elsewhere. They will mobilise elsewhere and maintain their relationships online. And it's very difficult to enforce beyond their participation in this particular group or series of groups. So we need a much wider approach on, for example, holding platforms accountable, like Telegram, for hosting the material in the first place.
The families of Israeli hostages are again pushing for a permanent end to the war in Gaza as a ceasefire between Iran and Israel has been holding for more than 3 days. Israeli authorities say some 50 hostages remain captive in the Gaza Strip, with about 20 of those believed to still be alive. A mother of one of the Israeli hostages is among those pleading with US President Donald Trump to deliver peace after he brokered a truce between Israel and Iran.
Mr. President, sir, as you took the decision to end the war in Iran, I'm asking you to take the decision to bring my son back to life and the Gaza war now.
Meanwhile, the United States has confirmed it will give nearly $50 million to funding in the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation as an American and Israeli-backed body set up to distribute aid in Gaza. The BBC's Jake Kwan reports.
This is the first known U.S. government funding of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. Israel sees the organization as key to undermining Hamas' control of Gaza, but the UN and major aid groups have refused to cooperate with the food distribution system, accusing it of weaponizing aid. The group uses private U.S. military and logistics firms to bring food to Palestinians at what they call secure sites. But the UN has said that more than 410 Palestinians have been killed by Israeli gunfire or shelling since the group began work in late May.
And a complex supply chain for a popular ADHD treatment is leading to a global shortage. Methylphenidate, commonly sold as Ritalin or Concerta, will be harder to find from next month. The Therapeutic Goods Administration is urging anyone who uses the drug to contact their health professional. Professor David Cogill from the Australasian ADHD Professionals Association says while demand has skyrocketed, manufacturers are limited in how much they can produce.
Most of the raw ingredient for these medications that's used by companies around the world comes out of the US, and the Drug Enforcement Agency in the US puts quotas. It limits the amount of raw ingredient that can be made.
You're up to date with the latest from ABC News this evening. For more news at any time, you can download the ABC Listen app.
Australia's Test Tour of the West Indies is on now.
What about that? Unbelievable.
Catch every ball on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the cricket button. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
High towards the 50 here. Darcy gets some separation, runs onto a loose football here in the pocket, straightens up with a drop punt. On the run, Sam Darcy, what a finish! You are kidding me. He is every bit the phenom they love. Sam Darcy with his third goal to start the second term.
Why would you put him in the ruck? You've got to leave him there, don't you? And that's, I mean, how good is he? For a guy of that size to kick a drop punt from the boundary is almost unheard of.
This kid can do anything, can't he? It's unbelievable.
And Sanders extracts the football, has a bounce, 51 out, smartly decides to centre it, and Norton, who had fallen over, just managed to gather his bearings and take a mark. Aaron Norton for the biggest lead of the game and his first of the night. They've snuck another one through. They have made the goal umpire work a lot tonight, the Bulldogs.
Play on. Down the line he goes. Norton steps over, but he recovers and clunks the grab. Norton on the approach for his second goal. Pops it through. The Bulldogs kicking away.
Gets it to Liberatore, throws it on the boot. It bounces away from McNeil. Norton gathers it on his right. He's got another one. Aaron Norton's in on the action. Darcy has 3. Norton has 3 as well. Second game back. Good tap by Grundy down to Heaney. And he bounces it through. Well, that was more efficient from Sydney. And Heaney, who's been quiet, has his first big moment of the game.
Feels like there was a Bulldogs player in Peters. Blakey goes closer to home now. It's marked by Patley, 45 out. Kicks from 52. Right on his distance. It sails through. He knows how important that kick is. Patley searching through a pack. Jordan will snap here and that will bounce through. Well, there were a couple of options in there, but James Jordan got loose, saw the big sticks, he snapped and bounced through.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Did it bounce through? This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. You're with Brett Sprigg, Daniel Garb, Joel Patfull and Ryan O'Keefe as the Swans make their way back out onto the SCG. And the Western Bulldogs, who lead by 9 points, will join them shortly. Last night we began round 16 in Adelaide, where Port Adelaide beat Carlton by 50 points. There's still, I guess, a watch on Princes Park, graffiti and all, unfortunately, as to what happens with the immediate future of Michael Voss, who was contracted for next year. The team news for the Sunday games is out. St Kilda and Fremantle have each made 3 changes. Bradley Hill is the headline omission for the Saints due to illness. Sean Darcy comes back in alongside Oscar McDonald and Isaiah Dudley for the Dockers. Out goes Josh Draper, James Aish and Jeremy Sharp. For the Saints, I mentioned Hill out, so too Webster, who's being managed. Ryan Burns has been dropped. Hugo Garcia, Liam Henry are among the ins alongside Jack Carroll. At the MCG, McKelty Lafau will make his return for Richmond, back from an ACL, his first game since round 12 last year, alongside defender Jacob Blight, while Caleb Smith and Thomas Sims have been dropped. The Crows have made just the one change for the MCG clash. James Peatling replacing Luke Pedler. Now, plenty of things happening around the place. Of course, the cricket. Day 3 underway in a few hours' time in Barbados at Bridgetown. Australia to resume 4 wickets down for 92. An overall lead of 82 with Travis Head 13, Bo Webster on 19. You'll hear that with Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Dirk Nannis and Adam Crosswaite. There is the NRL competition earlier at Brookvale. Manly 28 beat Western Tigers 10. Currently in Newcastle, early second half. Canberra 16 leads Newcastle 0. We have plenty happening. So I mentioned the cricket. That's coming up tonight on ABC Sport Digital or via the ABC Listen app. Just look for the cricket button just before midnight Eastern tonight. The Matildas friendlies continue out west. The next of those is on Sunday evening against Slovenia. We'll have full coverage of that as well. Tomorrow night, the British and Irish Lions tour gets underway in rugby. That's also happening out west where they play the Western Force at Perth Stadium tomorrow. Wimbledon starts Monday evening. That's covered for you as well via the ABC Listen app. So as Roy HG would say, when too much sport is barely enough, the ABC Listen app and ABC Sport Digital is the best place to find it. So, alas, we are here at the SCG with one half down and the last 2 quarters to go of the Swans and the Bulldogs. Ryan O'Keefe and Joel Patfull. It's been an even affair in most facets other than the scoreboard, which, of course, the Swans aren't hitting nearly enough or well enough.
Yeah, definitely. Before we get underway, I just watching the Oz kick out there. I just have to shout to East Sydney Bulldogs, my kids' team. They're out there. Well, my kids weren't running around, but out there doing the Oz kick. So young Harry Herman, young friend of mine, having there, saw him kick a couple of goals. So
they're a big club here in Sydney, one of the OG clubs. Do they wear Bulldogs colours though?
They wear Bulldogs colours. Yeah. Yep. So just a bit of a shout out there. But yeah, look, as I said, this game's been a great game, and both teams have been playing with plenty of energy and great contests, and just the difference is, I think, the efficiency and the sort of the lack of capitalising on the good work the Swans are doing by hitting the goals.
Well, that's right. The Swans just need to keep up their intensity, and that'll determine the outcome. I think we know that the Dogs can go the distance. We know how good they are, but if the Swans can continue doing what they're doing, they're going to be right in this game when it comes to the end of it. They need to convert, like we talked about, but they put themselves right in, and they'd be happy with how they've started this first half. So one note I had was Bailey Dale spent the last 6 minutes of that quarter on the bench after having 18 touches, so was an influence with how the Swans were able to control the game in that last 5 minutes.
An interesting stat from the first half. The tackles, 37 to Sydney, 16 to the Bulldogs. So the intensity of the Swans is right up. Sheldrick with 5 tackles. Obviously, Rowbottom right amongst it. Chad Warner with 4. You can't fault their aggression and their pressure. It's just the manner in which they're finishing off their work up forward compared to the Bulldogs.
Exactly right, Garbs, and that's the blueprint of their game, I think. If they can bring that contest and effort, everyone will be happy.
Fran in Melbourne, Brett in Canberra, thank you for your correspondence. Maddie and Zach in the Seychelles. Happy Port Adelaide supporters watching this game on the internet and using your commentary. Good on you, Maddie and Zach. Listening all around the world here. Dan's in Kununurra. I bumped into Andrea Bocelli at the server the other day. He was wearing a GWS beanie. Could they be trying to make a little bit of effort to hobble the Swans' chances at home? Don't think so, Dan. Appreciate your text. Into the second half we go at the SCG. Here's Daniel Garb on ABC Sport.
Bulldogs and Swans both off 2 wins in a row. It's the Dogs with a 9-point lead as we start the third term. And Liberatore with the first clearance to Bontempelli. Overcooked the kick slightly. It was over Norton's head, and Blakey took the defensive mark, plays on right on the boundary, just kept the ball in play, but then turns it over. Richards cuts across McInerney, marks it half forward, and now plays on, drives one in for Norton, who has marked overhead. But they failed to take advantage of the Bontempelli mistake with his overcooked kick. Comes straight back in. Norton marked it this time, and he'll kick for his 4th from 25 out, 45-degree angle to the right.
Was the stat 6 quarters they've kicked a goal in the first 100 seconds? Is this the 7?
Yeah.
It's the wrong playbook, though. The wrong players keep having a shot on goal, though.
Well, he's kicked 4 of the 6. This is going to be 7 in a row regardless.
Aaron Norton for 4 goals for the first time this season. It's the post. He'll have to wait for his 4th major in a game, potentially. A rare blip in front of the big sticks from the Dogs. They lead by 10 points, 8-6-54. Sydney 6-8-44.
Mills on the kick out finds Roberts. It's been a key part of the Swans team this year, especially in the absence of Goulden and co. He's back inboard for Cunningham. Still inside defensive 50 for the Swans at the round weekend. Mills will get 50 here as Sam Darcy encroached over the mark. So that'll take the Swans forward. Can they keep this momentum rolling on? They kick the last 3 goals of the second term. Down the corridor he finds Patley, 65 from goal. Further in he goes to find Heaney. Great contested grab in the contest with Kennedy. Isaac Heaney marks 30 out, slight angle right of centre.
He's just so dangerous when he takes his opponent, an opposition midfielder down forward. He's so good overhead.
Seeing replays of Sam Darcy pleading his case with the umpire. And Isaac Heaney, a little jump in that grab with Matt Kennedy. He's strong overhead. Here he is. The Swans fans will believe here. The ideal start of the second half. He ambles in and he kicks it. The Swans have kicked 4 in a row either side of the half-time break. Heaney's with his second and the margin is back to 4 points. 8-6-54 to 7-8-50.
You can just see the difference now in the energy of the Swans. Dogs have a shot, they miss, goes back down there and they score, and it just you talked about it before, Joel, just that psychological, approach that hitting the scoreboard and kicking goals gives the whole team, gives them an absolute lift. Now they're totally up and about. It's 4 points in it, and this is going to be a different mindset from the Swans going forward now.
Yeah, you're right. They've been dangerous up forward, haven't they? It's probably Papley as well, who's getting involved around the 50-metre arc and just delivering inside 50. Probably a little bit more thought going into where he's positioning the ball. They're not blazing away, hitting the top of the goal square. He's putting an advantage side, and like you said, Heaney one out deep in the goal square is always dangerous.
So Heaney with a couple of goals at a quiet first half by his very high standards as Grundy taps it straight down to Warner. Burst through the middle of the SCG with composure. Just poked it out wide to McInerney. Francis gathered it, gets it to McInerney. Snap from the right forward pocket. The Swans have 2 in the space of 15 seconds. Justin McInerney, superb finish. And all of a sudden, Sydney have the lead. 8-8-56. The Bulldogs 8-6-54. The Swans in front for the first time in this game.
Great finish there by McInerney. He had to kick one from the boundary. Chad's unbelievable burst out of the centre. But I don't know what he's doing with his kicking. I don't know what sort of... He could have just pinned the ears back and had a shot himself, but McInerney's had to turn that half opportunity into a goal, which is making the most of the opportunities. It's a great finish.
Well, they did have the lead for a moment in the first term, the Swans, but it has felt as if the Dogs have had the ascendancy for almost the entirety of the game.
What's better, McInerney's or Darcy's in the same pocket?
Darcy's. Yeah. Has to be Darcy's, doesn't it?
Yeah. Similar angle.
Both great. And there was all happening down there, wasn't there? There was a boundary umpire fell over. And
and that will continue to be a talking point around the turf at that end of the ground. The Paddington end as Warner with a clearance off to Heaney. Tracks back with a hand pass to Goulden. Off a step. Off that preferred left boot. Running start from Buller. Kennedy mops up in defence here for the Bulldogs. Goes off half back now down the line to find Norton, who leads up 70 from goal. Options inside 50 here for Aaron Norton. Running into space though. Davidson does well. He's in the left forward pocket, 45 from goal.
He runs really hard, Davidson, doesn't he? Super hard run.
And the Bulldogs recover some momentum here. Fraser calls for the 40 and marks at centre half forward. He's 50 from goal.
This is where the Swans' defence now got to put body work into the doggies forwards. They can't let them get free leads and free jumps at the ball.
This is where it's a new kind of pressure in this game for the Bulldogs, isn't it, Ryan O'Keefe? Because we spoke about their scalps this year. They've beaten the Saints twice, North and Richmond. Can they take the Swans to the sword here as he goes all the way? Fraser eyed them up, went whack from 55 and sails it through for a goal. And with that, the Bulldogs do take back the lead. 9-6-60. The Swans are 8-8-56. We've played now 6 minutes in this third quarter. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
It was a beautiful finish, wasn't it, from Fraser outside 50. It almost looked like he was hesitant to have a shot. He looked at all options. He wanted to pass it off, but pinned the ears back and struck it beautifully. So they needed that one because the Swans are starting to get on top, and in the midfield especially, getting that centre clearance and looking a bit more like the team that we saw, through parts of last season, and getting that forward possession and Warner exploding through the midfield and getting some running out of that midfield. So desperately needed goal from the Dogs.
Yeah, the Swans are on top of the clearances, so they're definitely winning that battle. I think the Dogs are basically getting a lot of their score generation off turnover. So it's going to be an interesting battle from going forward like this.
Great goal from distance by Fraser. What a find he's been for the Bulldogs. Pick 45 in the draft. Having an influence in this game as Jordan kicks the Swans into attack. Rowbottom and Richards fight for the football on the wing following the rebound, and then Goulden with a nice tackle on Davidson. So Fraser, 13 disposals and a goal. They can play him anywhere. Half back, half forward. He runs through the midfield.
Mini Bond, what do they call him?
Yep, and becoming a big asset for the Bulldogs as the bouncing ball is trapped by Lobb inside defensive 50. Under pressure was Bramble. He's turned it over by hand to Rowbottom. He wins it back and then finds Campbell. Bramble tries to make amends and wraps Campbell up. So we'll have a ball up just on the paints of the 50 and the boundary line. Dogs lead by 4 points in what is now a seesawing contest. A thriller potentially ensues on a Friday night here at the SCG. In fact, it'll be a boundary throw-in.
Back in it comes, running in English. Down the Liberatore. Clears the area here for the Dogs. High ball back towards half-back, but plucking himself under it is Roberts. Chops it off there for the Swans. Goes on the entry now, and Buller slides in. Has he paid the mark? No. Umpire saw it was on the half volley, so it was balled up.
I don't know. It looked like he marked it.
No, not from here it didn't. Did he spill it? I think he might have, yeah. He didn't quite control the footy there. Although the third umpire, Adrian Holdstock in Barbados, might say it was as Papley snaps across the face. And it's out of bounds for a throw-in.
That just shows how dangerous they are in forward 50 stoppages. Again, they win that clearance and have a shot on goal, even though it went out of bounds. But it's not a bad thing for them to get these repeat entries and stoppages inside their 50 for the Swans.
Dogs by 4 points. Boundary throw-in, though. Deep in attack for Sydney. Grundy plucks it out of the ruck. Handball to Heaney. The snapshot from the boundary. That is pure magic. Heaney has 3. And it's the Grundy-Heaney show once more. They did it in the pocket at the other end of the ground in the second term. And that was brilliant from the Swans' banging form ruckman. And the finish is just pure class from their reigning club champion. Heaney with 3 majors. The Swans get the lead back by 2 points.
The Dogs are going to look at the stoppages now. Like they're getting touched up badly in the stoppage, and particularly in their defensive 50 stoppages. That's like... They can't, if they're going to allow this, the Swans are just going to be just so, you can see what their playbook is. Just get it in there, force a stoppage, and away we go. And the Dogs just can't get, if they're going to keep getting beaten by stoppages, and this is where I think we spoke about earlier about the battle of the midfield. The Swans midfield's getting on top, and it's led by the ruckman Grundy.
Can the Dogs withstand? The Swans have found their mojo in this second quarter, now the second half. Restart back in the middle. It's Darcy and Grundy in the ruck. Coming off half-back, Dale was dragged onto the ground by Campbell. Footy comes loose. They hover around it now. It's a hot footy, middle of the SCG. The umpire says, give it to me for a ball up. Harms gets up off the turf. At Hardson, a wicket area. Darcy down here for the legs of Bontempelli. Makes good of it with a socker. Out to Cunningham, brought to ground by Vandermeer. And again, the umpire ball up, this time near half forward to the Bulldogs at the round weekend. Tim English heading to the rooms, by the way, as well. So we'll keep an eye on that for you.
And Brodie Grundy is dominating the ruck as it is. So Darcy has to step in there. Good tackle by Lloyd. They'll have a ball up, left half forward for the Bulldogs. It was Sanders who was wrapped up in the Lloyd tackle.
But what that does too, makes Darcy go in the ruck, and it takes one of their forward weapons away.
Yeah. It'll be a big moment in this game, potentially. They need to find a way to stop Brodie Grundy, though, who's having a monumental influence on this game. Here is Sanders, gathering it at half forward. Bramble on the run, 51 out. Lines them up and converts superbly. They do not miss from distance, these Bulldogs, and it's on again at centre-half forward. Hayward is surrounded by about 6 Dogs who let him know all about that goal. Bramble with a wonderful finish, and now the Dogs have the lead again. It has changed 4 times in the space of about 10 minutes in this third term.
What a great game of footy.
Yeah.
End-to-end, high scoring, and the skill level this quarter particularly. We talked about the forward efficiency and conversion, but both teams really stepping up and finishing when they need to. So high level, high skill game of footy and intensity around the contest. As good as I've seen this year from both teams. So very high level game of footy.
We saw the lead swing 4 times in the first quarter and now for a 4th time in the third term. And there's still about 19 minutes left in this third quarter. Dogs by 4 points. On the restart, Grundy and Darcy. Bontempelli turns out of the Heaney tackle. Hand pass was dropped by Harms. Wrapped up by Rowan. Got the hand pass away though. It went straight though towards Campbell of the Swans. Sends it wide inside 50. It'll skid beyond the boundary line for a throw-in. By the way, Lockie Bramble wears the old Neil Cordy number 29. Our man Cords wore the number for both of these sides. Swans and the Bulldogs. And that's because Lockie Bramble's dad was taught by Neil Cordy way back when. Pre-professional era. Dogs by 4 points. Grundy down here is wrapped up is Davidson. The umpire says, give it to me.
I know we joked about Darcy going to the ruck, but him going into the ruck permanently now with English down, that is a huge part of this game.
That it is. Darcy with 3 goals. English out of action at the moment as West takes the footy away from the stoppage at half-back. Well done by Mills. Excellent courage by the Swan skipper to camp himself underneath our football. His kick is smothered though, and so it's in dispute in the middle of the grounds. And it is McNeil and Wicks who wrap it up. Umpire throws it up in the centre circles. Grundy all on his own, just thumps it forward. The Clark Keating style. Will Hayward gathers it, and then Fraser is well tackled by Sheldrick. So Grundy's impact profound at the moment. English off the ground, Darcy in the ruck. The game in a fascinating situation right now. Dogs lead by 4 points, 13 minutes in the third quarter here at the SCG.
Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Hayward wrapped up in the 2-man tackle. Again, the umpire will ball it up. You can't take your eyes or ears off this contest. Grundy left it behind there for Chad Warner. Tries to break the tackle in there of Riley West, and again the umpire will throw it in the air. Chad Warner's 100th game tonight. Of course, Marcus Bontempelli's 250th. Dog skipper. There for the Swans. Rebottom's tackled by Harms, holding the ball. So he ducked into that tackle from James Harms, but the umpire was wise to him and has awarded the free kick the way of the tackler. Dogs by 4, 14 gone third term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
So Harms at centre half back. Gives the handball to Caulfield, who plays on to Davidson. Well done, McInerney. Spoiled and then crucially kept his feet. Gathered it, bombs it long into attack. 2-on-1 in favour of Sydney. Isaac Heaney for his foot. What an enormous influence on this football game by the Sydney Swans champion. He had 1 disposal to quarter time. He's got 4 goals halfway through the third term. Swans in front again.
And that's what he said. Like, he one of those players that makes the most of his opportunities. His finish is unbelievable. As you said, he hasn't touched the ball heaps, and in the first quarter it was 1 possession. But now he's become such a pivotal influence on this game. He's turned it on its head.
Yeah, they're going to have to look at their defensive structure, the Dogs, aren't they? They're still going for their kicks. They're getting turned over through the midfield in their defensive half as well. So whether they pull back on how aggressive they are with their offense, or they get a match-up for Heaney at least when he's going inside 50, but he is absolutely tearing them apart at the moment.
It's the first time he's kicked 4 goals since round 15, 2023. That was the day that they smashed the Eagles by 30 goals here. So that was a fill your boots time. Wonky bounce to restart here. 4 goals for Isaac Heaney. Lead is now swung for a 5th time in this third quarter. Swans by 2 points. Up it goes. McLean competes with Darcy. Chad Warner with a clearance here for the Swans. High ball inside forward 50. He's under it there in the contest with Bailey Williams. Under some pressure. Francis provides it there. It's now with Bramble. Beaten there by Rowan. He's wrapped up down there by Rory Lobb. Bramble's hand pass goes straight to Lloyd. Hurry kick up in the air. Who's there? Kennedy through the air now for the Bulldogs. Fraser can't gather. Off the deck. Rowbottom saw the opportunity. James Rowbottom with his first of the night. And the Swans have back-to-back goals to lead by 8 points.
Their tails up now. You can see that their ball's going in there. They're swarming in. They're putting pressure. But that forward pressure has been a highlight of their game all night. And that's just, again, just replicating that intense, making the Dogs' defence really, really jumpy.
It's amazing how much a few key inclusions can make, isn't it, to the overall team and how this team looks out here. We've a few games this year we've watched this team playing. It didn't look like the Swans of old, and the guys that have come back in, Mills, Papley, as much as Goulden hasn't had a great night, he's obviously still out there. He's producing and working well, but it's a turnaround, isn't it? I think there'd be a few teams out there that'll be watching this game pretty closely.
Wonderful creativity from James Rowbottom. Swans lead by 8 points. Here's Harms, breaks the tackle. Handball back to Bramble. Through the middle of the SCG. Kicks the Bulldogs inside 50. Bouncing ball. Blakey couldn't gather it. Kennedy's there. Norton bumped him off the football. Bit of friendly fire. Wicks can't find the teammate though. Cunningham eventually tries to clear the area. His kick smothered. Well gathered by Fraser. Bontempelli and his 250th. With a massive goal. The snap over the shoulder. Typical bit of brilliance out of nothing from the Bont. And he's on the board on his milestone night to bring the margin back to 2 points in favour of Sydney.
I see your goal and match it. It's unbelievable, isn't it? This game it's got it all. Both teams are evenly matched, and they're fighting, they're scrapping, they're finding ways to just generate scores from nothing. This game's going to go down to the wire. It's who's going to be able to last and just keep putting that pressure and keep that intensity up. And the Bont's gone down full forward. We talked about what's going to happen with Darcy in the ruck as a structural. Well, they send Bont full forward, and he can do it all.
It feels like a game where the players know what's on the end of it. There's a bit of feeling in it. There's definitely a bit of pressure, and it's almost like the crowd can sense it as well. There's a lot of meaning out here.
The Dogs can be as high as 4th tonight with a win. The Swans to keep their season alive. That's what they're fighting for. Goulden towards half forward. Johannesson wrapped up by Buller. And the umpire will ball it up.
Buller's shown a lot for me. I've been really impressed with his game.
Swans by 2 points. That's the voice of Ryan O'Keefe on ABC Sport. Liberatore through traffic. Kick goes nowhere. Kennedy wrapped up by Papley. And that's going nowhere, so we'll ball up again.
Fantastic game of footy. Friday night on ABC Sport here at the SCG. West to Bramble at centre-half back. Having a big quarter is Lockie Bramble. Gets it to Sanders. The 1-2 with Harms. Sanders goes inside and looks for Davidson. Coming out is Van der Meer. Davidson did well. Let Van der Meer take it. He was out on the lead, and then he kicks straight into the man on the mark in Rowbottom, who follows up his work with a massive tackle, holding the football. Inspirational from the Swans hard man. The big smother, then the tackle, wins the free kick at halfback. Handballs to Wicks. Kicks up to half forward. Off hands, and they set up for Buller. Bounces for English, who's back on the ground, importantly for the Bulldogs. Bailey Williams just throws it on the boot. Torpedo up to half forward. Swans all around this. Rowbottom must be exhausted. Tracks back though. Gets it to Mills, and now Melican can go laterally.
Retreats with his kick towards fullback, or it's marked by Cunningham. They'll switch to the outer side here, the Swans. Goulden in plenty of space. Has room to go now. There's his first bounce. Sees the options up ahead, and now does spot the man in Chad Warner. The milestone man for the Swans comes in board. Goulden with a contest coming late from West. On the outer logo here for the Swans. Off here to Sheldrick. Won't keep the chain going. Oh, he's called to play on. Does have to kick hurriedly now. Inside 50. Wobbles away from Haywood. There is Williams for the Bulldogs. Shares it now with Sanders. Has to trap it. Pressure comes from Heaney. He's kicked 4 goals today, Heaney. Heaney provides some pressure. Bramble slips the tackle out there of Papley. Still going Bramble off half back. Needs a target out there, 2-on-1. Bontempelli floats across and marks.
And he's got a man free inside 50. It's Fraser. Bontempelli's kick is weighted superbly. Fraser didn't have to break stride. Tracked it all the way to the left forward pocket. And the Bont with a goal and now a beautiful pass to Fraser. He's having an impact on his big night.
Well, it's stepped up a notch the game, hasn't it, in terms of intensity? It was Bramble off half back that just cut back inside, broke a tackle, and then hit Bontempelli on the half forward line, open up the game.
Fraser with a snap from the left forward pocket for his second of the quarter. Finishes brilliantly. And the Bulldogs have the lead back. 12-6-78. Sydney 11-8-74. What about Marcus Bontempelli? That's all a superstar like that needs. 5-10 minutes just to change the landscape of a football game.
Well, it's sort of him and Heaney, really. Like, they play in the midfield, then when they go forward, they're such a dangerous sort of key forward. It's provided that option, and then beautiful run there by Fraser, though. He just worked really, really hard to run that fat side to get there, and a great finish. But to your point, Joel, this is finals-like intensity by both these teams.
Tim English back out there, by the way, so it was some sort of leg complaint, some saying knee, some saying ankle. Either way, he's back out there to contest the next stoppage.
And for all that talk for inefficiency inside 50, Swans have kicked, what do they kick? 5 goals straight to the Bulldogs, 4 goals won in this quarter.
6th lead change of the quarter. The Dogs in front by 4 points as we hit time on here in the third term. Grundy with a hit out there. Jordan waiting for it. Liberatore got there first. Hand pass picked off by Goulden, and he's brought to ground as well. So a ball up in the centre circles here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. What a game of footy. Friday night footy on ABC Sports where you're hearing it. Grundy down here. Goulden spears it inside 50. Unkind bounce to McLean. So too lob in defence. And Williams slipped over as well. That dangerous end as Bramble knocks it towards the boundary line for a throw in. So we're seeing plenty of players losing their footing at that end of the ground, the Paddington end of the SCG.
You just wouldn't try to change direction down there. Yep. You just body line it. You just have to go, look, we're just going to take this ball out.
Bulldogs by 4.
It's like ice skating inside 50 for the Swans at the moment. Here's Sheldrick. Manages to get a kick away. Bouncing ball to the boundary line. Campbell is wrapped up by Dale. What a thrilling quarter of footy. Seesawing contest. Dogs lead by 4 points now. There's still plenty of time left in this term. Ollie Florent is on the phone though, so the Swans are about to make their sub. As Grundy gets the handball out, Papley wraps up Harms. Jumped all over his bat, but legally, so we'll have the ball up. 45 out from the Swans goals. Another hit out to Grundy. Harms gathers it though. Bramble sold a bit of candy a couple of times and then rushed his kick. It's an up and under effort just outside 50. Bouncing ball now. Melican did well to palm it down. McInerney tried to hack it out of the air. And perhaps that was a rash decision because the Bulldogs have won it back. Vandermeer to Sanders. The 1-2 back to Vandermeer. Roberts chases him well. Clever handball though by Vandermeer to Fraser. He might have 3 for the quarter. Joel Fraser, yes! Never mind Marcus Bontempelli's 250th. It's this young star on the rise in Joel Fraser, who is lighting up this third term for the Dogs. 3 goals for the quarter and extends their lead out to 10 points.
He's a nice mover, isn't he? He just covers the ground well and he just, great finish.
Subs being made, gents. I reckon Dane Rampy is being subbed out for the Swans. Ollie Florent into the game now.
Is that a tactical? Or
we assume tactical until we hear otherwise, but
he did have the ice pack, I think, Dane Rampy, but...
And you're 35, nothing's that tactical.
Exactly.
It's always ice pack somewhere.
Icing up everything anyway, just in case.
So keep an eye on that. Meantime, a career high 3 goals for Joel Fraser. What a quarter of footy. He was their best the night they beat the Giants in Canberra, their best win of the year so far. This, if they can hang on, might topple it. Bulldogs by 10, 25 gone third term. English knocks it forward to half forward. Kennedy sweeping hand pass wide, overrun by Sanders. Goulden mops up there for the Swans. Now Sheldrick out to Roberts, has to gather now. Pressure comes from Liberatore. Hand pass picked off by guess who? Fraser. Hot footy on the outer side of the SCG. They pile in from all angles, and the umpire says, "Give it to me." 13-6 plays 11-8, 25 gone third term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Here's Daniel Garb.
Dogs lead by 10. Fraser with a massive quarter. 3 goals. Isn't Riley Sanders having an influence as well? Takes it away rather too easily from that contest and then chips it up to Norton. Norton with 3 majors himself. Darcy has 3 as well.
It's calf tightness for Randy, by the way.
Heaney has 4 for the Swans as Norton's kick is into the pocket and Florent's first effort is coming on as a sub. He has to take it over the boundary line. Throw in, left forward pocket for the Bulldogs.
So calf injury for Rampy. So that suggests it could be, a bit more serious.
It's a concern for him considering his age as well. As Grundy taps it down to Jordan. Well done by Bramble. He's having a really big term. Wins the contest, snaps it into attack. Off Darcy, Harms gets the advantage, strolls through and kicks another one for the Bulldogs from straight in front. Their lead out to 16 points. And they have taken charge of the last 5 minutes of this term and crucially made the Swans pay.
Well, players like Bramble and Sanders have been getting really, really busy this quarter. They've been getting a lot of the ball. They have a lot of those similar type play. You look at them across there and it's hard to tell who's who because they're all very similar, them and him and both those, and West. But, yeah, this is just becoming a big shootout for this quarter, isn't it?
Well, the Swans they've turned into a bit of a shootout. He talks about their slow ball movement in the first half. They've almost gone too far the other way and they've exposed themselves the other way. The Dogs have been able to go end-to-end a couple of times and score quite quickly. That one was more of a quick kick inside 50, but Darcy just drew the crowd, didn't he? He's so dangerous inside 50. There's 3 or 4 Swans players trying to get their left Harms at the ground level.
I think if it's a shootout, I think the Dogs want that and it's going to favour them.
6 goals won to 5 straight this third term. You mentioned that, Joel Patfull, a short time ago. From the restart, English over the football, Grundy all over him, and the ball up again. 27 gone, quarter number 3. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Grundy was beaten this time by English. Ricochet to Jordan, hand pass picked up by Liberatore, and his pocket picked by Florent. Works it away, back by hand only as far as Bramble. Dogs on the overlap this time inside 50. Norton parks himself under it. Big overhead grab in the left forward pocket where he's 55 out.
Bramble, 9 disposals for the quarter and a goal.
Unbelievable. He's had an absolute field day out there this quarter, hasn't he?
Aaron Norton had a good first half. Quarter in this third term so far, but here he is lining up for his 4th goal. He does pop it closer to home here. English waits for it. Bontempelli is crumbing. Beaten there, though, by Goulden. The Swans can rebound. Bramble's lurking. McLean gets there first. Is possessed by Lobb. Sanders slips the tackle of Francis. Ball comes back to Lobb. Inside 50 he goes, and Roberts takes in the set mark there for the Swans. Notice that Rory Lobb's ditched that glove, by the way, that blue glove. The Dogs lead by 16 points. 28.5 gone third term.
Swans need to get going. Campbell goes short to Blakey. Switches it to Lloyd. Left back pocket. Dogs guarding the ground nicely now with a 16-point lead. 29 minutes gone in this third term. So Sydney switches it back the other way to Goulden, who's now their leading possession getter. Touch number 19. Coming up for the dual All-Australian and Errol Goulden, still only 23 years of age. Heaney gathers it, 4 goals to his name on the bounce on the wing. Goes back to Jordan, now up to half forward. Francis couldn't get the run at the contest he would have liked. It spilled to the back. Hayward gathers it, he's been quiet. Gets free of O'Donnell, now centres it for Warner. He seems to have taken the mark. Chad Warner has paid. Well, he didn't know too much about it. It almost spilled behind him. Somehow the football got trapped. Dogs fans are in that pocket and they do not like it because they do not think this should have been paid to Warner. And I think they've got a fair case. That is fortunate for the Chad and his 100th. But the mark is paid and he'll kick from 30 metres tight angle to the right. It's a fantastic goal in the first term. The Swans need this desperately. It's across the face from Warner. Margin is back to 15 points in favour of the Bulldogs, and there's probably some justice in that because the mark should not have been paid.
No way. I don't know what
might be the worst paid mark of the year.
I think so.
By far. Bulldogs out of defence here as Williams walks around Heaney, who slips over. Nothing new at that end of the ground as Fraser marks on the defensive 50. Makes it all the way back. Caulfield involved as well. So Bramble back to Caulfield, and now Caulfield takes off on the members' side of the SCG. The wing, Bontempelli is outnumbered. McLean waits at ground level for the Swans. Roberts back to Grundy. Dummies a hand pass. Now retreats all the way back to Melican. He can spear his kick right onto the chest of Leif Vandermeer. Bulldogs have it. 15 points their lead. Half-hour mark third term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport as he goes back inside defensive 50 here. Caulfield back to Bramble, the way the chain started.
Dogs happy to chip it around defensive 50. That's not a good kick from Bramble, though, because he made Liberatore gather it in the half volley. Limited well. Got it back to Bramble. Johannesson gathers the footing on the outer wing. Gets it to Lobb, who goes to half forward. Mills kept his feet in front position. Spoiled away from him, though. Hines to Norton. Good tackle by Goulden. And he catches Norton hot in the football. He's doing everything, Errol Goulden, in his second game back from injury to try and lift his side. 15 points the margin as we get close to three-quarter time. They'd love one more, Sydney, just to stay inside 2 goals heading into the final change. Up the wing from Goulden, and Isaac Heaney's taken the mark underneath the Bill O'Reilly stand.
Heaney called to play on. Short spearing pass to find Brodie Grundy. Just take some of the pace out of the game here, the big man. Dogs by 15 points as we approach the final change. Grundy sets it up in hope to the flank. Francis with the leap. Can't finish off the grab. Goulden takes on Sanders. Hit the deck ball and all Liberatore. Tackle English. On English comes from Rowbottom as now it's balled up again. 45 out from the Swans goal, Paddington end of the SCG. Grundy and English. Both rucks missed it. In comes Rowbottom again for the Swans. Hand pass back to Williams now for the Bulldogs. They get possession back. His kick wobbly one beyond defensive 50. Blakey gets free from Norton. Lloyd spills the football here for the Swans, and now Vandermeer finds a salvation with the boundary line. Nope, umpires picked him out. A deliberate. Swans ball from the outer wing. They trail by 15 points late in the third term.
The likes of Francis and McLean struggling to get into the game. Up forward for Sydney. Francis has been moved into attack. Blakey has the job on Norton. Melican on Darcy. Lloyd has it right half forward. They go inside 50. Who can make the contest? McLean brings it down. Grundy's there. Gathered by Hayward. His handball straight to Sanders, though. Well done by Warner. Read it nicely and got a hand in to trap it inside 50. But Bramble's there once more. Finds Liberatore. Now they clear that area. Up to the wing. Melican's there with Darcy. Punches it away from the Dogs' big man. Goulden gathers it and goes back to Wicks. And now Goulden on the 1-2, kicks to centre half forward where Grundy has taken a big mark.
Blakey still going for a trot, receives the hand pass. Now Papley into Blakey inside 50, knocked back towards Strobottom, who can snap on the run, but getting back there is O'Donnell to force it through for a minor score. So the build-up was there for the Swans, but not quite the finish. In fact, it's going to be a boundary throw-in. It just went the other side of the behind post. So a stoppage inside 50 here for the home side, who trail by 15 points. 34 gone third term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
I don't understand Blakey's thought pattern there. Why would he give that handball when you could have had it easy inside 50?
Grundy down here looking for Warner. Johannesson bursts by for the Bulldogs. Heaney is taken high. Umpire says yes. It was a non-controlling umpire who saw it. And a free kick for the reigning Swans best and fairest on a set shot 20 out, almost directly in front.
It's a big penalty late in a quarter for a probably 50-50 free kick, I would have thought, to give.
It was clumsy from Johannesson. He didn't quite have the intent to bring him down properly.
Yeah, I don't know. It was well played, Isaac.
He's definitely well played. I think players are getting better and better at that, aren't they? Especially inside 50 at recognising when they're going to get contact, where the contact's coming from.
Yeah.
You know, dropping the knees. He didn't drop the knees then, but he still leant into the contact and made sure the umpire knew it looked like it was higher.
So Isaac Heaney will have the last kick of this third quarter. 35 minutes long, plenty of goals scored. Can he give momentum to the home side here at the SCG? He does indeed. Isaac Heaney has one for the thumb. A number of goals to match the number on his back. 5 for Heaney. It's a 9-point ball game. Bulldogs 14-6, 90. Sydney 12-9, 81. 35 and a half played in this third term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Joel Patfull, Ryan O'Keefe.
It's the quarter of the two guns for both teams, isn't it? The 4 and the 5. They're just like they both of them go forward, and they're just so damaging. And it's been a bit of a it's one of those things. You rob Peter to pay Paul for the Swans. You take Heaney out of the midfield, you put him forward. He's dangerous, but you're losing one of your key midfielders. But if you don't have him forward, it's, they're finding it hard to kick a score. So they have looked much better when he is forward.
Some huge individual efforts in this game so far. Heaney with 5 goals. Grundy huge in the ruck. Fraser with 3 for the Bulldogs. Darcy and Norton with 3 as well. Crucially, as we go into the final change, it's the Bulldogs who lead by 9 points. 14-6-90 to Sydney 12-9-81. Joel Fraser with 3 goals in that quarter. Isaac Heaney, 1 disposal to quarter time, has 5 goals to 3 quarter time. And it's all set up for a massive final term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport at the SCG.
So Joel Fraser with those 3 goals in the third term. 3 goals in the game so far for Aaron Norton and for Sam Darcy, who kicked the first 2 goals of the game. Singles to West, Kennedy, Harms, Bramble and Bontempelli in his 250th. Meanwhile, for the Sydney Swans, 5 for Isaac Heaney, 2 for Papley, singles to Warner, to Rowbottom, McInerney, Lloyd and Jordan as well. The Bulldogs led by 28 points midway through the second term. Now, from that point of the game, the Swans kicked 5 in a row either side of the half and 6 of 8 goals in that scoring run, which saw some very accurate kicking from both sides in that third term. From that point, the Bulldogs kicked the next 3 goals in a row to lead by 16 points, and then Heaney's 5th goal was that last major before 3-quarter time. Dane Rampey subbed out with calf tightness in that third term as well. Ollie Florent into the game for the Swans. No change as yet for the Bulldogs as far as Buku Khamis, their sub, as he was last week, still remains inactive in this game thus far. It is 3-quarter time at the SCG on ABC Radio, News Radio and the ABC Listen app. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Australia's Test Tour of the West Indies is on now.
What about that? Unbelievable.
Catch every ball on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the cricket button. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Further in he goes to find Heaney. Great contested grab in the contest with Kennedy. He ambles in and he kicks it. The Swans have kicked 4 in a row.
Poked it out wide to McInerney. Francis gathered it, gets it to McInerney. Snap from the right forward pocket. The Swans have 2 in the space of 15 seconds.
And the Bulldogs recover some momentum here. Fraser calls for the 40 and marks at centre-half forward. He's 50 from goal. Can they take the Swans to the sword here as he goes all the way? Fraser eyed them up, went whack from 55 and sails it through for a goal.
Boundary throw in though, deep in attack to Sydney. Grundy plucks it out of the ruck. Handball to Heaney. The snapshot from the boundary. That is pure magic. Heaney has 3. Here is Sanders gathering it at half forward. Bramble on the run, 51 out. Lines them up and converts superbly. They do not miss to Davidson. Well done, McInerney. Spoiled and then crucially kept his feet. Gathered it, bombs it long into attack. 2-on-1 in favour of Sydney. Isaac Heaney for his spot. What an enormous influence on this football game. Well gathered by Fraser. Bontempelli at his 250th. With a massive goal, the snap over the shoulder. Typical bit of brilliance out of nothing from the Bonts.
Johannesson bursts by for the Bulldogs. Heaney is taken high. Umpire says yes. Can you give momentum to the home side here at the SCG? He does indeed. Isaac Heaney has 1 for the thumb. 5 for Heaney.
Clever handball though by Vandermeer to Fraser. He might have 3 for the quarter. Joel Fraser, yes!
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Joel Fraser, the highlight in that third term, at Isaac Heaney with the final goal of it. And the Bulldogs lead by 9 points at the final change here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Your texts remain welcome, 0437 774 774. Andrea Bocelli here, listening on the patio of my Tuscan Coast villa. Go Bullies. Yeah, I'll get to some more texts, some more serious ones later on. 0437 774 774. Brett Sprigg, Daniel Garb, and your experts, Norm Smith medalist Ryan O'Keefe and former Lion and Giant Joel Patfull.
Well, it's more of the same for the Swans, really. I mean, they were both teams playing excellent football, executing their game plans and playing well. It was probably the Dogs were tested in halfway through that third quarter, and the way they responded was brilliant. They put Bont forward, got the ball going forward and kicked some crucial goals. Probably exposed the Swans a little bit defensively, went end-to-end a few times to get some momentum back in the game, but Swans hanging in there. Probably the issue I see with the Swans here is who's going to kick their goals. Obviously, it's Heaney at the moment. He's had to step forward and produce. So whether he can stay up there and kick one or two to get them over the line, and whether they can keep that effort and intensity up. So huge game. The big stars are all stepping up and performing. One of the better games of footy I've seen this year. So great to sit here and watch and to be a spectator. It's good to see, isn't it?
Yeah, this has been a great game. And that quarter turned into a bit of a shootout. So I think that favours the Dogs, and the Dogs were happy to get that sort of shootout style of a game. But this is going to be on this last quarter. I'm super excited to see where it comes in, and it's going to be like, depends on who's just going to be accurate in front of goal. I think that the story of tonight's game is who kicks straight, because looks like both teams are giving each other enough looks at it.
So it doesn't look like it's. Sorry, mate. It doesn't look like it's going to turn into a defensive slog. It looks like both teams are out there to move the ball quickly. Going to have plenty of opportunities. So which forward line can function the best, for sure?
Does it become an attritional thing as well? That you got this tempo, this sort of pace in the game can't be withstood for a full 4 quarters, can it?
Well, what it will do is it might cause some more turnovers, and that's what it's probably. You've seen both teams of when they've forced turnover, they've gone back and score. So when you get a bit fatigued, can the skills drop a little bit? So that's where I see that, rather than that combative sort of slug.
The Dogs have a fresh pair of legs with the unused Buku Kamas, their sub, so we may see him at some stage in his final term, as the Bulldogs do lead here by 9 points. A game of rollicking momentum. Who can seize it and who can see it through on this Friday evening in the Harbour City? Final term underway, Dogs by 9. Grundy hit the deck. English follows up uncontested. Shares it with Bontempelli off to Richards. The umpire calls him back for a throw. So a free kick going the way of Isaac Heaney. Can the Swans surge forward here? Wide kick to find Lloyd. Looks at the options inside 50. Has options flying for it. McLean. Lob is there as well. Williams knocks it down. Papley circling. Opportunity here for the Swans in attack as Hayward is collected by Bramble, and the umpire says let's ball it up. Deep in the pocket, Randwick end. Bulldogs by 9 points.
Swans with the first attack of the final term. Grundy and a Papley socked it off the ground straight to Richards, though. Well, English it was. He gave it to Richards. He was wrapped up by Jordan, who's done the tagging job on him pretty well.
He's done a great job.
Richards has been in the game but hasn't had a huge influence as Papley looks to play for a free kick there. Umpire says play on. Still deep in attack for the Swans. Here's Grundy. Can he cap off his magical game with the goal? Yes. He's a 2-time All-Australian, Brodie Grundy. There may be a fair few ahead of him in the race at the moment, but he's making a charge to be in the Blazer conversation with his form over the last 6 weeks. It's been crystallised with his game tonight. 20 disposals and a goal. That snap from 30 out. Bulldogs lead by 3 points, and their big man has been inspirational, Ryan O'Keefe and Joel Patfull.
Well, he's the one player that's played 4 solid so far, three and a little bit quarters from the get-go. He's been that constant, consistent player tonight that's kept the Swans afloat when they were struggling. He was the player that was dragging them over the line, and yeah, he's having a terrific game. He's definitely got the upper hand on his ruck counterpart.
He's a class player, and he stands up big for the Swans when it matters. He contests the bounce here against English. English went early, down to Richards. Bulldogs clearance this time. Didn't go 15 for Kennedy, so umpire on the spot of the free kick. Did he pay the mark initially? And then Mills overstepped? Is that what's happened there?
Well, that's what the 50's for, is for over the mark, but
I don't think there was a mark.
Yeah, I don't know if the mark was called. Oh, that's such a steep penalty.
Maybe they're square now, because Warner shouldn't have been paid a mark in the third term.
Yeah, exactly
same end
right.
of the ground. So Matt Kennedy drops to within 30, make it 25 metres of that middle end of the SCG. On the approach here, Kennedy, and he sneaks it through. So the Dogs respond immediately. A second goal for Matt Kennedy. And the margin for the Dogs is back out to 9 points. 15-6-96, plays 13-9-87. 3 gone. Final term. Friday night for your ABC Sport. Joel Patwell, Ryan O'Keefe.
It's such a hard one as a player, isn't it? He took it and wasn't quite sure it's a mark, but Kennedy was sort of playing on to give off the handball. It's too stiff, especially as well. It was probably just 15, so it's clearly Callum Mills didn't realise that it was a mark had been paid. So whether the umpire at that time can use a bit of common sense and say, look, come back on the mark, hold up play, take your kick. It's 50-metre penalty from the middle of the SCG. It's a 30-metre set shot out. So big penalty for a small lapse.
It's the one rule at the moment that doesn't sit comfortably. There might be a few, but that one more than most. It doesn't sit comfortably with fans at the moment. The 50 for stepping over the mark or for encroachment in the area. A very big price to pay. As the Swans win it back through Goulden, middle of the ground, darts around a tackle. Now they go deep into attack. Lob cuts across, off hands. Hayward's there. Handball quickly back to Papley. Darts around Williams, gives him the don't argue. Has a bounce, Tom Papley. Bouncing ball now. Lob is caught. Didn't get rid of the football. Here's Warner. English gets down low and finds Bramble. But his kick is straight to Jake Lloyd. Dogs lead by 9 points and Lloyd has it outside attacking 50.
Call to play on now. Bombs it long from 52. Lloyd to the hot spot. Almost all the way there. Rory Lobb allows it through over the behind line in marks, but it was over the line by a fair way. So a minor score for the Swans. Margin 8 points the Bulldogs' way. We've had 10 lead changes in the game. 5 gone final term.
Johannesson to English. Marks it at left half back. Vandermeer's on a long lead. Gives him the option. Dogs up by 8. Only 5 minutes gone though in the final term. Vandermeer looking for Darcy. He's been a little bit quiet after his superb opening to this game. Punched away from him by Melican. Goulden gives it to West. Liberatore's there. Now they find Darcy. The kick into the pocket for Norton is accurate. Excellent kick, Darcy. Finds his key forward partner in Norton, but this is not the best angle for a left footer. Norton will strike this from just inside 50. Hemmed up on the boundary line. 3 goals for the game for Aaron Norton. This is toughest kick yet. It's across the face and off Mills and over for a boundary throw in next to the behind post right forward pocket. Dogs lead by 8 points. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
They've worked well together, the two key Dogs forwards, haven't they? They haven't really got in each other's way, complemented each other, worked it out well.
Back in it comes. Grundy and English in the right contest. It's knocked back toward the boundary line. Umpire says we'll ball it back in. There are large displaced clumps of turf at that end of the ground. There'll be a discussion point. They're back here again next week. So back-to-back home games for the Swans. They'll face Fremantle. That's on Sunday next week, Sunday afternoon. Back in it comes. Roberts pulled off the kick. Comes to Bontempelli, who can step up the left boot, and it's through for a out of bounds on the full. So no score there for the Dogs, who lead by 8 points. 15-6 plays 13-10. 6.5 played in this final quarter. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Free kick, actually.
Yep, to Roberts. He went short to Lloyd. Nothing on, so he'll go the switch back to Roberts, who's only got the 10 disposals tonight. Quiet for him. Out to Cunningham, though. It was a dangerous kick. Norton read it well and ended up taking the mark. Now puts it to the top of the square. This suits English, who leaps. But in front of him, it was Isaac Heaney. 5 goals to his name. Now doing the defensive work as well. Deep inside D50 for the Swans. And it's a rush behind. The Dogs lead by 9 points.
Never kicked 6 goals, Isaac Heaney. So there's still that potentially for him. I'm sure he'd prefer the win regardless, whatever it takes. Lakey is beyond offensive 50. Lloyd at left half back. And the Swans get that wave going up forward. Buller. Strong contested grab on the outer side of the SCG. His second career game. Inboard to Roberts. Bontempelli stands the mark. Roberts the low hand pass there for Blakey. On his left peg, slews off the inside of his boot, falls there for Dale, run down by Buller. Bulldogs go on the overlap here, turn defence into attack. Richards soccers it forward, little too wide of Norton, competes with Milliken, slaps it away here does Milliken, tries again, only as far there as McNeil. In comes Chad Warner, breaks the tackle. Numbers there with the Swans. Campbell grabs the bouncing ball off to Heaney, and now Florent from the wing members' side. High inside 50, and McInerney on the lead. Takes the chest mark, 25 out. Oh, he's off here, he played on. So the hand pass to Francis, keeps the line in front of the boundary line. Francis fires the hand pass back to Buller, who can snap from 20 out. There's his first goal. There's your first AFL goal, young man. And the Swans get it back to half a goal. 14-10-94. The Dogs are 15-7-97. 8.5 minutes played. Final quarter. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Your experts, Ryan O'Keefe and Joel Patfull.
Well done. It's a great finish there. But geez, McInerney, I don't know what he's thinking there. Why do they make it so hard on themselves by just having like these rush of brain thoughts? I'm not sure. Like, have some composure. You've taken the mark, go back. It's going to be a game of making the most of the opportunities. Like, he got carried away a little bit and he got the crowd noise and got going. But it was a huge contest at half back. It was Chad Warner that put his head in the hole, got the ball going forward. The ball was in dispute. Got to go in the Swans' way. From then they're away. So, and they had a lot of numbers around there too to support. So they're working really hard to support the contest.
Buller, the late inclusion for Tom McCartan with his first AFL goal to bring the margin back to 3 points. Here's Goulden, starting to really wield his magic here at the SCG. Finds some space at centre half back and spots up Cunningham. Now short to the sub in Florent, who had a big hand in that goal with a kick out to McInerney. Keeping possession now, the Swans across their own half-back line. Blakey, though, has turned it over. Hasn't been his best night by foot. And Fraser marked in front of Grundy and then found Liberatore. On his left, just spots it up for Darcy. Couldn't take the mark. Well done, Roberts, putting pressure on. Florent left it behind. Darcy gathered it. Norton to Fraser. He's got another one. Joel Fraser with 4 goals. A mistake by the Swans, pounced upon. And their hot half forward, this burgeoning young star, has 4 majors at the SCG. Dogs lead by 9 points.
He's just working harder, isn't he? He's getting up the ground and then he's losing his opponent on the way back and giving himself these opportunities to kick 4 goals in a half of footy is outstanding. So what a contest from Darcy was as well. Couldn't take the mark, but then his first one back onto the ground level, fed it out to the ground level players and give them the opportunity to kick the goal.
That's the value of him, isn't he? Up in the air and the ground, but another shocking turnover by Blakey. Like, I just think he tries to do too much. He tries to hit the miracle ball every time rather than just hit the easy one. And these turnovers are going to cost you the game.
Career best 4 goals for Joel Fraser. Bulldogs back out to that 3/4 time margin of 9 points from the restart. It goes McLean against English. Harms had a path cleared for him. Dale tackled by Campbell. He's got the kick away. Picked up here by Sheldrick of the Swans. Umpire watchful here. There's a scrap in back play here as well. Watch the footy here. Keep an eye on that, Garby. He goes towards half forward for the Bulldogs. Rebounded away by Roberts here for the Swans. It's marked by English behind those centre circles. So there was Francis and Lobb in a wrestle. And the goal scorer at the other end of the ground. Away from all of this. English, meanwhile, sends it high inside forward 50. Norton sets himself. Got a spoil from behind. Davidson at the drop there for the Bulldogs. Turns high toward the teeth of goal here for the Dogs. Hines reaching for it on the bounce. Reads it well. Snaps out of the air. Wicks gets back facing that behind line and takes the mark. It remains the Bulldogs by 9 points. 12 gone final term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
I remember Chris Judd kicking 5.5 for the West Coast Eagles against Brisbane a fair while ago. Not saying Joel Fraser will reach those heights, but there are massive expectations on him. He's kicked 4.5 here at the SCG, and he's not playing exclusively as a forward either. The Swans work it up to the wing. Lobb getting the boos now after that wrestle with Francis, and they're still going at it. Lobb has dumped Francis off the football. There is serious bad blood there, and it is on. on the outer side. Umpire want to throw the ball up quickly to break that fracas. McLean doing the ruck work with English. Rowbottom caught one to the face. He's back on his feet. Dogs lead by 9 points. It's getting a bit scrappy out there. And the crowd's starting to get pretty vocal too.
Tap to the outer side. Rory Lobb tracks it toward the boundary line. Tangled up there with Jordan. By the way, sub being made for the Bulldogs. Lockie McNeil's out. Buku Khamis into the game. So we've not seen him quite yet, Buku Khamis, but Lockie McNeil, the man, subbed out. And we assume tactical until we hear otherwise.
Lobb's absolutely cooked here. He can't even run back to the defensive 50.
Seeing replays of that wrestle between Francis and Lobb a short time ago. From that stoppage, Bontempelli to Fraser. Hurries it forward now. High spiralling ball down the outer wing. Kennedy wrapped up by Florent. The footy comes loose. Was he held? The umpire says yes. Bulldogs free kick forward to the wing. It's they who lead by 9 points here at the SCG. 14 gone final term. Kicks high to the pocket now. Darcy leads up. Second bite, can't pull it in. Norton emerges with the football now. Hand pass in space. Milliken there for the Swans. Back to Roberts. And now Sheldrick. Left foot snap to clear the area. It's marked by Harms. Harms takes a simple chest mark in the end for the Bulldogs. He's 40 out. Slight angle right of centre.
There's a few tired players out there now. We're talking about that intensity and tempo this game's been played at now. There's some absolute players on their feet. So it's going to, which, sometimes equates to some turnovers or some just rush ball, and that's what we're starting to see, a little bit of a lot of turnover.
Well, the players are out on their feet, but we saw on the ground a couple of times Aaron Francis and Rory Lobb. Meanwhile, James Harms trots in here, kicks from 48. And he misses the lock. Out of bounds on the full. It remains the Western Bulldogs 16-7, 103. The Swans 14-10, 94. 15 gone final term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
I don't mind that bit of a wrestle. Nothing too serious. Nothing over the top. Obviously there's something going on out there, but it shows they care.
Here's Blakey, left back pocket. Again, not his best effort by Bird. He's turned it over once more, Nick Blakey. Can't remember a kicking effort like this from him for a while. Harms has marked it. Swans All-Australian defender. Struggling a bit at the moment. Harms into attack. McLean back there. Bontempelli got hands to it. Well done, Lloyd, though, to emerge from that contest and then find McInerney. Now the Swans can go. They have some space. McInerney from centre half back just puts it out in front of Cunningham. Hines dropped the mark, but he should have taken it for the Bulldogs. So Cunningham won it back. Got it to Florent. McInerney tries to work it forward. Does very well. But then they turn it over once more because Fraser just worked harder than everybody else, as he has done for so much of the night. Here's Norton on the wing. Right foot kick is scrappy to just outside 50. Kennedy couldn't collect it. Cunningham's there. Florence, and now Rowbottom finds McInerney. That didn't go 15 though.
Well, he's called to play on. He does go wide to find Goulden. That went 15. And he takes some pace out of the game, Errol Goulden. Bulldogs by 9 points here at the SCG. 16 gone final term. Confirmed McNeil's subbing is tactical, so Khamis into the game very shortly. He comes on now. Meanwhile, Goulden's kick flares right across the half-back line. Milliken. Man all by himself on the other side, Blakey. On the eastern wing. Lloyd was busy in the first quarter of the game. Their first goal. High inside 50 here for the Swans. Hayward outnumbered down there in attack. At the drop, Jordan is there to Francis, who snapped his kick, was smothered. It was smothered down there by Davidson. Ricochet's back here for the Dogs. Sanders to Bramble, and now Richards can clear the area.
Massive smother, Davidson. That looked goal bound from Francis. Excellent courage as Norton takes the mark. Handballs over the top to Vandermeer. The sub in Khamis with his first possession. Just in front of the wing, takes the mark and is happy to slow it down. Dogs lead by 9 points. Khamis chips it short to Norton. He said arguably his best game of the season, Aaron Norton. Struggled for consistency, been ever present tonight. The kick into the left forward pocket. He's off hands, boundary throw in for the Bulldogs deep in attack. They lead by 9 points. 17 minutes gone in the last term. Still plenty of time, but Swans will start to get just a little bit tense in terms of watching the clock.
Well, this game feels well tense already. The Swans do need 2 goals though. And back in it comes. English in front, palms it down there for Harms, who's wrapped up by Rowbottom. And again, the umpire will ball it up. James Harms out on the full a short time ago. English palms it down. Chad Warner is there. Into the back of him goes Norton. A couple of West Australians as... Oh, this is Shank from Sheldrick. He just never quite got set as he was looking to clear defensive 50. Out of bounds on the full. And it's with Sanders. Crowd, by the way, 29,246.
7 kicks for Sheldrick tonight. Disposal efficiency, 0%.
Ooh.
As the Dogs go deep into a tackle off hands, here's Karmas with a chance. Norton gathers it. Handballs it to Liberatore. Warner slipped over. Libba got it back to Bont. Well done, McInerney, to put the tackle on. And eventually we'll have a ball up inside attacking 50. So he's got 7 tackles. He's a tough ball winner, but his disposal is a problem, Angus Sheldrick. Dogs lead by 9 points. Ball up, deep in attack for them. And the Swans have a free kick. It'll go the way of Grundy. Inside his own defensive 50. Grundy with 20 possessions, 10 score involvements and a goal tonight.
His side trails by 9 points. We've got members side of the SCG. On the bounce, it arrives awkwardly there at socket forward by Harms. Back to Vandermeer. Sanders pops the Dogs back inside 50, and English is all alone in the left forward pocket. He marks 30 out.
Well, it's just the turnovers, aren't they? Coming out of their back 50s.
Some bad turnovers too.
Talked about energy, and when you're fatigued, you just got to try and hit that easy target, whether that's a long down the line, force another stoppage. But a few players just going for too much, aren't they, when they're fatigued and not being able to hit that kick coming outside their defensive 50.
Yeah, and it's not difficult decisions they're trying to make. They're absolutely uncontested howlers.
As we approach time on in the last quarter, Tim English can just about ice the game here for the Dogs. Set shot, left forward pocket. In he comes, and he nurses it through. It's the post. So, a poster, a minus score for Tim English. Dogs lead by 10 points, 19 and a half played, final term, ABC Sport.
Callum Mills knows his team needs to get going. They need a couple of scores. Well done by Francis to get that down to Blakey. His kick, though, is poor again. Heaney's class, though, ensured that he trapped it on the half volley. And then Francis slips over in that terrible part of the ground. That's becoming a big story of the night. Swans win it back, though, at left half back. Cunningham. And then Lloyd to Warner. Here's Florent. Has a bounce. Through the middle of the SCG. Up to McLean, who's been quiet. Gathered this nicely, though. Put it out in front of Florent. 51 out. Couldn't get hands on the football, so just tapped it in front of himself. He needed to get clean possession. The Bulldogs win it back. Here's Sanders and O'Donnell. He will clear the area, looking for West. Did well to use his body in that contest. Grundy is there, though. Tapped it to himself. In dispute on the wing. The Dogs come away with it cleanly. And West will have a bounce.
West has room now. Hand pass inboard now for Hines. Takes on the pressure there of Francis. Francis can't gather. Chad Warner tries now for the Swans. Gets some support from James Rowbottom as out. Again, they're piling in from all angles. Will ball up at left half forward for the Bulldogs. They lead by 10 points. 21 minutes played. Final quarter. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Grundy wins it down here to Goulden. Tries to burrow his way past Richards. Umpire ball up again.
This game's come really messy. Like Ollie Florent there, he needs to hit the clean in that target. You know what I mean? Just little errors like that just puts you under pressure.
Bulldogs trying to keep their spot in the top 8. The Swans trying to keep their season alive. Comes out of the pack from the Swans, and now it's spoiled away by Bailey Dale over the boundary line for a throw-in from the wing and a half forward in the Dogs attacking half.
21 and a half minutes gone in the last. The Bulldogs looking for 3 wins in a row. In a very good position at the moment, up by 10 points. The Swans still with time. Well done by Darcy. He was doing the ruck work now, opposed to Grundy, just to knock that away. Allow his team to catch their breath a little bit more. Another boundary throw-in. Same position. Just forward of the wing for the Dogs. Darcy wins it cleanly. Warner gathers it. Handball back to Florent. Just missed Goulden with the handball, though. Roberts punches it away from the area. Picked up by Heaney. The 1-2 with Grundy. Drives it to half forward. McLean is there. Slapped away from him by Lobb, but he caught McLean high. So free kick Sydney. McLean will take it just forward of the wing. And they need something to happen in attack desperately, the Swans.
Bulldogs by 10 points here. 22 and a half gone final term. McLean sets it up high, flying for it, Haywood. Down towards Goulden. He crumbed it. Swings it across to half forward. It's marked by Cunningham. Harry Cunningham with a chest mark, 45 out directly in front.
Jeez, he gets the ball in the hand. He doesn't waste it too often, Harold. He's just got better and better as this game's gone on, hasn't he? He's just starting to work. He just works hard and just doesn't waste it. Or it creates an opportunity for the Swans to score off it.
It's a ripping game of footy. The extra class they have with Goulden back in the side. But importantly, can Harry Cunningham kick this goal? On its way. 52 out. He's offline. Minor score. Margin 9 points the Dogs' way. 23 and a half played. Final quarter. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Brett Sprigg, Dan Garb, Ryan O'Keefe, Joel Patfull.
Goal kicking hurts the Swans again. Dogs lead by 9 points. Oh, there could be a turnover here. Deep in defence for the Bulldogs. Well done by Bramble in the end. It was spoiled away from him, but he won the football back. Got it to Sanders. He throws it on the boot, and Richards will mark. Yeah, it's paid. Not sure if he held it for long enough. Umpire gave him the benefit of the doubt. Handball to Dale. Kick to half forward. Well done by Francis. Tracked it back and won it back. Got it to Mills. Now Wicks. To Grundy at halfback. They need to get moving forward quickly. Melican looking for Wicks, who kept supporting and got it to Goulden. Again with composure over the top to Warner. The two superstars combine and work it forward to Jordan. Another handball to McInerney, read nicely by Bailey Williams, who gathered it and had time to spot up a teammate. Swans fans not happy, but I'm pretty sure he kept it in.
But he was out of bounds, but he wasn't. Kennedy spots the kick here to find Bailey Dale, who marks it left half back for the Bulldogs. Hanging on to a 9-point lead here, Luke Beveridge's men. And their place in the top 8, which they reclaimed last week.
Just got to keep their composure here, the Swans, with ball in hand. They're going to get a look. They're going to have a couple more opportunities. Still plenty of time. And the Dogs haven't been able to slow them down. So just got to work their way through.
Sanders, high kick, members side. Cummins was being held down there by Wicks. Umpire lets them play. Richards comes in, will ball it up. Just forward of the wing for the Bulldogs.
But that's where they just got to get that ball into the forward 50. That over handball. Just get it in, get a stoppage out of there.
And the Bulldogs seal the game with one more goal. And the Swans ensure it's a thrilling finish. Here's Mills, turns it over to Richards. Now they've got space to burn Sydney through West. Kicks to half forward and Karmas has got it. Just outside 50, thinks about playing on, does so now. Wasn't the best decision because Blakey closed on Vandermeer, won it back and then slipped over in that terrible bit of turf. Melican to Rowbottom. Time against the Swans. 25 and a half gone in the final term. Wicks with the long kick to Goulden. Well done, Sanders. Read that well. Cut across and won it back.
Off to Williams. Room to bounce down the wing. Now a second out to Bailey Williams. Still going. Has options. Inside 50. Finds Riley West. West takes the chest mark. 45 out. On that slight angle left of centre. And this could put the game to bed, but it will test his distance.
You could just see the little bit of composure there that Williams had, so it just gives him a scoring opportunity.
Riley West kicked 2 goals last time these sides met. He's got 1 goal so far tonight to extend their 9-point lead. Opens up the angle. Quite a flat ball, top of the square, off hands through for a minor score. Bulldogs by 10 points.
Swans got to go now. We really got to go.
So Blakey. On the kick out. Gets rid of it now. Down the line he goes. Marked by Callum Mills. Mills has options. Goulden bursts by. He can spot the man down there. Papley at left half forward. Swings around inside forward 50. McLean takes the chest mark. He marks 30 out. Slight angle right of centre.
He doesn't have much time. He has to go back and put this through very, very quickly.
What about end-to-end? You got Blakey to Mills to Goulden to Papley. Leaders standing up in a crucial time of the game.
Goals in every game this year. Goalless so far tonight. McLean comes in and hits the post. Oh, that might just be it. That was their last chance.
That's it, I think.
Minute left for the Swans. The Bulldogs will hang on. 9 points their lead. Dale drives it beyond defensive 50. Out in the contest. Grundy there with Norton. Wicks lays the tackle at ground level on Riley West. And the umpire says, give it to me. The Bulldogs might just be home. Grundy packs it forward. Quick hands. Packing off to Lloyd. 55 out. Centering ball. 2-on-2. Marking target down there. Crumming Papley. Reaching for it. Can't get there. One by Haywood. Johannesson, though, gets there. Hacks it forward off half-back. And that might just be it. On the bouncing footy, Mills is there. Back to Cunningham. This has been a ripping game of footy. Goulden the hand pass to Blakey. But the Bulldogs bite and claw and scrap their way through it and keep their place in the top 8 with a 9-point win here in Sydney. So at one stage, 28-point leaders midway through that second quarter. From that point, the Swans kicked 5 goals in a row and 6 of the next 8. The Bulldogs then responded with 3 goals of their own. It was 6-1 to 5 goals straight in that third term. We saw 4 second-half goals to Joel Frazier. What a star he is. And in the end, the Dogs, in that 9-point lead at three-quarter time, controlled the game for long enough to see it through by that same margin full-time here at the Sydney Cricket Ground.
Sons of the West, red, white and blue. We come out snarling, Bulldogs through and through. Bulldogs fight and Bulldogs roar. We give our very best, 'cause you can't beat the boys of the Bulldog breed. We're the team of the mighty West. 'Cause you can't beat the boys of the Bulldog breed. The team of the mighty West.
A game in which they were truly challenged by the home side here, the Sydney Swans. But in the end, the Bulldogs class won out, and they had some all-star contributors right across the park. But in the end, Joel Frazier, 4 goals to go with 23 disposals and 7 marks and 2 clearances. Aaron Norton and Sam Darcy each with 3 goals. Matt Kennedy with 2 majors. Singles to Riley West, James Harms, Lockie Bramble and the milestone man, the captain, Marcus Bontempelli. Meanwhile, for the Swans, Isaac Heaney, an equal career best, 5 goals, 21 disposals for him, 5 tackles as well for the reigning best and fairest. Tom Patley with a couple of goals. Warner, Rowbottom, McInerney, Lloyd, Jordan, Grundy and Buller for his very first goal in AFL footy on the board as well for the Swans. Alas, it wasn't enough because the Bulldogs, well, Ryan O'Keefe and Joel Patfull, they were just better for longer across this game. It was a high-quality game for the most part.
Oh, it was a great game. But I just think the turnovers in the end, there was probably in that last quarter, again, Blakey turned it over badly 3 times, and that the Swans had so many opportunities. They had an absolute plenty of times and opportunities to win this game, and then we'll get back to the goal kicking. I reckon there'll be 4 or 5. It's not just the amount of points; it's how many of those goals were very easy and should have been goals, like gettable. Like you look at McLean's last one there and had a few. I reckon there's 4 or 5 goals which you should normally just pencil down and go, yep, that's a goal. And that's the game. Like when you think about it.
Well, you're right. The effort was there for the 4 quarters. You can't knock that. If you're a Swan supporter, Swans coaching staff would be so happy with the effort, because a month ago that wasn't there either. So they were kind of lacking in all fronts. But the way they kind of presented tonight, and at the end of the day, they're unlucky. They deserve to be within a goal within that last minute. That would have made sense and be close, because they've won inside 50s, they've won contested possession by 20 plus, and they've won clearance. So They've won a lot of the key stats in the game. They've had more scoring shots. They just haven't been able to convert. It was that composure late, like you said. It was they just couldn't string together those 3 or 4 possessions, and someone take the time off the clock and hit the easy kick and sort of set the tone there. So they got a bit stuck with that frantic ball movement that the Bulldogs like to do. So plenty of positives there, but they'll be disappointed to not get over the line tonight.
Yeah, it was a great game. They played brilliantly. But there's probably a couple of Blake just tries to do too much. Like, does he? I don't know. Is it a mindset that go, we're trying to get out of this hole and trying to play it as some players go, I've just got to try and do too much. But great respect here by the Swans. They're clapping off.
A guard of honour here for Marcus Bontempelli, and he is certainly among the names that deserve such an honour. As I said, he's so universally admired in the game these days, and acknowledged as one of the all-time greats of the Footscray Western Bulldogs Football Club, and he's a 6-time best and fairest winner there, 6-time All-Australian, 3-time Players MVP, and he's up on the shoulders here of his great mate Tom Liberatore and Aaron Norton. And the man they call the Bont, who has Sydney Swans players on his left-hand side, Bulldogs players, his teammates on his right-hand side, and players and fans of all kinds lining the race here to see Marcus Bontempelli saluted at the end of his 250th AFL appearance. He waves to the crowd. It's slightly subdued here because, of course, they are the away team. There are a few Bulldogs fans. They're mostly in that pocket on the far side of the ground, but the ones that have made it across to see Marcus Bontempelli chaired off is a nice moment. I think what they'll do is they've done that. You get the nice pictures and the nice vision, but I think they're going to disperse back to the other random parts of the ground, including where their Bulldogs fans are, and celebrate this win with them. 9 points in the end, 16-9, 105 to 14-12, 96. They led by 3 points at quarter time. At one stage, 28 points up in the second term. 9 points was the half-time margin. 9 points was the three-quarter time margin. 9 points was the full-time margin. So a tight second half in particular. We'll wrap things up here. Garby's gone to the rooms, so we'll hear from the Bulldogs off the back of this victory. Their 9th win of the campaign, and at least for the time being. So I mentioned that percentage allowing they'd be as high as 4th. I don't think they'll quite get there. The Bulldogs up into 5th, albeit still with most of the round to play. And those teams that play tomorrow, Hawthorn over North Melbourne, Gold Coast have got Melbourne at Carrara, and Collingwood versus West Coast won't have an effect on that. But in that logjam of teams, the Dogs have put a big foot forward tonight, haven't they?
Oh, yeah, definitely. And we said this game was going to, at the start of the call, that this game was going to be absolutely pivotal to what the season looks like running into the finals. And this is a great win by the Dogs. And what have they got coming up? They got North Melbourne,
North at Docklands,
North Melbourne, and then what's after that?
So Bulldogs have got North, then Adelaide, Brisbane. It's a bit tougher. Adelaide at home, and then as in Victoria, and then Brisbane, Essendon, the Giants, Melbourne, West Coast, Fremantle is their run home, the Bulldogs.
So they've got some tough games there. Like, it's not an easy run for them, so they're going to have to be on their best for that.
They do, and it's a big win for them, though. Like we talked about before the game, their track record, they haven't had a big scalp, and there was question marks over how good they actually are this year. So I think that puts a few of those questions to bed, and they'll move forward with some confidence out of the game, because the Swans were up and about and they challenged them at different times throughout tonight. They were up against it and they were able to find a way and respond and get themselves over the line.
Yeah, that was a good win against the good Swans. And that Swans team, we haven't seen much of that this year, and they were up and about and they were playing some good footy. So yeah, that is a big win.
So the Dogs did that cheering off of Marcus Bontempelli, of course, because the Swans are waiting for them. The Swans have now retreated back into their own rooms, and the Bulldogs just sort of milling about there on the SCG. Marcus Bontempelli is running around, slapping hands with all those in the front row. It was, by the way, the lowest SCG crowd for 2 years. This same fixture 2 years ago got 26,000, so it was 29,246 tonight.
Is that right?
It's always 35 or so, but that's a pretty low crowd for a Friday night at the SCG.
Not many Bulldog supporters in Sydney coming out, so I thought it would have been a
start of the school holidays. What are the excuses we use up here?
With it's only the private school holidays started yesterday and today.
That'll do it. We're in the eastern suburbs.
Yeah, they're all off in Europe. I just think that can be the fickleness of Sydney in the market we're dealing with here. If you're not winning or up and about, it's not popular to be there. So
Marcus Bontempelli, by the way, and his side has won, and he leads them back down into the rooms where Daniel Garb is waiting for them. But a 9-point victory here for the Bulldogs here in the Harbour City. And Garby, they're heading your way now.
That they are, and there is a big crowd of Dogs supporters here waiting for them, ready to cheer on their heroes. 3 wins in a row on a very big night for the football club. And it is the milestone man, Marcus Bontempelli, who leads them into the rooms. His good mate Aaron Norton, who had his best game of the season alongside him. The Bont clenches his fists and salutes the supporters. And now they gather round. Joel Frazier, with 4 goals, announced himself even more so to the footy world with a magnificent performance tonight on a very big evening for the football club. Here is the Bulldog song.
So 9-point winners. Garby, back to you very, very shortly when we get some reaction from the Dogs' rooms. And there's a few things to discuss out of this game. You look at the fact that there was a 9-point margin. The Swans kicked 2 behinds from that point. So they convert those 2 opportunities. One was the post there late to Hayden McLean. All of a sudden, maybe a different scenario. The Bulldogs also kicked a couple of behinds late, so it was at one stage 16-7 to 14-10, and then it was 16-9 to 14-12. So they're not quite the same sort of smooth efficiency up forward as we saw in the third quarter of the game.
Yeah, but the 2 points that the Dogs kicked was English from out and into paint on the junction. So that's a difficult shot.
And Harms out on the full as well.
Harms on the full. And then Norton again was quite a difficult shot. It wasn't 30 metres almost directly in front. That's what I'm sort of getting at is the goals that the Swans were missing was so gettable and easy goals that as a professional footballer, and particularly a forward, they have to be your bread and butter. You've got to hit them 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, the McLean one was big late. I mean, that's what you need, your key forwards to step up and kick a goal and give your team a chance at winning the game, especially when they had turned things around in that third quarter. It looked like they were, on the right track and obviously kicking quite well. So there is, we probably talked about it enough tonight, but they probably need to do a bit of work during the week and continue to look at that, because you can see when they score and you can kick goal after goal how quickly how much the momentum builds. You put pressure back on the scoreboard, the crowd gets involved, and it's a different team rather than just slogging away kicking points or not.
Well, they've had 26 shots on goal. Like they said, they're getting the opportunities, but it's 5 of them that turn into goal. That's a winning score.
Daniel Garb in the Bulldogs' rooms.
And I'm with Tom Liberatore. Tom, congratulations. What a game of footy. A hard-fought win in the end. It was seesawing for long periods. How satisfying is that?
Yeah, extremely satisfying. It was a really tough game of footy. They came out straight away. Papley tried to start the fire as usual. So, but no, it was good. Yeah, it was a really good game. It was entertaining and it was great battle.
And to do so on a big night for your football club, a big night for your long-term teammate and very good friend, no doubt, in Marcus Bontempelli. I dare say it adds an extra layer.
Yeah, definitely. It's a great thing. We could sort of weather those patches of 5-10 minute periods where they were coming pretty hard. So I think to do that, stand up, as you said, and for the skip. So it was a great achievement.
Just take us back to the feeling in the game. You got a bit of a shiner above your left eye, so I mean that's customary, I dare say, but it was very physical out there. Can you give some more insight into what was going on in the Swans' approach?
I mean, to be fair, they did back it up. So they came out and had a go early, but they did back it up. The pressure was really good. It's a credit to some of their players who've come back, and how Goulden and Papley set their team up. Haney was outstanding. So. I mean, they did walk the walk after they sort of were chirpy early, but we weathered it pretty well and went from there.
It required some massive individual performances to win the game. Joel Frazier there were already big marks on him in terms of what he could do, but he went up a level and a bit tonight. What do you say about him and what he can provide your football club? 4 goals this evening.
Yeah, it was an amazing third quarter in itself. Just his run, his drive. When he gets the ball, his intelligence too, so you can obviously see forward of the ball where he can hit the scoreboard. So, his work rate, particularly his intensity, I think, and the way he's also quite a competitive leader on the field. So, he's going to be a really good player for us.
Boys, Libba's got their headphones on ahead of his 250th next week. Ryan O'Keefe and Joel Patfull with a few questions.
Yeah, hey Tom, well, congratulations. It was a great win. Was this game sort of penciled in as a bit of a pivotal game for you guys to win, to start putting your charge on the back end of the season into the finals? Yeah, definitely. We've made sure of sort of approaching it in a way. We had to be on edge. We had to really come with an intensity, as you saw. It was on from the first centre bounce. So, we're prepared for that. In the past, they've sort of jumped us a little bit, going after some of our players. So, I think we're prepared a lot better this time, and obviously also have to make these travel games a priority too. So, it's a really good morale booster.
Mate, beautiful, great win. Congratulations. I just wanted to touch on the forwards. We talked about Fraser getting up and kicking a few goals, but how handy is it for you to see Norton and Darcy up there when you're bursting through the midfield trying to hit those blokes lace out? Yeah, it's pretty nice to have. I mean, if they're sort of blocking Darcy, it's pretty nice to see Naughty as the next one up. So, they've been working really well together, and it doesn't really matter. They just, whoever gets the licks gets it, and that was Naughty tonight.
I feel like you want to talk about it, Tom, because you mentioned the fact that they do go to chirp a little bit, and guys like Tom Papley. Is that something you talk about as a team instead of the formal meetings before a game like this? That's something to expect from the Sydney Swans?
Definitely, because I think probably more so we probably weren't ready for it in prior years, but we sort of made a point of it just to make sure we, not over the top, but just make sure we protect our players, and because obviously they tagged Ed, and in the past they've gone after Bailey Dale and JJ, so we made a focus just to protect each other and go out as one.
Garvey asked you about the moment and I guess coming into the game and what it meant to win tonight for Marcus Bontempelli, but what does he mean to you as a mate and as a teammate? I don't know how many adjectives we've got in the book. I think he's just, to be honest, he's just a really good person. He's a really good friend. He's just a really good leader of just day-to-day examples. So I think he's been a really good inspiration to me, sort of off the field. He helped me a lot coming out of my sort of second knee as well. So he's 3 years younger than me, but he's sort of my leader. So the way his sort of dedication each day and his work rate to make his teammates better is the most inspiring thing to me, not just trying to chase kicks and chase goals. So he's just a great leader, really selfless. Your turn next week, your 250th. Does he return the favour and help cheer you off?
I'm not sure. He's pretty tall. I might get Caleb Daniel to cheer me off.
Well, how do you work it out? Because there was a height difference. Yeah, you and Aaron Norton tonight, bit of a height differential there, bit of a mismatch.
Yeah, I got a spray from Naughty. I was way off, so I might leave it. We'll make sure it's parallel next week.
So, Tom, next week, 250 for you. Dad played 283. Can you catch him?
I don't know. He was getting pretty hairy in the last quarter there off a 5-day break. I don't know if I've got another 2 years in me. I'll see how we go. Probably a week at a time at this point.
Well played, Tom. Appreciate your time.
Cheers. Thanks, boys.
Tom Liberatore in the victorious Western Bulldogs rooms with us here on ABC Sport. So there you go. It's his milestone next week, and they've just had that partnership for so long. Tom Liberatore was a best and first winner in 2014. So he goes back a fair way, a couple of years before the flag, which was 9 years ago now, but they're all part of that nucleus still kicking there at the Western Bulldogs. And obviously supported by a brigade of exciting young stars. Sam Darcy, Joel Fraser. I mean, Lockie Bramble tonight, he's not necessarily really young, but he was unreal. One of his best games tonight. 28 disposals, 78% kicking efficiency, 5 contested possessions, 5 ground ball gets, 3 tackles, 5 inside 50s, 6 score involvements and a goal for Lockie Bramble. So
fair game, isn't it?
It is.
We'll go through all the...
He lit that third quarter up.
Yeah.
He was unbelievable.
Yep.
Him and Fraser basically grabbed the game by the scruff of the neck.
They did, and they got that that good mix of experience and, like you say, young, exciting players coming through. It's like, how far can they go? I mean, I feel like they're scratching the surface now, and in terms of coming into some form, but they're a serious team.
This is a team that, even though it was 9 years ago, lives with the, I guess, the aura and the belief that they can win a flag from out to the top four. So they did that in 2016. There are only a handful of guys left from that premiership, of course, but the fact is they know it can be done. Every side knows it can be done.
Well,
Bulldogs know more than everyone.
Well, since they introduced the bye before the start of the final series, that's been a reality. Brisbane did it last year as well.
But yeah.
So like it's basically they've got that self belief, and I think everyone else, like the other football public, go, oh, the Dogs can do that. They get on a run, they can win. My only thing, like we've spoken about, they haven't really beaten a good side. You can probably sort of see why. Is they do give the opposition a bit of a look at it. They can turn it over. They can get in that handball frantic, and some of their kicking out of their back half. Like they did turn a lot out of their back half. The really good sides aren't kicking. What is it? Oh, the scoreboard's down. Are kicking 12-14, are they?
14-12 in the end.
14-12 in the end. You know what I mean? They're kicking 20 goals.
Yeah, right. Well, that's even with 3 minutes to go, it still felt like the Swans were going to get one or two looks because you knew that the Dogs were probably going to give them that chance. And then coming back through the other way, there was plenty of space. Defensively, they probably weren't as tight in their team defence, so they're giving the Swans looks through there. If they could have, hit a few targets on the way through, they definitely would have got a few more looks as well. So I think you're spot on there.
The voice of Joel Patfull alongside Ryan O'Keefe. I'm Brett Sprigg. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport, wrapping things up from the Sydney Cricket Ground. Your texts remain welcome. 0437 774 774. The crowd was 29,000 here tonight. Stephen Ballarat says you can win contested possession, you can win clearance, you can win tackles, but if you turn it over against a good side, you lose. I know, I'm a Carlton supporter. We can't avoid Carlton right now.
They're venting there on everyone.
Still venting, and rightly so perhaps. From Alan and Middleton, that stupid stand rule is the only thing spoiling a great game. I don't know if it's the only thing, but
it's got to go, that rule, doesn't it? It's too hard. I don't think the umpires really know. It's paid one time, it's missed the next. It's like too inconsistent for mine.
Brett says, not sure who the commentator was talking about a goal-kicking issue. I think we all were, but couldn't agree more. Major issue that's neglected in today's game. Thanks, Brett. Yeah, it's a gripe of many a fan that the most fundamental part of the game can't be mastered by most players.
Well, I'll just ask how much time out of their training schedule do they put into actual goal kicking? Well, with the high performance and all these new centres and they spend all this time on recovery and all these other things which might add 1 or 2%. But if you're putting, say, that extra 10% of your training week into goal kicking, that's going to have much more benefit than an extra ice bath or anything like that. Like that's where sort of everyone's trying to. These high performance, teams, everyone's trying to put their bid into the bucket and the bucket gets full. There's only so much time you got in the week, but what are you doing that's actually going to make a difference to game day?
I feel like we've been talking about this for years, goal kicking. It's one of those things that's just never really improved, and now blokes, I think they're trying things when they kick around the body and stuff like that, but it still doesn't get the result. And I think you're right. I mean, training these days is so modified, and it's all about time on legs and stuff like that. So the percentage of time actually spent on goal kicking, I would be shocked if it was significant. I think it's something they probably need to put a lot of work, and it seems to be the most basic skill out of everything. There's, you can control the variables, you can control everything. There's not pressure coming at you, especially the set shots, which seems to be the issue for Sydney at the moment.
Well, if you look at the greatest goal kickers in our game, and I think Matty Lloyd would have been one of the most accurate. Obviously, Pluggers kicked the most, and he was super accurate as well. But if you asked him about his training, I remember and hearing stuff. He just spent hours kicking, just doing set. He had buckets of balls, and he'd just go for one spot, whether it was before training or on his day off, and he'd be just out there just having set shots. Now, that is not a training load you'd have to worry about. To your point, that's all this, recovery and loading and all this sort of stuff. they're missing the fundamental thing is going to win you a game and ultimately win you a premiership.
It's almost like the free throw in basketball and the goal. It's like your golf swing, isn't it? It should just be your stock standard. You just should be able to nail it every single time, but it doesn't seem to be the way.
The game is more multifaceted these days, and you play different positions and whatever else. There's more versatility. But at the end of the day, if you're a full forward, you're getting paid to kick goals.
But it's the only kick in the game where the variables are basically taken out of you. Like, okay, you play at Marvel Stadium now. Pretty much all the variables are taken out. There's no wind. There's no anything like that. Like, it's go back your routine like a golf swing. They should be having hundreds of kicks a week at it.
Let's return to revelling in things with the winning Bulldogs and their skipper and milestone man. Marcus Bontempelli spoke to Channel 7, Kate McCarthy.
Bon, that's a special win. You had to fight really hard for that. They came at you early. How proud are you of that win?
Oh, very proud. You know, it wasn't pretty, maybe from both sides at times. You know, it was a pretty good night. I think we both expected to handle the conditions, or not the conditions, but handle the game a little bit better. But that's probably what we haven't been able to do in some of the games we've played is just win it ugly at times. And sometimes that's just what it takes. So like you said, very proud, just got over the top.
You say it wasn't pretty. It was probably one of the most entertaining Friday night games we've seen all season. Fantastic contest, 250 games for this football club. How proud of that are you?
Oh, super proud. You know, I've been very fortunate. Probably won with my body over the journey to get here, and probably firstly, my family, the support I get from home, from my teammates, from these guys who, especially the ones I've played a very long time with, Tom, JJ, Bailey Dale, Bailey Williams, these types of guys that you play a lot of footy with. So I'm super proud, and obviously nice to celebrate it with a win.
And a player that you haven't played a whole lot with, Joel Frazier, he's in his 29th game this evening, kicks 4. Yeah. He's phenomenal.
He is. He's just such a good worker. You know, he works up and down the ground. That was a shift in that second half, which master stroke from Bevo to sort of cut him loose and let him sort of work through the middle part of the ground. So he gave us a lot in that third quarter when we really needed it. So ultimately, super young player, super mindset, just wants to be great.
Well, go soak this up. You absolutely deserve it. Congratulations.
Cheers.
Marcus Bontempelli on the ground a short time ago with Kate McCarthy, courtesy of Channel 7. And it does sort of make you think about, I mentioned all of his achievements, and this is probably a podcast episode, but when you think about players that are so universally admired, I'm talking about zero haters, Joel Patfull. I'm talking about, it's a very, it came up recently because Cal Ward is probably in that category for a lot of people, and there might be some Dogs fans, if anything, that don't like the fact that he left them many years ago and all the rest of it, but I think he's in that category. You're talking about guys like Simon Black, Lenny Hayes, gentlemen of the game that people just so would love to have at their club. Does Bontempelli fit that category for you?
Yeah, definitely. Like
the talent's one thing, but just the fact his leadership and all the things that we celebrate in this game.
Yeah, and you just don't hear a bad word. I've never, the footy circle's a very small circle, and you do hear a lot of stuff, and you just don't hear anything bad about him, and all you just hear is praise, and you can just see the way he conducts himself. He very rarely gets flustered out on the field or anything like that, and that's probably why he's so cool, calm under pressure. But look, congratulations. He's been what he's done for this club has been huge. So, and to bring him a premiership after they hadn't won one since '54 is something that's been. He's obviously going to go in legend status to that club.
Well, he is. He definitely is. And he's almost too humble, isn't he? He's too nice. He's that guy that kind of flies under the radar a little bit. If he was probably a bit more outspoken and a bit more, almost aggressive in the media, he'd probably get a bit more attention and probably be regarded even higher than what he is at the moment. So I think he'd probably be a player that you will look back on in a few years when he's finished and he's played, if he plays 300 or wherever he gets to, and he'll definitely be one of the all-time greats.
Welcome back, Garby. How's the vibe down there?
As you can imagine, buoyant. Interesting Tom Liberatore's comments about Sydney, and there were a few not-so-subtle digs at the Swans' approach to start the game, and the way in which Tom Papley went at them. He had a swollen eye to show for it, Tom Liberatore, so perhaps that was in his mind as well, and that was rather interesting. But to his credit, he said the Swans backed it up, and it was a fantastic game of footy, but a really good vibe down there. And you could just sense the warmth around the Bont. It's a great thing to witness. You guys got to experience it for so long. Great people like that and families at our football clubs and moments like those nights. Just to stand there and watch how people revere the man and the adulation was pretty cool to see down there in the rooms.
It's interesting comment like that. The church, that's obviously they were expecting it. So there must be a bit of a lippy mob out there. Like that.
Well, the Giants...
I'm absolutely staggered. You'd be opening your mouth after the grand final performances you put in.
The Giants have long said that about the Swans. Sam Taylor said last year, they're chirpy, they're smug. So, they're getting a bit of that reputation perhaps around the competition.
Well, I think you're right, because it has been mentioned before, but there's two ways you go about it. You can, if you talk the talk, you got to back it up, and I think they backed it up tonight, so I don't think that's an issue, but it's if you're going to talk the talk and you're going to chirp and you're going to think, you need to actually have something behind it, so you got to be careful how far you go, and if you can back it up, I think, guys like Tom Papley, he's going to chirp a little bit, and it depends where it's coming from as well, but it is, I can see you shaking your head in the background. It's a dangerous game to play if you can't back it up.
That is putting a target on your back. If you just want to give fuel to your opposition, you start mouthing. Well, that's the thing. I'm actually a bit taken back and disappointed to hear that.
Well, you target Sam Darcy through the centre screen and kicks the first 2 goals of the game. So there's guys that you can target and guys that you can't. It's always that fine line between, are you actually getting them more motivated? Some guys you should just leave alone and let them go and play their game. So it's a tough one.
We saw 10 lead changes in the game, 4 of which happened in the first quarter and 6 of them happened in the third quarter. So it was just that sort of strange thing where the Bulldogs held them off in at least most of the second term and the last quarter, but a total of 10 lead changes. The Dogs have now won 5 of their past 8 at the SCG. And another fairly tight contest here. It was a good quality game. Sam Davidson's smother. Can't forget that one as well. Speaking about young players, he's obviously mature age who's come in. That was a big moment where he smothered that kick from Aaron Francis.
Yeah, he's a hard worker too. He runs super hard. But I love these mature age players. This story, and they get a go at it because you know what, they're hungry. They understand they've been out in the wilderness. They haven't had the opportunity and they come in and they take it. They haven't been offered these multi-year contracts, getting paid plenty, and they get comfortable with themselves. I always say, like, a desperate person will absolutely give you their best.
One of the other talking points down there in the rooms was not only Joel Frazier's game, but the fact that he was taken with pick 45. We mentioned it in the call.
Yeah.
And someone down there said to me, your top 15 or so picks, you expect them to be guns. When you land someone at 45 that is a genuine star, the difference it makes to your list is monumental. We've seen it with the Swans with Errol Goulden, who was taken in the 30s, Warner as well, because it spreads your depth.
A lot of good players get picked after the third round.
What number are you, Rhino, Kev?
56.
Yeah, well, there you go. Proves the point. But he is proving to be a gem and a diamond in the rough, we call it, on draft night, and he's far more than that. What a game he had.
And beyond just being drafted as well, if it does happen, whether it's second, third, fourth, whatever, the fact is getting the opportunity at the right time. So depending on the club you're playing at, there's an opportunity. Okay, well, he's going to get a go now. There are guys sitting on AFL lists that, are playing in the VFL or whatever it is, and there's, I think about guys like Edwards at Adelaide and whatever else, just not getting a go, and you think, well, could have he had 28 or so games by now, whatever it is that Joel Frazier's played to solidify himself. There are examples at every club. So the opportunity has to come at the right time, and you take it, and he's certainly taken the Bulldogs.
But he also adds a little bit different, to their playing group. If you sort of go through the Doggies, a lot of them are very similar. You look at Sanders, West, what's his name? Bramble. They're all
McNeil.
they're all that sort of. He's that taller, bit like Bont, that taller, can play mid, can go forward, can go a bit, which just adds another dynamic to your team.
The other story out of tonight's game will be the turf here. So at the Northern or Paddington end of the SCG, where they had it relayed after a Andrea Bocelli concert. That was ages ago. They played half the season here. What gets me more is they haven't played here for a month. The last game was the 31st of May, which was a Saturday night game against Adelaide. So it was subpar tonight. There were players slipping over. Thankfully, no one was injured, as best we know. They're putting the covers on the centre wicket area now for whatever reason, but that needs all kinds of repair. They're playing here next week, so in 9 days' time against Fremantle on Sunday afternoon, back-to-back home games, that'll be a problem.
That better be fixed for the Legends game next week.
Yeah,
if I slip over out there, I'll be filthy.
Mate,
if I do an injury, look out, SCG. But this is my point. Look how worried they're about the centre wicket. That's not the issue, guys. Get and start working on it. Give that stuff some of the nitrogen, whatever, the high fertilizer.
What can they do, though? I don't think nothing's going to change in a week. I think subpar is putting that very, very nicely.
Yeah.
That was actually a joke at some points of that game.
It'll be a big discussion point. It was tonight on the various social media and the rest of it as the game was happening, and it will be in the coming days, especially because there's a game here in round 17 next week. Just quickly, Dean Cox, speaking at his press conference a short time ago, addressing the Sydney Swans' errant goal kicking.
You know, the last 2 weeks it's been an issue 3-8 again from set shots tonight. Something that we need to train. We need to make sure that we're also having shots from decent spots on the ground as well to give ourselves the best chance to maximise that. So, but having said that, when we do get our chance, we need to take control and execute.
There you go, Dean Cox on that deficiency in the Sydney Swans game. Who gets your 3 best players in the ABC Footballer of the Year, Ryan O'Keefe?
Yeah, look, there was a few standouts to this game, I thought, so it was really, really hard, but I'm going Lockie Bramble. He had a terrific game. I'm going to Brodie Grundy. I thought he was the Swans, best player for the whole game and just had an absolute mountain effort. And 3 votes for Joel Frazier.
There you go. I reckon that's the second time he's had the top votes for a game in New South Wales ACT. Was he the best on against the Giants in Canberra?
It was right up there.
A while ago now.
Isaac Guinea's a little bit unlucky with 5 goals, but you can't give them all. And Lockie Bramble had a fantastic third quarter when the game was there to be won. Ryan O'Keefe, wasn't it?
Yep.
As
I said, look, Isaac had a great game. Errol had a great game. A lot of
There could have been 5 or 6 in there, really.
Exactly right. If the Swans won, Heaney would have got in, you know what I mean? That's the way you look at it. But I just thought, in terms of the Swans, Grundy was just the whole game. He was just there. His effort was amazing.
Frazier got the 2 votes at Monica back in round 7 for what it's worth. But he gets the best on here tonight. 2 for Brodie Grundy and 1 to Lockie Bramble in the ABC Player of the Year as awarded by Ryan O'Keefe. So, a few things going on. Tomorrow, Sports Talk in WA from 10 a.m. local. We have local grandstand shows in Tassie and South Australia and the NT. And then tomorrow from midday Eastern, it's AFL Saturday with Matt Clinch, Mick Moldhouse and Luke Ball. First up, Gold Coast versus Melbourne. I'll be there at Carrara with Michael Price, Jeff White and Craig Starcevich. Can Gold Coast arrest the slide, Ryan O'Keefe? They now find themselves out of the 8. They've lost 3 in a row. The D's have also lost 3 in a row and now coming off the bye, having dropped a few big names, chief among them Jake Lever. So a few selection levers pulled there, excuse the pun. But then we're off to York Park for Hawthorn versus North Melbourne. And we close the evening at Docklands for Collingwood versus West Coast. So 3 games which we hear tomorrow on ABC Sport. Other stuff, cricket. Day 3 getting underway in about an hour from now at Bridgetown, Barbados. Australia to resume 4 wickets down for 92, an overall lead of 82 with Travis Head 13, Bo Webster on 19. You'll hear that with Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Dirk Mannis and Adam Crosswaite. That's coming up later, just before midnight Eastern Time on ABC Sport Digital or on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the cricket button. In the NRL earlier tonight, there were wins to Manly over West's Tigers. That was 28-10 at Brookvale. And the Canberra Raiders 22 beat the Newcastle Knights 18. As far as other sport we're covering across the weekend, Matilda's friendlies continue out west. The next of those is on Sunday evening against Slovenia. Was it 3-0 last night on the over in Perth in the first game? We'll have full coverage of that as well. And then, of course, tomorrow night, the British and Irish Lions, if you like your rugby union, that gets underway. That's also happening out west, where they play the Western Force at Perth Stadium tomorrow. And Wimbledon starts on Monday evening. All of that covered. Full live description, live sport on the ABC Listen app in this massive, I'll say winter, but it's northern summer and all the things going on. So it's just fantastic to have all that covered for you, as well as the footy.
July's a big month for sport.
The Tour de France. You're a big Tour de France.
Tour de France starts as well.
A couple of weeks away?
Yep, a couple of weeks away.
Okay, do you want to call that with us if we get the rights to broadcast that? Would you?
I will be front and centre. I'll be there. I'll be right there. I'll be back on the motorbike for you. You can get followed like Sir Bradley Wiggins did.
Enjoy the Legends game next week here, and we'll hear from you on the Swans Freo game, Ryan O'Keefe. Thank you very much. Thank you to you, Joel Patfull.
Thanks, guys.
To you, Daniel Garb.
Thank you very much. very much. Great game of footy.
To Mitch back in the studio, and to Peter Clemson, our tech here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Great game of footy in the end. It was the Bulldogs by 9 points over the Swans. Matt Clinch and the crew on AFL Saturday tomorrow from midday, or WA Sports Talk from 10. All of that and your local grandstand shows as well. And a big weekend of sport continues here. AFL round 16. We say good night from the SCG. The Dogs were too good for the Sydney Swans in the end.